Jazz and Justice. Racism and the Political Economy of the Music. Gerald Horne. Introduction. Buck Clayton was ready to rumble. It was about 1934 and this Negro trumpeter found himself in Shanghai, a city on the cusp of being bombarded by marauding Japanese troops. But that was not his concern. Instead, what he thought he had escaped when he began performing in China had followed him across the Pacific Ocean. White guys were saying, he wrote decades later, there they are. Niggers, niggers, niggers. These incendiary epithets lit the fuse and soon fists were flying, and when it was all over the Chinese onlookers treated us like we had done something that they had always wanted to do and followed us all the way home, cheering us like a winning football team won. He may not have recognized it at the time of the fracas, but Clayton's Asian encounter illustrated several themes that had ensnared Negro musicians, especially practitioners of the new art form called jazz. Often, they had to flee abroad, where they found more respect and an embrace of their talent. And often the sustenance found there allowed them to develop their art and sustain their loved ones. Overseas they were capable of fortifying the global trends that in the long run proved decisive in destroying slavery and eroding the Jim Crow that followed in its wake. The pianist U.B. Blake, born in 1883, referring to Canada and Europe, was moved to argue extravagantly and emphatically, though understandably given the United States was his reference point, that color don't make any difference to them people, and I can understand why a lot of Negroes stayed over there to live three back home. They were forced to fight to repel racist marauders, some of whom had hired them to perform. Furthermore, the presence of these exiled artists of African ancestry undergirded existent hostility to U.S. imperialism, shoring up the generally faltering position of African Americans back home. Thus, one study of the music in Paris concludes that jazz served to sustain anti-Americanism, and this artistic bent also meant solidarity with African Americans in opposition to white Americans. A French book on the music had an astonishing 150 editions, indicating why, during the Cold War, says critic Andy Fry, Washington represented a greater threat to Europe than communism. For this point inferentially raises the related matter of the new music scene as an analog to democracy in the interaction between and among musicians on the bandstand, and the ineffable reality that the bulk of the artists were of African descent, leading Washington to sponsor concerts abroad of the music. Ironically, analogizing jazz to democracy, a frequent Cold War trope, belied the fact that the music was embraced by Italian fascists, among other anti-democratic miscreants. 5. A glimpse of this phenomenon was exposed when the Negro composer and musician Benny Carter arrived in Copenhagen as Clayton was being pummeled in Shanghai. When he exited the train, he was recognized as a celebrity. "I was literally lifted onto the shoulders of people," he said decades later, "and they carried me out of the station to a waiting automobile, and I was taken to my hotel with this crowd behind. And I was really never so thrilled." He was stunned to ascertain that Europe was less racist toward those like himself in comparison to his homeland. In Europe he found acceptance of you just on the basis of you as a human being. 6. This is a book about the travails and triumphs of these talented musicians as they sought to make a living, at home and abroad, through dint of organizing and fighting. I approach this subject with a certain humility, well aware, as someone once said, that writing about music is like dancing about architecture, that is, using one artistic vocabulary to portray another is inherently perilous. 7. This task is made all the more complex when writing about this form of music, where the historical record is studded with various and often contrasting versions of the same episode. The co-author of the informative memoir of a well-known pianist asserted that Dr. Billy Taylor has told more than one version of the same story. He noted the fallibility of memory and had a healthy sense of humor about the inconsistencies that can result. 8. The problem is that the historian thereby runs the risk of circulating misinformation, a prospect I will seek to evade in the pages that follow. What is this music called jazz? Why does it carry this name, and where did it develop? Jazz, according to the late Euro-American pianist, Dave Brubeck, speaking in 1950, was born in New Orleans about 1880, consisting of an improvised musical expression based on European harmony and African rhythms. 9. the critic Leonard Feather is among those who question the Big Easy Birth, despite its seductively powerful appeal. 10 While saxophonist Von Freeman said that jazz is not that old, the band leader's son R.A. said it began billions of years ago. 11 Brubeck could have added that this music presupposes mastery of musical instruments, particularly though not exclusively piano, strings, bass fiddle, guitar, etc., horns, saxophone, trumpet, clarinet, trombone, etc., and yes, percussion, especially drums. Brubeck was informed by critic Marshall Stearns, who said in 1954 that the new music is improvised Afro-American music with strong European influences. The instruments wielded not least .12 in accord with Brubeck was the late saxophonist Eddie Barefield, who in 1977 defined the music in which he excelled as something with a beat that involves improvisation. 13 The musician Joe Rene said in 1960 that the art form in which he was distinguished was nothing but filling in a melody, a task he ascribed to the trumpet. 14 A musical instrument whose importance stretches back generations. 15 The subversive impact of this new form has been said to subvert racial segregation, musically enacting an assault on white purity, and the music was said to have encouraged racial boundary crossings by creating racially mixed spaces and racially impure music, both of which altered the racial identities of musicians and listeners. 16 Alert readers may have noticed that I have introduced the term jazz with a bodyguard of quotation marks. This is meant to signify the contested employment of this term. Thus the master percussionist Max Roach did not embrace this word. I prefer to say, he announced in 1972, that the music is the culture of African people who have been dispersed throughout North America. 17 Elaborating, Roach argued in a nod to the difficult working conditions that accompanied a music associated with bordellos and Negroes that the very term jazz meant the worst kind of working conditions, the worst in cultural prejudice, small dingy places, the worst kind of salaries and conditions that one can imagine, the abuse and exploitation of black musicians. 18 Artie Shaw, the late Reedman, said in 1992 that the word jazz is a ridiculous word. 19 Randy Weston, the celebrated pianist, also has disparaged the word jazz. 20 Revealingly, because of the negative connotations of the term, the musical group now known as the Crusaders went to court to remove jazz from their name and, said one source, became far more successful financially. 21 On the other hand, saxophonist Dexter Gordon, according to his biographer, understood the debate about the word jazz, but he stood proud of the word. 22 This music is said to have its roots in the slave South New Orleans more specifically. But even this, like the presence of Clayton in Shanghai, is contested. One analyst argues for a kind of candelabra theory of the origins of this music, arising simultaneously in various sites for similar reasons. Thus, like New Orleans, the San Francisco Bay Area had ties to a wider global community, meaning the influence of diverse musical trends and instruments, particularly opera and its Italian traditions, not to mention a bordello culture that provided opportunities to play. One of the many theories about the term jazz is that it originated in the early 20th century among Negro musicians in the hilly fog-bound California metropolis. 23 The drummer Zutty Singleton, born in 1898, has argued that, long before New Orleans, St. Louis had been a center of ragtime, one of the musical tributaries of jazz, and, as a result, musicians in the Missouri city were more technically adept and sophisticated than their Louisiana counterparts. 24 Given that both St. Louis and New Orleans hugged the Mississippi River, where riverboats overflowing with performing musicians plied the muddy waters, it is possible that this new music developed simultaneously in both cities. In that regard, it would be a mistake to ignore that other Mississippi port city Memphis. 25 Outside of New York City and Detroit, according to one analyst, this Tennessee town probably has given the world more outstanding jazz artists than any other city. 26 The well-informed Dempsey Travis has argued passionately that if jazz was not born in the nightclubs and speakeasies on the south side of Chicago, then it was certainly incubated in them. 27 This music is also an offshoot of the music known as the blues, a product of those of African origin in Dixie, which expressed their hopes and pains, hence, One scholar has characterized the blues as a veritable epistemology. 28 Given that jazz is an offspring of the blues and both Memphis and New Orleans are neighbors of the state of Mississippi, the crucible of the blues, there is reason to consider the Magnolia State as a father of jazz. This general region also propelled W.C. Handy, the father of the blues, to fame. Both facts serve to provide reason to take Memphis into account when assessing the roots of jazz. Contributing to the varied roots of Negro music is Handy's contention that the tango of Afro-Argentine origin strongly influenced his own interpretation of the blues. 29 Like New Orleans, Memphis too was a den of iniquity, as suggested by William Faulkner. 30. Adding to a version of the candelabra theory of the origins of the music are the words of the legendary journalist J. A. Rogers, who argued that the roots of the music could be found in the Indian war dance, the Highland fling, the Irish jig, the Cossack dance, the Spanish fandango, the Brazilian mashixi, the dance of the whirling dervish, the hula hula of the South Seas and the ragtime of the Negro. 31. Still, New Orleans' claim as the seedbed of this music is bulwarked by the fact that the aftermath of the U.S. Civil War, 1861–1865, and the onset of the war with Spain in 1898 with troops embarking and disembarking from the mouth of the Mississippi River, led to various musical instruments being snapped up by Africans, as military and naval bands dissolved. Moreover, by 1850 New Orleans was by some measures the bordello capital of the new republic, leading to more cabarets, nightclubs, meaning more music at a time when San Francisco was hardly an adolescent city. 32 Reportedly, distressed soldiers dumped their instruments in pawn shops in New Orleans and Negroes then bought these battered tools of music cheaply. 33. On the other hand, one analyst claimed that Cuban natives and not the New Orleans keyboardist Jelly Roll Morton, who claimed parentage, started jazz in 1712. 34 Interestingly, when enslaved Africans in Barbados in 1675 were launching a revolt, the signal for launching was to be sent by trumpet. 35 By 1688, authorities on this Caribbean island had declared illegal the using or keeping of drums, horns, or other loud instruments which may call together or give sign or notice to one another, for their wicked designs and purposes. 36. Whatever the case, it appears that the first authenticated appearance of the word jazz in print was, perhaps tellingly, in the San Francisco Call, on March 6, 1913. 37. Another analyst suggests the word jazz first appeared in the Chicago Defender on September 30, 1916. The clarinetist Emil Barnes, born in 1892, recalled such tunes as Jazz Me Blues and observed that the term used to describe this art form was associated with copulation, not seen as a plus, and thus was seen as negative, such as a woman saying such and such, wanted to jazz me. 38 Others have linked the word jazz etymologically to various West African languages or to the French jaser or to Jezebel or jasmine perfume or even to baseball. References there can be found as early as 1912. 39. In turn, the Negro composer Will Marion Cook is of the opinion that ragtime with its syncopated and ragged rhythm, which developed at the end of the 19th century, as U.S. imperialism began to extend its overseas reach, was shaped by the trips of Negro sojourners to ports in North Africa and Western Asia dominated by the then Ottoman Empire. 40. Of course, the various forms of music developed by enslaved Africans in North America and their descendants were rooted in the continent of their origin, Africa itself, particularly West Africa, stretching from what is now Dakar southward to Luanda. The now discredited notion that Africans were natural musicians, which facilitated the popularity of Blind Tom, the slave pianist, and his rival Blind Boone of St. Louis. 41 should also be considered in contemplating the rise of this new music. New art forms are often pilloried, not least because they are misunderstood, but jazz carries the added burden of being billed as one of the few art forms developed in North America and done so primarily by African Americans, who had been pilloried because of their earlier slave status and adamant refusal to accept supinely a slaveholders' republic. 42 This contributed to an anti-jazz movement, preceded by anti-ragtime fervor. This hostility made it easier to rationalize the gross exploitation of these musicians, since, as it was said, they were seen as mere Negroes. playing Negro music. 43 In 1927 Pope Pius XI spoke of the discordant cacophony, arrhythmic howls and wild cries of the new music. It is likely he was not speaking ex cathedra. 44 Dialectically, however, the difficult conditions under which this innovative music was produced helped to create conditions for the improvisation that was part of its essence. In a 1999 interview, the famed trumpeter Clark Terry recalled that because of the derogatory things that would happen to you, the negative things, the pitfalls, you'd go crazy absent improvisation. So the musicians would play games and engage in pranks. I'd practice left-handed, he said. I'd practice upside down, and if there's something that seems to be synonymous with jazz, he continued, it's good comedy, which also involved improvising. He experimented with different tonguing and buzzing with his horn, with this dedicated experimentation undergirding the high art thereby created. 45 In similar fashion, the versatile instrumentalist Eric Dolphy started experimenting with the bass clarinet in order to distinguish himself from musicians he saw as less talented but receiving more opportunities than himself, so he wanted to do something different. 46 Do something different is another definition of the music called jazz. Generally concurring, in a 2007 interview, the critic Nat Hentoff argued that these musicians he lionized took risks all the time. That's what improvisation is all about. If they were black, they took risks whenever they traveled down South 47 or, as in the case of Buck Clayton, perambulated in Shanghai. This well prepared them for taking musical risks, enhancing their art. Unfortunately, some of these musicians were taking risks without traveling southward. In 1981, the trombonist Vic Dickinson, born in Xenia, Ohio, in 1906, recalled that across the street from our house was a forest and the Ku Klux Klan used to meet there. They'd stand in a circle in their robes in that wood and burn their crosses, and that upset me all during my childhood. 48 The bassist Milt Hinton had a similar experience. Born in 1910 in the heart of darkness that was Vicksburg, Mississippi, his grandmother, he recalled, was a slave of Jefferson Davis's father, speaking of the leader of the so-called Confederate States of America that rebelled in 1861 in order to perpetuate enslavement of Africans. 49 It is difficult to imagine a more horrid racist pedigree, a point ratified in 1988 when Hinton recalled chillingly, one of the clearest memories of my childhood in Vicksburg is the lynching I saw when I was 7 or 8. There was a bonfire and 50 or 60 men were drinking out of whiskey jugs, dancing, cursing and looking up towards a tree over their heads. And in this big tree I saw a figure shaped like a person hanging from a long wire cable attached to a branch. He was covered with blood. Yet the murderers kept shooting their guns up at the dangling body as a couple of men were dragging over a gasoline drum and putting it under the hanging body. Then someone else threw a torch at the can and the place lit up like it was daytime. I'll never forget that blaze, he said morosely, and watching that body shrivel up like a piece of bacon while the crowd cheered. 50 The question for our purposes is, to what extent did such experiences shape the passion and bathos of the music? In sum, an unwelcome accompanist of this music as it was birthed was the kind of violence and threats thereof that Dickinson and Hinton witnessed in their youth. It was in 1900 in New Orleans that, in light of racial unrest, a local editor called boldly for the final solution of the Negro question, adding ominously, race war means extermination. 51 Assuredly, this outrage impelled exile abroad where this music could flourish, just as it impelled an adroit improvisation necessary for survival in such adverse conditions. For the musician Billy Harper, born in 1943, this state of affairs was unsurprising. Speaking in 1971, he said, "Since most people sick have been taught to hate and fear the black man, and in this country this music represents one of the strongest parts of his culture." 52 It was hardly shocking that these Negro artists became frequent targets of delirious bile. Yet, as Ellis Marsalis, born in 1934, observed in 1971, the fact that these artists created a unique cultural form did not save them from bigotry, but it may have enhanced it. This pianist and patriarch of what has been seen as the first family of the music, said then that the only advantage the black musician has is that music being first a talent and then a craft, the establishment is forced to deal with him in a manner that they are not forced to deal with him when they are hiring garbage men, 53, which was simply infuriating to adversaries of the Negro. Inexorably, this pattern of iniquity created an ecosystem that influenced those who might have thought they were on the side of the angels. According to the well-regarded historian and critic Lewis Porter, the racism in our society makes it all too easy for white authors to take a condescending attitude to the jazz they write about. 54 In this vein, the historian and musician Ingrid Monson has referred contemptuously to what I term the white resentment narrative, for example, those who feel that melanin-deficient musicians and writers have not received their due, because of Crow Jim, i.e. a Jim Crow visited upon Euro-Americans, i.e. a kind of inverted oppression allegedly perpetrated by African Americans. 55. Thus, because of the ingrained racism of the society in which the music was born, allied with the objective exploitation of musicians generating wealth, all this combined to create a culture inimical to the health and well-being of the artists. An early pioneer of the music was James Reese Europe, born in 1880, whom U.B. Blake, pianist extraordinaire, purportedly called the real king of jazz and not the aptly named pretender. Paul Whiteman. 56 Tragically, Europe was stabbed to death by a drummer during the First World War, this after being gassed and hospitalized on the battlefields of Europe. 57 A few years later, horn player Leo Snub Mosley, born in 1905, was slated to perform in Texas. As he recalled, "They advertised us on the front page of the newspaper, famous nigger band here tonight," which was a prelude to another occasion when the notorious terrorists, the Ku Klux Klan, planned to tar and feather him and his bandmates, just because we were playing for the white people. This planned act of terror may have been inspired by white competitors, since there was some white opposition too from the biggest white band around there, the Jimmy Joy Band that played hotels in Dallas and the Muelabach Hotel in Kansas City. 58. During the Second World War, the drummer Philly Joe Jones was hired as a trolley operator, one of 8 Negro men given such a position in Philadelphia. One of the themes of this book is how so many of these musicians found it difficult to make a living pursuing their art and often had to find other means of support. Reporting for work the first day, he found that white strikers had shut down the entire intercity transport system in protest of this desegregated hiring. The racism was so intense that an armed military guard was placed on every streetcar so that blacks would not attack white operators traveling through black neighborhoods and vice versa. "I remember this hateful chapter of my teenage years," said the musician, Benny Golson. "It was terrible." 59. Again, the question to consider is, inter alia, what was the impact of such horror on musicians? Did it give their artistry a certain fury and anger? Did it impel them to protest, for example, unionizing and protesting generally? It was also during the war, whose bloodiness may have inspired the like-minded on both sides of the Atlantic, that the saxophonist Charlie Parker, born in 1920, and his fellow musician Oscar Pettiford, born in 1922, were attacked by a soldier in a New York City subway, with the latter stripped naked. Then in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Parker was bashed in the head with a bottle after he refused to play a requested tune from a white man in the audience. 60. Understandably, brutalization led to organization by the intended victims. The aforementioned James Reese Europe helped to organize the Clef Club in Harlem about a century ago, a combination gathering space for musicians, labor exchange, performance space, and a way to circumvent malign influence on the music. In coming decades, similarly oriented musicians formed the Jazz Composers Guild, Collective Black Artists, the Los Angeles-based Union of God's Musicians and Artists Ascension, and Chicago's Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians. 61. Nevertheless, one of the most influential reactions to the kind of normalized exploitation to which musicians were routinely subjected was spearheaded by the bassist and bandleader Charles Mingus. 62. Born in 1922, he sought to form a company to distribute his recorded compositions. But it was then that Morris Levy, who operated the iconic Manhattan club known as Birdland and who looked and talked like a Hollywood thug besides, warned the corpulent composer about gangsters, that is, those like himself, these people, they'll kill your wife, they'll kill your mother, they'll kill your babies. 63 Mingus's partner, Max Roach, recalled later that we would have to take pistols to Boston, to collect since they'd hold on to the records. His interviewer, Amory Baraka, responded that the stiff opposition to this initiative was because the powers that be didn't want that concept of musicians trying to run their own affairs, and the black thing made it worse. 64 Thus, by 1955 the predictable had occurred. There is a great deal of interest in debut records, the joint Mingus-Roach enterprise, said the message from Rochester, New York. The only catch is, of course, there is no place to buy them. 65. A pioneer in seeking to take control of the music was the saxophonist, flutist, and clarinetist Gigi Grice. His attempt to establish a publishing company and record label was aided by a lawyer better known for assisting radical causes, William Kunstler. Bruce Wright, yet another activist Manhattan lawyer, also served him. His comrade, the similarly engaged bassist Reggie Workman, recollected that Grice was pressured by somebody in the publishing field. That is, they threatened him in some way that he became paranoid, compelling Workman to leave him. He'd be so nervous, this twitching nervousness, that got worse and worse. Grice was forced out of the business by powerful interests, possibly with underworld connections, according to one analyst. He and his family were harassed, threatened, and intimidated, leaving Grice clearly terrified, engendering the reaction that drove Workman from his side. 66. Levy was not unique. Sam Giancana, a leading mobster, like many of his comrades, invested heavily in Las Vegas, which after 1945 became a major site for hiring musicians. His lover, Judith Exner, observed that he was poisoned with racism and fought the Black Power upsurge of the 1960s that sought to encroach on these gangsters' sinecure in the entertainment industry. Thus, he announced regularly that he hated all niggers. 67. Hence, as a result of the pestilence to which they were subjected routinely, musicians were compelled to engage in various kinds of self-help as a simple matter of survival. Trumpeter Roy Eldridge, born in 1911, was among those who carried a gun. This was in the 1940s. His comrade Artie Shaw recalled that Eldridge saw himself as traveling through a hostile land, and he was right. 68. Clark Terry was of like mind. All the cats from St. Louis, he said, carried a shank, a knife. So did I. This was in the early 1950s. 69. In case a weapon was not nearby, some musicians also developed a taste for boxing. Percussionist Stan Levy, who played alongside luminaries like Charlie Parker, was a boxer of some skill. The point made in his biography is that fighting and drumming are both all about hitting and timing, though this hardly explains the boxing skill of Wallace Roney, the Philadelphia-born trumpeter, born in 1960, nor does it shed light on Levy's recollection of pianist Red Garland, born in Dallas in 1923, sparring combatively with perhaps the greatest boxer of them all, Sugar Ray Robinson. 70. The pugilistic acumen of trumpeter Miles Davis is well known. 71. Davis's musical tribute to the late heavyweight boxing champion, Jack Johnson, has been emulated by the recent musical salute to Muhammad Ali by trombonist Craig Harris. 72. The masculinist environment of the music business shaped this combative response, but, as well, musicians, especially drummers and trumpeters, often had quick hands and supple fingers, along with sharp reflexes, all of which made for often forceful encounters with foes. There was also collective enterprise. Early on, Negro-owned recording companies included Sunshine Record Company, formed by Johnny and Reb Spikes in 1921, Leroy Hurd's Bronze Records in 1940, and Leon and Otis Renee's Excelsior, then called Exclusive, in Los Angeles. 73. In 1961, the musician Harold Battist formed a record label, inspired by the Nation of Islam and their self-help philosophy. The fact that he received a mere $125 for playing saxophone on the blockbuster hit by Sonny and Cher I've Got You Babe impelled him further. That's all, he said disgustedly. 74. The writer Ishmael Reed has argued that the Nation of Islam was a competitor of the traditional Italian and Jewish American branches of organized crime. 75 It is well known that the First World War era movement led by Jamaican-born Marcus Garvey served as predicate to the rise of the NOI in the 1930s, and that earlier Pan-African movement was not unknown to musicians. Garveyites were prevalent, says the saxophonist Sonny Rollins, born in 1930, when he was growing up in Harlem. 76 Drummer Panama Francis, born in 1918 in Miami, said, "I played my first gig. It was on the 4th of July at the UNIA Hall in 1931, the initials signifying the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Garvey's vehicle." 77 Trombonist Roy Palmer in the early 1920s led a 35-piece band of the UNIA in Chicago. 78 Paul Barbarin, the drummer born more than a century ago in New Orleans, said that the Onward brass band of which his uncle was a member were adorned with plumed hats akin to those worn by Garveyites. 79 The hegemonic influence of mobsters in the music business combined with weak unions to deflect class consciousness and accentuate the normative white supremacy. Inevitably, musicians, agents, club owners, and the like from this Euro-Americans community became involved with the new music that was developing. Nick LaRocca, a cornetist and trumpeter born in New Orleans in 1889 and of Italian ancestry, claims to have made the first recording in the jazz idiom in 1917 and, besides, has argued that the music is not indebted to African American culture. Of course, Italians, especially Sicilians who were represented heavily in New Orleans, had close cultural ties to North Africa and did not leave this behind upon landing in Louisiana. By 1936, discordantly he had begun to refer to the style of music known as Dixieland as strictly a white man's music. He also takes partial credit for popularizing of the very term jazz. 81. By 1937, LaRocca was cited for the proposition that white man's music started jazz, emphasizing the tremendous importance the white man played in originating swing. 82 By 1958, he was singing the same tune, downplaying Negro contributions to the music and claiming that we're the pioneers. He stoutly argued, "I'm not prejudiced against the Negro," while adding, "I don't believe in giving the Negro credit for something he didn't do." As his native New Orleans was being buffeted by hurricane-force anti-Jim Crow winds, he castigated mixing. If God meant him to be white, or meant any other people to be different, he would have made us all one color. This is plain common sense. For if these niggers, or correcting himself Negroes, came to New York, they would have been thrown out on their ears, not shoved out the door, but thrown out bodily. That's how ignorant the Negroes were. The Negro has never invented anything new, he claimed, particularly a form of music that has swept the planet. Take Louis Armstrong away from them and they'll go back to Africa, he included in an incoherent flourish. 83 That same year, 1958, his fellow Italian-American musician Johnny Lalla, trumpeter and pianist who had played alongside Al Jolson, he of blackface infamy, adopted what might be considered the Dixie moderate viewpoint in conceding that, yes, the Negroes may have made the music but whites improved on it, you understand. 84 By 1961, he was still banging on in the same vein, reportedly angered with the idea that the music whose creation he claimed had Negro, even African, roots. 85. This racist discourse was shaped by the reality that it was difficult for some to accept that a fecund artistic form that has attracted global attention was birthed by those of African descent. LaRocca is worthy of attention not because his meritless claims are worthy of contemplation but simply because he reflects a deep strain in the music, present at the creation, that reasserted itself continuously in succeeding decades. Since mobsters were often of Italian or Jewish extraction, this often contributed to ethnic or ethno-religious attacks upon them, not least by musicians. The pianist Jelly Roll Morton, who said that the new music was his invention, was acerbic in declaring that there is a new system being used to put everyone out of the music business but Jews. Since the Jews are in a dominating position at this time, they are in control of the union, radio stations, publishers, booking agents and etc. The union officials that's now in office was considered communist before they entered office, and believe me, they have to put most everyone out of business but the Jews or communists, using fifth column activities in this field. 86 Experience, as the saying goes, is a harsh teacher, and such was the case for these musicians subjected to brutalizing exploitation in a context of weakened working class organization. The raconteur Al Rose said of the Negro pianist and journalist Dan Burley that when I first met him, he was as racist as a black can get sick. He endorsed the utopian ideals of Marcus Garvey. And he was sure that whites were sadistic, untrustworthy, savage, greedy, and most of all, stupid. Burley's experience, he was born in 1907 in Kentucky, led him to these conclusions. 87. Most of the figures in the pages that follow are men, especially men of African descent, and, to a degree, this is a reflection of the fact that the music they pioneered had roots in Africa. However, this geographical arc does not explain the gender imbalance. Black women face severe obstacles in seeking to make their mark musically. 6. Red, born in 1928, a gifted saxophonist and vocalist, moonlighted as a teacher. Yes, Philly Joe Jones was among the male artists who often had to work in other jobs to support their art, but Red faced an added burden, being passed up for jobs because of bias against women, men walking off the bandstand as soon as she arrived, and worse. She was forced to endure a ceaseless flow of sexual banter uttered by bandmates and fans alike. The critic Whitney Balliet, who had the ability to make and break careers, wrote infamously that most women lack the physical equipment, to say nothing of the poise for blowing trumpets and trombones, slapping bass fiddles, or beating drums. Still, the rise of the anti-Jim Crow movement that also served to propel feminism began to change this odious scene, though echoes of the past continued to persist. 88. Inevitably, as organized crime figures ascended in the music that from its inception was shaped by a bordello culture, African American counterparts arose to challenge them. And the bordello culture was not conducive to gender parity among musicians. By the 1960s, according to one observer, John McLean owned L.A.'s baddest jazz club, the It Club, and was also one of the city's biggest drug dealers. Some say he was the Black Godfather. This notoriety meant that he spent years in jail, but not before mentoring Dick Griffey of Solar Records, who in turn helped the 21st century mogul Marion Suge Knight assemble Death Row Records. Reportedly, Griffey was of the opinion that everything Suge ever thought about doing I've done, 10 times. 89. Los Angeles, within hailing distance of Nevada, which became a headquarters for organized crime, provided a model for McLean to emulate. In the early 1940s, the musician Buddy Collette was performing in a club in LA when in walked an angry Mickey Cohen, a known mobster. When he saw that the band wasn't playing yet, Collette recalled, he pulled a gun. "I'll give you 3 minutes to get on the stand." Suddenly, 2 or 3 of Mickey's guys were hitting the waiters in the head with chairs. Mickey just locked the door and told the band to play while all the fighting was going on. 90. However, as the rise of McLean suggested, African American initiative in this business beyond performing accelerated in the 1960s and thereafter with the ascendancy of the anti-Jim Crow and concomitant Black Power movement. By 1967, a Jazz Musicians Association was formed, and by late 1969 they had opened a record store in Manhattan, at Avenue A and 14th Street, with pianist Horace Silver, saxophonist Jackie McLean, and pianist turned television commentator Gil Noble in attendance. 91. A few months later, musicians described as expatriate jazzmen had started a nightclub in the Canary Islands, yet another attempt to escape the murderous likes of those like Cohen. 92. A few months after that, black musicians in Los Angeles assailed movie studio policies and organized a picket line engineered by 100 members of the Black Musicians Association and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. They demanded a 25% quota in hiring, which in itself was a rebuff of the merger between the previously racially divided local affiliates of the union, the American Federation of Musicians, which included 1,100 African Americans out of a membership of 14, 000.93 By October 1970, a group of more than 60 fiery musicians led by Rahsaan Roland Kirk and Lee Morgan interrupted a taping of the Merv Griffin Show on CBS in Manhattan, demanding more jazz and other black musical expressions. This took place at the studio on 6th Avenue and 47th Street. The Jazz and People's Movement, as they were called, entered brusquely to accusatory shouts, "In Russia, they would have put you in jail 5 minutes ago." 94. Attempts by black artists and black people generally to assume more control of the art form they created were not greeted with equanimity. In recounting the history of the new music, the story is told not altogether accurately that after Storyville, the red light district in New Orleans, was restricted severely, musicians headed northward to Kansas City, though the serpentine Mississippi River, the water highway, would have taken them much more easily to Memphis or St. Louis. In any case, there was an efflorescence of organized crime in Kansas City that was tied to a political machine that ultimately produced a U.S. Senator and President, Harry S. Truman. Into this maelstrom stepped the Negro entrepreneur with roots in Texas, Felix Payne. He began as a barber, then moved into nightclubs, where he became a partner of Piney Brown, a blues belter, immortalized in song by singer Big Joe Turner. Apparently, Payne was tied to a faction of organized crime in his ventures, and another faction took umbrage, which led to his being kidnapped and stripped naked in January 1929 and forced to walk in sub-freezing temperatures. Payne, an amateur tennis player and NAACP donor, was also a newspaper publisher, and in his newspaper glowing tributes were printed about Johnny Lazia, a crime boss ultimately slain by mob competitors in 1934. Payne was also caught up in the epical transition of Negro voters from the party of Abraham Lincoln, the Republicans, to the Democrats, whom they continue to support overwhelmingly. Payne, during this tumultuous time, highlighted the racial segregation that was a feature of Democratic Party conventions during this era. 95. As the example of Payne suggested, Negroes involved in the business of music felt the need to have powerful patrons, a variation, if not inversion, of the theme of self-help. The vibraphonist Lionel Hampton had an uncle in Chicago who worked for the gangster Al Capone, which helped to propel both his initial popularity and his ultimate success as a bandleader. 96. He became a prominent supporter of U.S. Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. 97. And, perhaps not accidentally, an abysmal exploiter of the musicians in his band. 98. I admired Lionel, said the trumpeter Joe Wilder, who was employed in his band, but I didn't like the conditions that he created for the band. The band was treated like we were in shackles, that is, virtually in slavery. Predictably, you were always being reminded that if you complained about something, we travel maybe 200 or 300 miles and get to the town where we were going to play, and instead of just checking into the hotel, he'd call a rehearsal. Though we're tired as we can be, at the end of the job, he might play another 40 minutes or so overtime, for which none of us are going to be compensated. If you said anything about it, he was quick to remind you that where else can you play? Don't forget. There's no place else for black musicians to play. If you don't like it here, I've got 500 other musicians who are waiting in line to play in this band. So you had that sort of a sword hanging over your head all the time. Hampton studiously sought to avoid paying the men what the job was worth. I very often made a statement that if slavery were coming back, I'm sure he'd be one of the first idiots to vote for it. Wilder was with the band for 6 months, up to entering the Marines in 1943, which may have seemed like a respite in comparison. 99. Naturally, crass labor exploitation led to the creation of unions of musicians to bargain collectively for improved wages and working conditions. Virtually from the inception of the new music, artists sought to organize unions, though Jim Crow often foiled their best efforts. Johnny DeDroit, bandleader, born in 1892 in New Orleans, was a staunch union man, since with their adequate protection you know how long you're going to play and how much you're going to get. Before the union was organized, he said, musicians had to wait 30 to 60 days before they got their money. His father organized the union as a result. Absence of a strong union led artists into problematic situations, such as recording under various names to escape adhesion contracts with record companies. 100 During the First World War era, the union sought to shape the sound of the new music by mandating that one of every 5 instruments had to be a string instrument, since it was thought that those who played same were thought to be not getting enough work. 101 Union organizing was taking place in the era of Jim Crow, which meant unions organized on racial lines. It was in late 1943 that Walter White of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People contacted James Petrillo, the leader of the American Federation of Musicians. There were 673 locals or branches, he said, in the United States and Hawaii, and 31 in Canada, also part of the 673 total. Of these, 32 were designated as so-called colored, and of the remaining 641, 8 had subsidiary locals, thereby admitting Negroes to a limited second-class membership. At that juncture, only 2 branches, those in New York City and Detroit, admitted Negroes to full membership. This inequity, White lamented, delivered great economic loss to African Americans and, perhaps not coincidentally, caused competition between colored musicians and white musicians, tending to lower scales for both. 102 The authorities went to great lengths to enforce Jim Crow rigidity. In 1944 in Gadsden, Alabama, unionized musicians in the band of Fletcher Henderson, a prominent African American musician, refused to allow 3 musicians defined as white to play alongside him unless they blackened their faces with burnt cork. 103 But then, as the anti-Jim Crow movement took flight, an impetus was created to merge these separate bodies of segregated unions of musicians. However, this often meant black musicians relinquishing their treasuries and headquarters and being swallowed whole by often insensitive larger unions composed of Euro-Americans, often meaning a net loss for African Americans and souring many on the very notion of racial integration. This, in turn, benefited the Nation of Islam, which, in any case, was often a lonely voice opposed to what became a disastrous experiment in desegregation. 104 The debilitating of the organized left did not leave musicians unaffected. The trumpeter Bunk Johnson, born in New Orleans in 1879, migrated to San Francisco, where he found that the white union barred him and other Negro musicians from playing at numerous sites. But then Harry Bridges, left-wing leader of a stevedores union, who was accused of being a communist and was threatened more than once with deportation to his native Australia, offered Johnson assistance and told the union that if they did not change course he would seek to organize a competing union. Admittedly, however, Bridges's démarche was unusual. 105 The weakening of unions and the stubborn persistence of white supremacy was a theme, at any rate, of the historical trajectory of the music. Reinforcing these pestilent trends was the profit that inhered for some in this process. By 1973, the producer and impresario John Hammond was seeking to convince CBS Records, an industry giant, to reissue a 2-record album of the music of Teddy Wilson. This progressive pianist, once known as the Marxist Mozart, because of his political predilections, made these recordings in the 1930s and, said Hammond, was paid a hopelessly inadequate flat fee for recording without artist royalties. We have, of course, made a fortune on many of the Teddy Wilson reissues featuring Billie Holiday without paying Wilson anything whatsoever. 106. Thus, those who hired these musicians often did quite well for themselves, and this list includes Ahmet Ertegun, the man of Turkish origin, who became captivated with the music of Duke Ellington at London's Palladium in the early 1930s and went on to found Atlantic Records, recording such stalwarts as Dizzy Gillespie, the Modern Jazz Quartet, Charles Mingus, and John Coltrane. By 1989, he was on a first-name basis with the Uber banker David Rockefeller, whom he entertained at his lovely estate in Bodrum, Turkey, along the picturesque Aegean Sea. Numerous U.S. politicos also partook of his gracious hospitality there. 107. It has been said of chess grandmasters that to reach that exalted status presupposes ineptitude in everything else, not least because of the time commitment required to excel. Assuredly, to gain mastery on their instruments required a like manner of time by musicians, which left little time for labor organizing or even attending to the business of show business. According to trombonist J. J. Johnson, the saxophonist John Coltrane was a practiceaholic, a man utterly devoted to mastering his horn. And this descriptor could be applied to those not as famous as the Philadelphian .108. His fellow saxophonist, Charlie Bird Parker, was said to practice almost 15 hours daily. .109. The bassist Ron Carter admitted to practicing 8 hours a day. .110. The Second World War, as we shall see, brought enormous changes to the enormous music industry, not least the shellac restrictions that limited production of recorded music on discs. This placed a premium on the value of live performances, but in 1943 Walter White of the NAACP complained to Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia of New York City about the revocation of the license of the Savoy, a club where innovative music was being concocted by, mostly, African American artists. This was unwise, said White as he scoffed at the purported justification for the revocation. U.S. soldiers were contracting sexually transmitted diseases there. This could have happened at the Waldorf, he countered, referring to a posh midtown hotel. He objected to the companion idea that white people cannot patronize the Savoy, which was actually a brazen attempt to enforce racist segregation, since the authorities also objected to the notion that colored and white people dance together at the Savoy. This objection hindered dancing and contributed to the companion idea that the music played should be for listening. 111. On the other hand, White, a cultural commissar of sorts, earlier had welcomed the inducement to Negroes to study music as art rather than as entertainment which can be commercialized, endorsing the turn toward jazz as a concert art rather than music for dancing. 112. Still, Charles Buchanan of the Savoy was in high dudgeon about the prospect of shuttering what he termed the world's finest ballroom situated at 140th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem. 113. Complicating matters was a confidential report from the FBI warning that the U.S. Communist Party, in the process of electing the African American leader Ben Davis to the New York City Council, was very much concerned about the closing of the Savoy and were taking up the cudgels. 114. Despite the frequent and repetitive announcements of the demise of the music we call jazz, it has persisted. In 1980 the musician and entrepreneur Dr. Billy Taylor ascertained that a well-produced hard bop record or a reissue by a respected artist earns back production costs with U.S. sales of 5,000 to 10,000 within 1 year. Considering that the vocalist and guitarist George Benson was then selling over 1 million units gave a hint of the profits to be made when it was thought the music was withering. Grover Washington, Jr., the saxophonist, routinely sold 500,000 units, while the group Weather Report fluctuated between these two figures. Dexter Gordon, McCoy Tyner, Woody Shaw and Bobby Hutcherson were then reaching 50,000 to 100,000 units. A few decades earlier Thelonious Monk, Bill Evans, and John Coltrane were capable of selling 100,000 records in the United States alone. Though his music was often scorned, Atlantic Records was pleased with the sales of Ornette Coleman, as was Blue Note subsequently. Their music was derided at times as well, though Anthony Braxton and Cecil Taylor sold albums marketed by Arista that approached 20,000 in sales in the United States alone. It was not unknown for Keith Jarrett to sell 400,000 records, with each unit selling for $16. Success in the area of 40,000 to 60,000 had been attained by Gary Burton and Jack DeJohnette. Fantasy Records survived for years on the music of Dave Brubeck, then backed Creedence Clearwater Revival, a kind of rock group, which registered millions in record sales, then financed the blockbuster movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which grossed more than $100 million. Fantasy was financed by a group of investors who realized a 100-fold return on their investment. Thus Fantasy was able, at least for a good while, to circumvent the single greatest problem of an independent label, getting paid by distributors. 115. Clive Davis of Columbia Records well knew the dynamics of the industry in which he played a major role. Profits more than doubled in 1968, doubled again the following year and rose dramatically again in 1970, he chortled. Simultaneously, black radio was also becoming increasingly militant. Black program directors were refusing to see white promotion men, forcing the hiring of more African Americans. One of his stars, trumpeter Miles Davis, released an album, Bitches Brew, that sold 400,000 units. 116. This bright picture notwithstanding, by 1990 executive Ahmet Ertegun said that most current jazz recordings, which are made for the contemporary market, sell under 10,000 copies. 117. By 1991, Ertegun was distraught, lamenting that due to the recession there is a general job freeze in the music industry and it's even difficult for people who have had years of experience. 118. The contrast between the upbeat words of Davis and the lament of Ertegun continues, as the music continues to sway. There is little doubt that as the century proceeds, digitalization will challenge the ability of musicians to make a decent living. 119. Though Deutsche Bank is among those predicting a continued expansion of streaming revenue, i.e. music distributed online. 120. The global recorded music market has decreased significantly in recent years, reflecting the change from an analog to a digital market. 121. Still, it would be a mistake to locate this crisis exclusively within the bounds of either the music industry generally or the subset that is jazz more particularly. The culture industry generally, including movies, museums, theater, all face unique challenges today. 122. This ineffable point should remind us all that there are terribly destructive forces: racism, organized criminality, brutal labor exploitation, battery, debauchery, gambling, from which grew an intensely beautiful art form, today denoted as jazz. It is the classic instance of the lovely lotus arising from the malevolent mud. A good deal of this book concerns the mud, but in order to digest this malodorous substance as I was writing these pages, I often found myself listening to the pulchritudinous tunes of the musicians who continue to prevail against difficult odds. I recommend that readers emulate this writer. 123. 1. Original Jelly Roll Blues. New Orleans has a justifiable claim to being the birthplace of the music known as jazz. The African roots of Black New Orleans reach deeply into Senegal and Guinea, regions with rich and extensive musical traditions, one particularly with regard to stringed instruments and percussion, the heart of rhythm sections that distinguished the new music. However, this music was often played with instruments of European origin, for example, the horn devised by Belgium's Adolphe Sax in the early 1840s, and the European influence was strong at the mouth of the Mississippi River. Nevertheless, the wider point is that these European instruments, and those of African derivation, too, for example the banjo and drums, were infused with the unique culture that arose in New Orleans Congo Square, one that reflected a potpourri of West African and North American influences. 2. Interviewed by the Pace-Setting Jazz Studies Initiative of Tulane University in 1958, Alice Zeno, the mother of clarinetist George Lewis and born in 1864, spoke of her grandmother, born in 1810 and passing away in 1910. This elder spoke to her granddaughter in Wolof, the younger also spoke French, the language she spoke more than English in the first years of her life before learning German and Spanish. Zeno in some ways resembles the new music that arose in the late 19th century, a melange of African, European, and North American influences. 3. Still, Africa was at the root. U.S. Negro missionaries in the Congo in the late 19th century were stunned to hear melodies reminiscent of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, then a musical staple back home. 4. The bassist Gene Ramey, born in Austin, Texas, in 1913, said that his grandmother remembers coming from Madagascar, at the age of 4 or 5. Yet another bassist, George Red Callender, has spoken of his Ashanti, a West African ethnic group, ancestry. 6. New Orleans may have been the opera capital of the United States during the antebellum era. 7. Reportedly, New Orleans was the only U.S. city to maintain an opera company continuously in the 19th century, the Civil War years, 1861 to 1865, excepted. It also has a rich history of free Negro culture, which included a militia with drum companies. Some free Negro musicians were educated abroad, circumventing the U.S. preoccupation, depriving Negroes of education of all sorts. 8 After the Civil War, a number of musicians in bands with the vanquished so-called Confederate States of America dumped their instruments in pawn shops in New Orleans, and Negroes happily bought some of these battered instruments, tools that jump-started the creation of a new musical art form. 9 Moreover, the banjoist known as Creole George Gesnon, born in New Orleans in 1907, argued passionately that "I don't believe there is any other city on the face of the earth as rich in Negro folklore and unwritten legends as New Orleans, a phenomenon that fed imagination and creativity, contributing to the blossoming of a new music." 10. There were other peculiar tendencies shaping the emerging new music. John Wiggs, a bandleader born in 1899 in New Orleans, spoke movingly of those he called bottlemen, who collected glass vessels and accompanied their task by blowing on horns often 3 feet long, rendering beautiful blues songs that could be heard blocks away. Later he noticed the same trills and flourishes of these men replicated by trumpeters, particularly the bending of notes. They also used cowbells. Children were drawn to these men as they exchanged dolls for bottles. 11 Some of the earliest performances of the new music that took place were heard along Franklin Street inside such places as the 28 Club and the Pig Ankle Cabaret. These spasm bands used homemade instruments and often honed their art on street corners. Some white and Creole of color residents dismissed it as bawdy house music. 12. Invention and innovation were the watchwords of this new music and were represented by the father of Joseph Thomas. The younger was a clarinetist and vocalist born in 1902, the elder played a broom, drawn across the thumb, that sounded like a violin. 13 Mary Lucy Hamill O'Kelly, born in Vicksburg in 1876, recalled in 1958, "I can't remember when I first knew jazz as being jazz. I just thought it was sort of embroidery that the Negroes put on tunes that they played." She observed, "They'd add little extra notes and quivers and trills and runs and syncopation and make the thing sound entirely different," a fair estimate of the new music. 14 There were other influences on the music. The talented trumpeter Clark Terry, born in St. Louis in 1920, attributed his distinctive style to emulating mariachi Mexican players who are forced to master their mouthpieces before they're given the horns. 15. The opera brought by European migrants also delivered a panoply of musical influences surrounding Negroes. By 1910, New Orleans also happened to have more Italian Americans than any other U.S. city, which further contributed to the rich stew of musical influences. 16. The musician Paul Barbarin says that growing up he could hear bands playing even if they were almost 2 miles away. Fewer buildings, he says, meant sound traveled with more facility, allowing exposure to diverse forms of music. Singers with booming voices could also be heard, even if they were speaking in a language other than English. He grew up with the sound of French since his mother spoke the language. She speaks good French, she always talk in French, we understood it. 17 One witness claims that the scintillating cornet playing of the legendary Buddy Bolden was so powerful they could dance to his music 10 miles away. 18. Charles Elgar, born in 1879 in New Orleans, studied violin with a French teacher, who was an assistant conductor with the French Opera. 19 The first trumpet teacher of Johnny Dedroit, born in 1892, was from the Republican Guard in France and was also first trumpet in their band. 20 His parents spoke French. 21 The mother of Albert Burbank, born in 1902, spoke to him in French, he would answer in English. This clarinetist often sang in French. 22 According to Buddy Burton, trumpeter Natty Dominique also spoke French. 23 Bassist George Pops Foster was born in 1892 to a father who spoke French. 24 His mother was said to speak about 7 languages. 25 Paul Beaulieu, born in 1888 in New Orleans, studied cello with a French artist who was in the city working with a local opera company. He recalled that Alphonse and Ulysses Picot spoke as much or more Creole French as they did English. 26 Bella Cornish, once known as Isabella Davenport, was wed to Buddy Bolden's sideman, William Willie Cornish. Born in Biloxi, her father was a Frenchman, she said. 27 Danny Barker, born in New Orleans in 1909, was a guitarist who also was part of this lineage. My grandmother spoke French. My grandfather spoke French. They also spoke Creole, that is, a broken French. 28 Ferrand Clementin, born in 1894 and perhaps best known as a comrade of the trombonist Kid Ory, recalled that French was spoken in his family and French songs were sung. 29 The trumpeter known as Don Albert, born in New Orleans in 1908, spoke French. 2.30 Then there were those like Israel Gorman, a clarinetist born in 1895, who served in France for a year or so during the First World War, a venture in which he was not alone in participating. 31 Thus Joseph Van Borjo, born in 1891 and best known as a banjoist, served in Germany during the war, though he was a French interpreter in France. 32 A role model for many of these musicians was Victor Eugene McCarty, with roots in 19th-century New Orleans, who received a music education in Paris, then became active in the Republican Party. In the aftermath of the U.S. Civil War, he launched a boycott that shuttered the local opera house because of its Jim Crow seating policies. 33 As McCarty's example illustrated, the Gallic influence further impelled the movement of musicians to France, where they could at once escape penurious Jim Crow and by their very presence influence the old continent against their homeland. The knowledge of French also opened musicians to diverse influences, musically and otherwise. New Orleans was remarkable in another respect. So many of the Negro musicians coming to maturity as this new music was emerging were familiar with other languages besides English, which exposed them to various musical genres and opened doors to pursuing their artistic visions abroad. There was also the German population of New Orleans, which displayed a fondness for music and song, including its own choruses, string quartets, a conservatory, and orchestra. By the 1890s, as the new music was taking flight, this group was enthusiastic about their singing societies and preserving German songs. German bands often offered entertainment to the masses as they paraded on many festive occasions and gave concerts in numerous places throughout the city. 34 African Americans extended their experience when some wound up in Cuba and the Philippines after the United States declared war on Spain in 1898. Noah Cook, born in 1879 in Livingston Parish, Louisiana, trained as a jockey before decamping to the Philippines by 1900. It was there that he familiarized himself with a song often sung in Cuba by the troops that became a standard, "There'll Be Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight." 35 William Willie Cornish, born in 1875, also fought in this transoceanic conflict. 36 Another influence came from Mexico. Charles Elgar studied clarinet with Luis Tio, who hailed from there. A number of famed clarinetists, including Barney Bigard and Jimmy Noon, did so too. In 1885 a contingent of Mexican musicians arrived in New Orleans for the Cotton Exposition, familiarizing themselves with the city where several of these sojourners chose to reside. Tio and his brother Lorenzo spoke Spanish, of course, but, said Elgar, developed the English and French. You'd never know that they weren't original New Orleans fellows. Elgar too was struck by the presence of opera companies featuring 50 men in the pit, a real monster thing. Speaking of this orchestra, he said, you could go in the gallery for 35 cents. Both of his parents were opera devotees and a couple of times a week took him to the opera. The more I heard it, the more I fell in love with it, he said. It was a constant presence in the city until it burned down in 1919.37. But it was not just high-minded opera that shaped the cultural consciousness of some musicians. Bordellos arose in New Orleans simultaneous with the arrival of the new music. As early as 1850, New Orleans was deemed to be the red light capital of the Republic. 38 Minimally, these sites provided a venue for musicians to play and contributed to a nightlife. One analyst claims that in fin de siècle New Orleans, prostitution has never before or since had in America a heyday such as it had in ragtime New Orleans. In 1899 the New Orleans police admitted to the existence of 230 bordellos, 30 houses of assignations, and about 2,000 prostitutes. Assuredly, a color bar then existed, but by 1899 the press was reporting a proliferation of assignations between Negro men and women defined as white, The press was not as concerned about Negro women and men of differing ancestry. 39 Piano playing with various trills was a component of these sites, and musicians improvised, setting the stage for the new music. Bolstering the candelabra thesis about the multiple origins of the new music is the report that the pianist U.B. Blake, born in Baltimore in 1887, began playing at a local bordello at the tender age of 15. It would be an error to imagine that the origins of the new music were separate and apart from the wider U.S. society or even how African Americans were maltreated. The following pages will suggest a brand of male supremacy that was hardly unique to practitioners of the new music but certainly characterized some of them. Purportedly, Blake's father, who was enslaved on a large Virginia plantation, was used as a stud, fathering 27 children of which he knew. After the Civil War, he married and fathered 10 more offspring, one of whom was the renowned pianist. 40 Even the precursor music known as ragtime, which catapulted U.B. Blake into prominence, was similarly linked to sexuality, brothels, and dens of vice. 41 Every whorehouse had piano players, said Pops Foster, but Lulu White's had the most. 42 A reference to the most notorious Negro proprietor. A turning point arrived during the First World War era when the authorities moved to circumscribe her busy business. 43 There is some question as to whether the crackdown on brothels ignited a scattering of musicians that had made a living in Storyville, the red light district of New Orleans. 44 The percussionist Paul Barbarin, born in 1899, recalled that Jelly Roll Morton, one of the early giants of the new music, toiled on Basin Street, at Lulu White's house and had to find other options when her business was hampered. As for Barbarin, he moved to Chicago in 1917 and wound up working in the stockyards. 45 Fan Bourgeois was also familiar with this bordello, recalling that a pianist there, Ed Mercier, also worked as a pimp. As for Bourgeois, he claims to have visited the red light district at the age of 9, since his uncle lived there. He also recalls that Manuel Mineta, the multi-instrumentalist born in New Orleans in 1889 and an early influence on the city's musicians, played at White's. This entrepreneurial madam, he says, employed blondes, brunettes, all kinds of women in her 26-room house. 46 She was a great big sort of dark-skinned woman, he said, unlike those she employed, though others described her as being a mulatta. He says that he knew her sufficiently well to once hold her blonde wig. 47 White's presence notwithstanding, Negro men generally were barred from brothels in Storyville. Even the black crib prostitutes were available to whites only, according to one historian. 48 One analyst observes that during the second decade of the 20th century New Orleans was densely crowded with music, not just in the brothels but also in the many cabarets, honky-tonks, and dance halls, meaning 24 bands played, every night in the town. 49 Of the giants of New Orleans music, Kid Ory, the trombonist born in Louisiana in 1896, also was said to play at Lulu White's bordello along with playing at sex shows. 50 The versatile instrumentalist Manuel Mineta, born in New Orleans in 1889, knew White, recalling that she hailed from White Castle, Louisiana. At her place of business, champagne was sold for $25 per bottle. Hours for musicians were 9 till 3 in the morning without exception. 51 Johnny Sala, of Sicilian ancestry and born in New Orleans in 1894, called White an octoroon and said she didn't have no white woman in there, speaking of her brothel. But she had Negroes, but you couldn't tell they were colored all right. All were beautiful, and nothing but white men went in there. 52 Yes, concurred clarinetist Barney Bigard, born in 1906 in New Orleans. Morton worked for White and besides, was a gambler, a pimp, and everything. 53 Agreeing was U.B. Blake, who said that Morton knew all the pimps. 54 Actually, said Johnny St. Cyr, the banjoist and guitarist born in New Orleans in 1890, analysts have not properly accessed the chain of causation, in that instead of pianists being influenced by playing in brothels, these musicians all happen to be halfway pimps anyway. With Morton being an example. 55 Manuel Mineta recalled that Morton's lover ran a brothel. She had a lot of stalls in there, in fact, They had white and colored stalls and Morton performed there. 56. The presence of Morton returns us to the complicated question about the new music's origins. Hayes Alvis, bassist and tubist, born in Chicago in 1907, felt there was something to that claim on his Morton's business card that he created jazz, though he did not connect this to the point that he had tendencies toward voodoo. 57. Morton's sister, Frances Mouton Oliver, sees her brother as emblematic of New Orleans in that he spoke French as a child. Their grandmother could not speak English and the language of Voltaire was the language of their home. 2. He created jazz in 1901, she concluded modestly. 58. Ferdinand Joseph Lamonth, or Lamotte, born in 1890 and known widely as Jelly Roll Morton, apparently worked as a pimp, making further complex the origins of the new music. 59. Morton's accompanist, Wally Defoe, concedes that the pianist was one of the first to have a real jazz style, an indication that Morton's creation bravado was not altogether misplaced. 60. Whether the creative Morton could claim parentage for the music has been questioned, but it is evident that, like Charlie Bird Parker years later, he exhibited traits that did not necessarily enhance his longevity, cultivated in his early performance venues. Paul Barbarin said that Morton was mostly a gambler. He'd lose maybe $400 or $500 and that proved to be his downfall. Easy come, easy go. 61. Danny Barker said that Morton took on the lifestyle of the notorious night people of the underworld, including being an expert marksman with a pistol. 62. Earl Fata Hines, the pianist born in Duquesne, a town near Pittsburgh, in 1903, arrived in Chicago in the 1920s where he found you had to act bad whether you were bad or not, meaning aggressively tough. Jelly Roll Morton had found that out long before I did, he conceded, and that's why he carried a gun and talked loud. 63. Moreover, the crassly exploitative nature of the music business often left artists in a foul mood. Morton claimed that he had been robbed of $3 million during his career by agents, club owners, and other vultures, not to mention those he accused of copying his music and style. 64. Actually, said Creole George Gesnon, Morton always carried him a big old ivory pistol and always talked about shooting somebody. 65. Jim Crow notwithstanding, as early as 1889 press reports were referring contemptuously to this thing of white girls becoming enamored of Negroes becoming rather too common, a trend that obligatorily inflamed ire not leaving those like Morton unaffected and was destined to foment a crackdown. 66. Of course, these questionable performance venues bred traits that would bedevil Morton and musicians for generations to come, helping to spur an attempt by many of these same musicians to gain more control over their places of work. But it was not simply the unique environs of the brothel that led Morton down this road of pistol packing. According to the Reedman Wally Defoe, born in Little Rock in 1904, Morton was also a pool shark, which was another reason for him to carry a .38 pistol right in his belt, but this decision was driven by the reality that these were hoodlum times, I mean bootlegging times with men of ill temper presiding. There was, besides, a tendency in those days, for white managers to exploit Negro talent, and given the absence or weakness of unions, self-help was often the only option available, a phrase and a trait that was to blossom decades later with the simultaneous rise of the Nation of Islam and the decline of worker organization. Defoe lamented the all too typical fate of the performers Buck and Bubbles, brilliant dancers both. A manager signed them to a 10-year contract when they were little kids and paid them just chicken feed. Back then, he lamented, a colored man had a pretty rough time making a buck, and Morton was no exception. He adapted to his environment, that is, he put on a big front, including carrying a flashy pistol. 67. Morton also happened to be of a lighter hue, which was not a minor quality in a color-obsessed society. In 1938, the researcher William Russell sought to find Bill Johnson, billed then as the oldest living jazz musician. He was older than Buddy Bolden and had worked with Lil Armstrong in Milwaukee and Chicago. Years later, he returned to the Midwest in search of Johnson and found that he had moved to San Antonio and that he had crossed the color line, had chosen to pass, an option open to him because of his lighter skin color. 68. The climate in which this music was forged at times was unhealthy, making the beautiful art created therein all the more remarkable. The trumpeter Clark Terry said of bandleader Fate Marable that he never was able to settle down until he primed himself with a couple of slugs of whiskey. It used to be so strange in that he would wake up, get up and hurriedly before he brushed his teeth, sometimes in his pajamas, run around the bar and get a drink, and then he would start his day. That musicians often performed in venues where imbibing alcohol was encouraged, if not being the raison d'etre of the venue, hardly discouraged alcoholism. 69 Which could allow unscrupulous proprietors to cloud the thinking of musicians by plying them with various brews. Club owners were not the only employers who sought to manipulate workers by dispensing intoxicants. Apparently there were those who felt that Negro servants worked harder under the influence of cocaine. 70. There was a long association of jazz with alcohol, according to one scholar, meaning many musicians suffered from alcoholism. Musicians often ran up a tab as they grabbed drinks from the bar or were plied with same that could consume their paycheck. The unusual late-night working hours sapped energy, disrupting circadian rhythms, and often led to unusual musical rhythms. Unscrupulous club owners were not averse to paying musicians with alcohol. They were also not above closing their establishment every 30 days, issuing a new lease to a dummy lessee, and reopening under a new name, thereby cheating the artists and, perhaps, driving them to drown their sorrows in drink. 71. Louis Armstrong once told Buck Clayton how many people he knew had been killed in little clubs while listening to jazz by somebody that was either jealous or drunk. Louis once told me that even he had once been cut. 72. In some ways this renowned trumpeter and vocalist can be viewed as the shining embodiment of the new music. After all, the erudite scholar, Dr. Allison Davis, was said to have remarked that this musician's rendition of West End blues may be the greatest thing American civilization has ever produced, a statement that is hardly exaggerated and thus casts into bold relief his own hardscrabble existence in Louisiana. 73. For Armstrong's own experience in New Orleans provides a glimpse of the atmosphere in which the new music was incubated. As a youngster, he was playing in the streets when all of a sudden a guy on the opposite side of the street pulled out a little old 6-shooter pistol and fired it. Without hesitating, the budding trumpeter pulled out my stepfather's revolver from my bosom and raised my arm into the air and let her go. In a transformative episode, he was arrested and jailed. I was scared, he confessed, more scared than I was the day Jack Johnson knocked out Jim Jeffries, a reference to the tumultuous day when the ebony heavyweight champion defeated his white challenger, leading to racist pogroms nationally. Armstrong was sent to the Colored Waifs Home for Boys, which fortunately did not derail his career. 74. Alcohol at times loosened the tongues of those in the audience, often not in a good way. Danny Barker has said that in the Negro joints we played relaxed, at home, but in the white joints were all eyes and ears, and anything could happen. There were descriptive slurs, he said, including niggers, darkies, Zulus, pickaninnies, monkeys, gorillas, Ubangies, tar babies, ink spots. At times, these musicians crossed an actual and metaphorical border, Mississippi. Just the mention of the word, amongst a group of New Orleans people would cause complete silence and attention. The word was so very powerful that it carried the impact of catastrophes, destruction, hell, earthquakes, cyclones, murder, hangings, lynchings, all sorts of slaughter, but it was not just the Magnolia State, since tales of Alabama, Florida, Texas, and Georgia were equally fearsome. 75. The climate in which this music was forged was also unhealthy in terms of the violence often inflicted upon denizens. African Americans were a frequent target, but indicative of the hostile climate that spilled over to ensnare others. Italian Americans, too, were targeted at times. It was in 1891 that this latter group was subjected to what has been described as the largest lynching in American history, referring to almost a dozen men who were murdered in one fell swoop in response to allegations concerning their presumed attack on local law enforcement. As noted, these Italian Americans were primarily of Sicilian origin, some 70% of the total according to one estimate, and, it was said, they were unconsciously tolerant of Negroes, even friendly with them, displaying an indifference to American racism, a blatant violation of dominant norms that was bound to spark retaliation. The White League, known to torment African Americans, was also accused of waging war against Italians. Reputedly 50% of the major American papers in every section of the country approved of the lynching. Theodore Roosevelt called it a rather good thing. Opinions began to shift when it was reported that a substantial Italian fleet was making its way across the Atlantic with the aim of attacking U.S. coastal cities. The fact that African Americans had no such patron to intervene on their behalf helped to spur a Pan-African Congress to cure this defect with the aim of strengthening the ancestral continent. Also, Negro musicians began at this juncture to migrate abroad where they were in a position to lobby on behalf of those left behind. 76. Retrospectively, the attack on Sicilians and Sicilian Americans and Italian Americans seems to have been designed to drive a wedge between them and their African American neighbors and co-workers, at a time when one contemporary scholar has spoken of a general strike in the Crescent City in 1892, the first interracial strike in the country. 77. As noted, anti-Italian pogroms were an extension of what was befalling Africans. New Orleans had one of the largest concentrations of Negroes in North America, which impelled the rowdiest of their antagonists to seek to bludgeon them. 78 At the time of the most significant anti-Negro explosions of this era, in New Orleans in 1900, Big I Louis Nelson Delisle, a multi-instrumentalist, was playing bass at a club, accompanying Buddy Bolden, when his father was killed and himself nearly so. He was prompted to make the strategic decision to give up on the cumbersome bass and focus on the clarinet. As one analyst put it, this smaller instrument would be easier to run with if another mob was chasing him. Yet another example of how racism and the political economy shaped the music. Whatever the case, Bolden's cornet was smashed during the riot, sending a contrary message. Likewise, a staggered Lorenzo Tio left the city altogether. 79. The crucible in which this new music emerged was often rife with dangers of various sorts, cheating employers not least, which in turn shaped the art form. Taking risks and improvisation nestled near the heart of the music. Ineluctably, an increasingly popular music identified with African American men was designed to incur wrath in a racist society. At the same time, the perhaps not coincidental arrival of jazz with the rise of U.S. imperialism at the turn of the 20th century contributed to seeing this new music, as one astringent critic put it, as the natural accompaniment to the death march of Western civilization as a whole. It was an unwelcome trend in the United States, exacerbating the pre-existing Negrophobia. On the other hand, there was the proliferation of electricity, feeding the popularity of the phonograph and recorded music. Thomas Edison's device marked the onset of the modern music industry and allowed musicians to reach into the most obscure corners of the planet. 81 The critic Leonard Feather argued that Kid Ory's Sunshine Blues and his Creole trombone were the first genuine recordings of black jazz, recorded, interestingly enough, in Los Angeles rather than New Orleans. 82 Ironically, recorded music simultaneously opened an income stream and yet another opportunity for exploitation. Electricity also facilitated the popularity of certain musical instruments, for example, the electric guitar, which transformed the music. The rise of electricity also dovetailed with the rise of radio, yet another device that propelled the new music. 83 But these technological advances also buoyed the increasingly strident critics alarmed by the popularity of music produced mostly by Negro men. The critic identified as Mrs. Marks E. Oberndorfer of the General Federation of Women's Clubs asked plaintively, "Does jazz put the sin in syncopation?" The answer was an emphatic yes. This music, it was said accusingly, was that expression of protest against law and order, that Bolshevik element of license, striving for expression in music. Concurring, Fenton T. Bott found that jazz is the very foundation and essence of salacious dancing. This alarmism grew as the sales of phonographs surged to 158 million by 1919, allowing for further dissemination of the music. One poster blared ominously, "Stop, help save the youth of America, don't buy Negro records." If you don't want to serve Negroes in your place of business, it was advised, then do not have Negro records on your jukebox or listen to Negro records on the radio. A radio station in Chicago was scorned for playing this music by Negroes. 84. This new music was compelled to assume an outlaw mantle, forcing musicians to constantly peer over their shoulders for angry antagonists. An improvisatory spirit stuck with the music even as it migrated northward to Chicago and New York and Kansas City. At any rate, in southern Louisiana, there was the difficulty of dealing with a police force that seemed to prey on Negro men. It was rare for a jazzman not to have spent at least one night sitting in a precinct lockup after a gig that somehow had gotten out of hand. One night in 1915, Sidney Bechet and King Oliver were enjoying a drink in a local tavern when a customer was shot dead right in front of their eyes, a riveting experience not designed to inspire confidence. Another time, an Oliver Ory band was raided by the police, and band members who could not come up with what today seems like a pittance in bail money had to spend a night in jail. A disenthralled Oliver fled to Chicago, which created an opening for Louis Armstrong, who soon joined him there, this after working as a bellboy, carpenter, coal cart driver, and stevedore. 85. One hypothesis suggests that as Storyville began to close during the late stages of the First World War, 1914 to 1918, a jazz diaspora was incited, though there is evidence to suggest that musicians were departing the Crescent City even earlier. Edmund Doc Souchon, guitarist and writer, born in 1897, claims that less than 5 to 10% of the musicians played in Storyville. 86. Then there came the impact of the Great War. This titanic conflict that saw numerous Africans in arms, often led to many being compelled to fight in Europe. Willie the Lion Smith earned his nickname in France during the war after manning what were called Big French 75 guns for 49 days straight. 87. St. Louis, just up the river and already a capital of sorts of ragtime, benefited from this scattering from New Orleans. Trumpeter Clark Terry, an early influence on Miles Davis, recalled the showboats plying the Mississippi River, while pointing out that a lot of the cats got off there, meaning the Missouri City, especially since this town was always known for beautiful, fine ladies. Besides, not unlike New Orleans, in St. Louis any days of the month, you'd have 3 or 4 parades in which musicians could display their talents. 88. There were other disincentives that argued against Negro musicians remaining in New Orleans. By 1902, Local 174 of the American Federation of Musicians was chartered and was strictly reserved for musicians defined as white. 89. Dancing to this beat, bandleader Papa Jack Lane, born in New Orleans in 1873, said of one musician, "When I found out he was a nigger, that's when I stopped hiring him. I saw his daddy and that was enough." As for the trombonist Dave Perkins, he did not realize he was a Negro since he was fair as a lily with blue eyes, the implication being that he too would be passed over for a job. Lane was not poor, his father was a contractor, undermining the argument that bigotry was purely a product of the Euro-American dispossessed, frightened by labor competition from across the color line. 90. Perforce, Union protections in Dixie meaning New Orleans were weak, where they needed to be strong, given the prevailing atmosphere. Pianist and guitarist, Frank Amaker, born in the Crescent City in 1890, recalled that often club owners would not notify bands they were fired, and band members would only ascertain this upon arriving to play and finding a new band in their place. 91. Despite the wealth they created for club owners, recording companies, and the like, these musicians often performed in adverse conditions, one factor among many in creating or worsening health problems. 92. Cornetist and bandleader Joseph King Oliver also developed dental problems, pyorrhea of the gums, according to his spouse, and was blind in one eye. He felt compelled to grant loans to his sidemen, who often did not repay him. Oliver became depressed, though unlike others similarly situated, he steered clear of alcohol, but that only harmed relations with his bandmates, who were not so inclined. 93. Evidently, the pyorrhea was an impediment to Oliver's horn playing, making it difficult for him to play certain notes. 94. Saxophonist George Big Nick Nicholas, born in 1922, asserted, saxophone player, trumpet player, they always have this problem with their teeth, so I had some work done on my lower mouth and it cost me 1,200, followed by a partial bridge put up in my upper part of my mouth. That cost 3,100. Through the years your mouth, your gums, and your bone structure are affected by the stress of playing with a device attached to your lips. All that pressure through the years, you know, it wears away and the bone structure wears away and then your gums recede. So I had 6 caps put in 1950 and my gums started receding. Fellow horn man Maynard Ferguson has all of his teeth capped. Sonny Rollins has got a lot of work. Coltrane had a lot of work done in his mouth. 95 The contemporary of Louis Armstrong, Norman Brownlee, recalled that the trumpeter roughened his mouthpiece by rubbing it on the curb, and this roughness apparently combined with a lot of pressure, causing his lips to deteriorate. 96 Reputedly, Sidney Bechet played a saxophone since the mouthpiece was easier on his teeth, compared to a clarinet. 97 Such was the occupational hazard of the horn man, following in the footsteps of Oliver. Sadly enough, it was not just teeth. Trumpeter Herman Autry, born in 1904, said late in life, "I have glaucoma and cataracts and all that junk." This meant a cornea transplant, adding, "I was blind once upon a time, 2 or 3 months, I guess." He seemed to connect this malady to bad whiskey and did not mention the occupational hazard of playing often in smoky cellars. His spouse had a job, keeping them both afloat. There was no pension or support otherwise from the union. From the union, he spat out, "They wish you would drop dead soon, because they don't want to pay that 1,000, speaking metaphorically. That's the worst union in the world," he maintained furiously. "I told them that, too, and they know it. They don't give a damn about nobody or help nobody, certainly not this Alabaman. They're the worst bunch of bastards, I told them. They know me." With gathering outrage, he proclaimed that if you go in there 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, even 2:30, they go home. The place is closed at 3:00. With gathering outrage, he insisted, "I'll starve to death before I go in there." 98. Pianist Oscar Peterson, born in 1925, was afflicted by the malady that often beset those who pounded the ivory keys for a living, arthritis in his hands. "It just hurts to play," he said, just as it hurt his many fans to be deprived of his consummate artistry. 99 Fellow keyboardist Horace Silver struggled with scoliosis. Is it possible that the problem he suffered from, the curvature of his spine, emanated from or was worsened by long nights bending over the piano while playing? 100. The cornetist Harrison Barnes, born in 1889, had dental problems too, an occupational hazard for those in his field. He played trombone, too. The seedy environments he performed in may shed light on why he contracted syphilis and how he was afflicted with a tumor big as a baseball, he said. And yet, despite his skill as a musician, he was forced to work almost 2 decades as a flue welder, simply to pay the bills. 101 Born in 1891, Joseph Fanborjo, whose nickname stemmed from his Chinese appearance, worked as a lottery vendor for 36 years, despite his ability as a pianist. One job was typical: the piano keys were so sharp that his hands could be left bloodied. 102. Suggestive of the discomfiting reality that horrendous conditions endured by skilled musicians have yet to disappear is that Herbie Hancock, one of today's leading keyboardists and now an elder statesman, recalled his early days when he was playing music into the wee hours every night and then trying to deliver mail all day. He was a complete wreck, he confessed, and actually fell asleep standing up. Unsurprisingly, he got sick too. 103. There was also the occupational hazard of getting from one gig to another. Saxophonist Arnett Cobb, born in 1918, suffered from pleurisy and tuberculosis, but in 1956 he endured a nearly fatal car accident that necessitated spinal surgeries and the use of crutches he'd require until he died in 1989. 104. Drummer Freddie Moore, born in 1900, endured an experience that was hardly atypical. He was playing in Duncan, Oklahoma, for a group of Euro-American customers, when one among this group, a cracker, in his words, pulled a blackjack and began to club him in the head. King Oliver grabbed the assaulter's wrist while shouting, "Don't do that, don't kill my drummer. That's the only drummer I've got here." The police were summoned, but more than a dozen of the assaulter's comrades declared they intended to lynch more. The shaken percussionist abandoned his drum set, clambered down a fire escape, and caught a freight train to Tulsa, the band's next stop. He dared not register at the hotel where the band was slated to stay for fear of being found. Instead, he resided with an unnamed landlady. 3 weeks later, he returned to Duncan with his face blackened and his hair longer, which foiled detection. But this adventure was not the end of his travails, for Oliver called him Skunkfoot since his feet perspired so much when drumming, which contributed to sore feet, at times hampering the removal of his shoes, not to mention generating a striking aroma. 105 The superb drummer Max Roach once observed that most of the good drummers have bad feet. Because you do a lot of exercising. You work. Sometimes I see somebody walking strangely. I say, it's got to be a drummer. 106 It was not just drummers. Reportedly, saxophonist Zoot Sims, born in 1925, had trouble with his feet because of having to stand and play on so many different engagements. 107. It was not simply the arduousness of performing, it was also that artists often had to perform when they might have been better off in a hospital bed, quarantined. Pianist Horace Silver confessed, "I once played in San Francisco with a 104-degree temperature, 108, a product of the show must go on mentality, as well as the inadequate bargaining power by artists that was a byproduct of this mantra." Scholar Frederick J. Spencer is not far wrong in concluding recently that it has become an accepted fact that jazz musicians tend to be more liable than other professionals to die early deaths, from drink, drugs, women sick or overwork. The venues for their performance, speakeasies, clubs, encouraged drinking and often were controlled by unsavory characters not opposed to using violence to attain goals. According to Spencer, a few jazz businessmen even preferred to hire addicts. Some record companies and club owners would only hire junkies. With them they could be sure they wouldn't insist on their rights. 109 In addition, according to scholar Ronald L. Morris, most leading jazz entertainers after 1880 were closely allied with racketeers, and the impresario and producer John Hammond believed no fewer than 3 in every 4 jazz clubs and cabarets of this distant period were either fronted, backed, or in some way managed by Jewish and Sicilian mobsters, though those of Irish origin were also prominent. 110. The new music, in short, got off to a rocky start, navigating and influenced by war, pogroms, racism, and adverse working conditions. Yet these formidable barriers could not restrain the rise of a music that proved to be sufficiently potent to overcome. 2. What did I do to be so black and blue? Prohibition, the era lasting roughly from 1920 to 1933, sought to restrict the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages. It happened to coincide with the proliferation of electricity, the advent of radios as a virtual home appliance, and the rise of phonograph records. All had a dynamic impact upon the enhanced popularity of the new music. As is now well known, the attempt to ban alcoholic beverages provided a boost for illicit sales, thereby empowering mobsters, who, in any case, already had a toehold in the nation's political economy. The music migrated into the emerging speakeasies, and as much as the supposed clampdown on New Orleans' Storyville, which was said to disperse musicians to Kansas City, hundreds of miles west, by the way, of the serpentine Mississippi River Highway northward, the new trends delivered a jolt of adrenaline, contributing mightily to the enhanced popularity of the new music. Though Prohibition and its demise has been seen as being transformative of the music, musician Milt Hinton thought it was the decline of silent movies that was critical, meaning a decline of pit orchestras, meaning fewer jobs particularly for violinists just as the Great Depression crept closer. 1 Lionel Hampton, bandleader and conservative, agreed with Hinton, and he mentioned in passing that it caused Hinton to switch from violin to a more supportive bass, since the opportunities for the former for a man like himself were not frequent. Point 2. Saxophonist Russell Procope, born in New York City in 1908, was stunned by the discordance delivered by Prohibition. It meant frequent raids, even the musicians' club they used to raid, he said, on any trumped-up excuse because they used to have gambling in the back room and all that is, poker tables and blackjack tables. The standing joke, he said, was you could go in almost any apartment house and knock on almost any door and get something to drink, meaning more opportunities for raids. Point 3. Prohibition may have contributed to a pre-existing climate of repression. It was not the proximate cause of what Eddie Bearfield endured in the 1920s. Some rich man hired him and his fellow musicians to play, but the cops caught them and beat them up and beat the guy that was giving the party. Some of the guys were crippled for the rest of their life and some of them died from it, and the cops broke up all their instruments. Another time he was in Benny Moten's band in Beaumont, Texas, and Jimmy Rushing was sitting on the bandstand with white socks on. A guy walked up there and pulled out his gun and said, "Nigger, take those white socks off." For the musical genius Art Tatum had similar experiences in his native Toledo, where he was born in 1909. Pool halls and gambling joints were owned mostly by a Detroit mobster who had ties to the criminal Purple Gang, which terrorized northern Ohio from the earliest days of Prohibition. Tatum honed his marvelous piano skills at Charlie's Chicken Shack, a night spot in a Negro neighborhood owned by Johnny Crockett, a place where mobsters were often found. Tatum at times played other gigs out of fear as a result of the pervasive influence of racketeers. Prohibition meant that these newer speakeasies were desperate for performers, a vacuum filled by the likes of Tatum. Point 5. As in Toledo, so it was in Harlem, in that Prohibition brought more night spots to the neighborhood. One estimate details that there were an astounding 22,000 speakeasies in Manhattan alone then, with a goodly number found uptown. Point 6. Beginning in 1923 and continuing for a decade, Harlem was characterized as the port said of the eastern seaboard of North America. Shortly after this fateful decade commenced, Owney Madden, the British-born jackanapes and racketeer, had compelled many African American club owners to sell their enterprises. Point 7. In further empowering mobsters, Prohibition brought more fear to musicians. Singled out in New York City were pianist Teddy Wilson and trumpeter Roy Eldridge. These two men were picked out to be examples in dissuading other musicians from moving downtown for a wage bonanza. Hyman Feats Edson was a manager of the film star George Raft, and both were in turn close friends of Owney Madden. Later, Edson managed Erskine Hawkins's band. This unsavory character began threatening to shoot off these musicians' fingers if they moved downtown. Unsurprisingly, Eldridge carried a weapon. As bandleader Artie Shaw put it, he saw himself as traveling through a hostile land, and he was right. 8. Neither Toledo nor Harlem were sui generis. In St. Louis in the 1920s, as the popularity of the new music continued to spread, members of the segregated local of the American Federation of Musicians began a campaign to stop white establishments from hiring Negro musicians. This campaign took the form of picket lines in front of these enterprises. The problem for the picketers was that often these clubs were owned by racketeers who were hardly about to be intimidated by nonviolent protest. Point 9. In a sense, this protest boomeranged and provided an incentive for gangsters to solidify ties with Negro artists. In some ways, what unfolded in the Mound City was a battle between the influential and virulently anti-Negro Ku Klux Klan and mobsters, embodied in the so-called Charlie Berger Gang, named after the man born as Shachna Itzik Berger, of Lithuanian Jewish origin. Wielding their machine guns expertly, the Berger Gang battled the KKK, and by the end of 1926 these terrorists, who also harbored anti-Semitism, were functionally inactive. Point 10. This did not happen through friendly persuasion. A typical incident occurred in September 1925 as a modest crowd was listening to a band, when without warning 3 men barged inside and opened fire with automatic weapons. Point 11. Before then a fracas erupted at a popular cabaret called Jazzland located at Grand and Easton not far from the Mississippi River. On one side was the Russo Gang, composed of Italian-American bootleggers. Their opponents included Klansmen known for holding mass rallies featuring thousands. At one gathering 1,000 men and 700 women were sworn in underneath two huge flaming crosses while Klan-friendly lawmen stood guard. Nonplussed after one confrontation, the gangsters sought to use dynamite against the KKK, also known to harbor anti-Catholic and anti-Italian forces. 12. Miles Davis was born in this region and he well knew of the bad gangs, real bad ones, he stressed, that proliferated in his homeland. Davis also knew of the infamous massacre of Negroes in East St. Louis in 1917 that featured organized criminal efforts by Euro-Americans. Black people there who survived used to talk about it. When I was coming up, said the trumpeter, black people I knew never forgot what sick white people had done to them back in 1917-13. Roughly, Prohibition provided Negro artists with a difficult choice, symptomatic of the harsh options encountered by Africans since their arrival on these shores, ally with racketeers to foil Klansmen. What Prohibition did, says bandleader, Cab Calloway, was place liquor under the control of the underworld gangs. And as long as the underworld controlled liquor, they controlled a number of clubs in Harlem as well, not to mention nationally, speaking of the sites where the new music was performed. There was booze all over the country in those days, he said knowingly, but there was more of it in Harlem. The profits were so handsome that bloody competition ensued, gang wars, with musicians often caught in the crossfire. Calloway recalled an attack in the 1920s on the aptly named Plantation Club in Harlem. All the windows of the club had been broken and pieces of half the tables and chairs were on the sidewalk and in the street, leaving this performance venue in a shambles, and the mirrors on the walls, smashed to smithereens. Somebody had taken an axe to the tables and chairs. The hanging chandeliers had been pulled down and smashed, apparently at the behest of a competitor, the owners of the Cotton Club. In response, a few weeks later, Harry Block, a comrade of Owney Madden, suspected of sponsoring the assault, was found dead, his lifeless body riddled with bullets in the elevator of his apartment building. This violent atmosphere did not leave musicians unaffected, inexorably influencing their performances. Calloway recalled playing at the Crazy Cat at 48th and Broadway in Manhattan. 4 guys were sitting there with their coats and hats, from the mob. Wide-brimmed hats, long cloth coats, one of them had on shades. They were all white guys. I tried to be cool but inside I was scared to death. These men were exemplars of pure muscle, for the mob didn't play games. They were for real. The performance setting was meant to transmit a not-so-subtle message. Thus, at the Cotton Club, said Calloway, the bandstand was a replica of a Southern mansion from the slavery era, even the name Cotton Club was supposed to convey the Southern feeling. I suppose, he mused. The idea was to make whites who came to the club feel like they were being catered to and entertained by black slaves. But it was not just Harlem that was unsettling. Calloway recalled a performance in St. Petersburg, Florida, where a racist patron tossed a bottle that bounced off the head of his drummer, Lester Maxey, leaving the dazed man, bleeding like a stuck pig. Then in Texas he found a white man could hit a Negro in the mouth if he wanted to but had to pay a $300 fine as a token. His bandmate Benny Payne was thus assaulted but fought back, with a riot ensuing at the club. 14. Interviewed by pianist Dr. Billy Taylor, the bassist Milt Hinton corroborated the story about racists paying $300 for the opportunity to punch a Negro in the face. They hit Cab Calloway. This is the God's honest truth, he added to calm the doubters. We had to get off the bandstand and go down underneath, and that began Cab Calloway not wanting to do a lot of travelin' down there, meaning Dixie. For a black group to come down with all this sophistication, they didn't like it too very much there. As Calloway himself put it, you comin' down here all sharp like New York slickers and you had to watch yourself as a result. Since, said Hinton, they didn't like us comin' down with all those beautiful shows. 15. Hinton added that seeking succor in Negro neighborhoods brought no necessary surcease. Usually traveling musicians got overcharged by the local hotel owners and the people who ran the rooming houses. All of them were black, he said, but that didn't matter. They knew we couldn't stay in the bigger places. Ruefully, Hinton observed, we all resented this kind of treatment. Hinton thought that in turn whites in these towns would try to turn local blacks against us, contributing to a circle of distrust. 16. The Cotton Club, while barring Negroes as customers, hired Negro women as dancers and the like, though they had to be of lighter skin, worsening a rift among African Americans, making them more susceptible to exploitation. 17. The influence of racketeers also facilitated horrendous conditions for labor. Lena Horne recalls that when she tried to quit working there, bosses made it clear this was unacceptable, instructing that nobody had any right to quit a cotton club job, a kind of neo-slavery apparently. They punctuated their objection when they got nasty. They beat him up. Speaking of her agent, they dunked his head in the toilet bowl and threw him out. 18. The former Cotton Club dancer Howard Johnson recalled that Horne's stepfather was beaten unmercifully by thugs because he once took issue when the mobsters refused to raise Lena's pay. 19. Organized crime was not a force for racial equality. In other words, mobsters enforced a system that undergirded Jim Crow, rudely imposing noxious effects on Negroes. Black people visited Small's Paradise in Harlem, though musician Danny Barker suggests there was a trickle-down aspect of Jim Crow in that black Cubans visited yet another club, while Barbadians went to another, and people from Virginia to another, and so on. 20. Dempsey J. Travis, the Chicago-based writer, also spoke disparagingly of this conflicted era, the 1920s, when Owney Madden controlled the East Coast's booze and beer distribution, Al Capone reigned over Chicago and its environs, Johnny Lazia controlled the police, liquor, and gambling in Kansas City, Missouri, and the Purple Gang dominated Detroit's subculture, all sites where the new music began to flourish. These cities, says Travis, were controlled by the jazz slave masters, and some of the very best black musicians were their serfs. Talented jazz musicians were chained to bands and specific nightclubs and saloons in the same manner as the antebellum Negroes were shackled to plantations. They were inmates behind the cotton curtain, an apt metaphor since control from the top was so pervasive that many musicians found it difficult to perform at a site not of a boss's choosing. This was all racially and ethnically coded, he said, since the keepers of the cash box were usually Jewish or Italian, and occasionally, they were mob-connected blacks. 21. His recollection was substantiated by the jazz singer Ada Bricktop Smith, born in West Virginia in 1894, who ultimately chose voluntary exile in Mexico after a lengthy stay as a club owner in France. No one in the saloon business can avoid gangsters, hoods, petty crooks, and other types of criminals, she conceded. This was a built-in nuisance. In 1924 she opened her Parisian night spot and, she confessed, by then the French underworld was beginning to take some cues from American gangsters. They got them from American gangster movies, pointing to these cinematic tributes as a primer in that it led these Parisians into organizing protection rackets, indicating the global reach of U.S. piratical tactics. For these men could quickly get nasty, and those who protested found themselves at the wrong end of a bullet or a switchblade. As in the United States, these Gallic imitators also pushed prostitution, and each time they were more threatening, and then various illegal drugs. She began to arm herself as a result, mimicking those back home, the difference being that a black woman in North America most likely would have had difficulty opening a club in the first instance. 22. Horn man Benny Carter, born in 1907, in the early 1930s became acquainted with George Rich. He was a great fan of mine, he conceded, who was a sporting gentleman, a euphemism for gangster. When the Club Harlem was being liquidated, then in a losing rivalry with the Cotton Club, Rich intervened. When Carter visited him, he started raising cushions, getting up cash from this chair, upholstered chair, and from this sofa, and I never saw so much money, just being dug up right in front of me, and the next day he became the owner of the Club Harlem. His motivation? You've got to have a place for your band, he told Carter, who, staggered, pointed out, his only purpose for buying the club was to keep my band together. After a messy split with his spouse, Carter was pretty broke, and George loaned me $150 to pay my fare back to Paris. Thus arose Benny Carter and the Club Harlem Orchestra 23. Not coincidentally, this beau geste also obligated the composer, arranger, and bandleader to this questionable patron. This is no trifling matter since, according to critic Leonard Feather, Carter was a trailblazer because as a bandleader he was the first genuine full-scale integrator, even though Benny Goodman is often given credit for this feat. But, says Feather, the bespectacled clarinetist hesitated to hire Coleman Hawkins at the behest of John Hammond, the producer. The emphasis on Goodman's purported trailblazing has hindered the necessity of focusing on others. For example, Feather stresses the path-breaking efforts of Rex Stewart, perhaps the music's reigning intellectual, who was crossing the color line in hiring as early as 1934 in Harlem. 24. As ever, those at the top of the pyramid of capitalism were the beneficiaries in the first instance. This list included Arnold Rothstein, termed by his biographer as King of the Jews, who helped to fund the groundbreaking Negro musical Shuffle Along, which propelled the career of pianist U.B. Blake. Rothstein's personal aide, Thomas A. Farley, born in Virginia in 1875, was a gentleman of color who had his tuition to Columbia University paid by his benefactor. Rothstein was also accused of being one of the earliest of the drug dealers, reportedly importing 1,250 pounds of heroin and allying with opium dealers. 25 Pianist Fats Waller was friendly with Rothstein, though understandably wary of him. 26 Rothstein was not singular, for New York City also featured the presence of mobster Caspar A. Holstein, whose roots were in the former Danish West Indies, recently purloined by Washington from Copenhagen. 27 By the 1920s he was running the Saratoga Club in Harlem. 28 One of Holstein's comrades was another personality of Caribbean heritage, Stephanie St. Clair, born in Guadeloupe. Like others, she was concerned when he was kidnapped at gunpoint shortly after betting more than $30,000 at Belmont Park. At the time he was sporting jewelry worth a like amount and thus a $50,000 ransom was demanded. Ultimately, he was released at 140th Street and Amsterdam in Harlem after frenetic negotiations. Shortly thereafter, Rothstein was shot in a New York hotel. This attack on the man viewed as the kingpin of Jewish organized crime was also viewed with grave concern by his comrades, as a small fortune tied up in gambling and speakeasies was at stake. But the problem for his Negro competitors was their lack of influence at City Hall, which meant they were to suffer greatly from police harassment, which proved to be undermining. 29. The pervasiveness of Jim Crow continued to hamper the ability of Negroes to gain a foothold in the nightclub business and other venues where the new music was beginning to flourish. On the other hand, the Great Migration, or the mass movement north from Dixie and the Caribbean to urban centers, also delivered the right to vote from those fleeing the Deep South and enhanced political power that could be leveraged for economic gain. Chicago was an example of this trend. What was called policy or playing the numbers was an ostensibly illegal lottery of sorts that was termed the biggest black-owned business in the world with combined annual sales, sometimes reaching the $100 million mark and employing tens of thousands. Negroes profiting from this enterprise at times dabbled in the arts, bringing opportunities for musicians. These entrepreneurs underwrote a thriving urban culture of theaters, dance halls, and the like. Those profiting included Jesse Binga, Eudora Johnson Binga, Fenton Johnson, and John Mushmouth Johnson. But as so often happened, the authorities viewed Negro wealth, particularly if produced by questionable means, with a more jaundiced eye than that generated by others similarly situated, particularly since their Euro-American competitors were often connected politically and able to wield such power on behalf of their cronies. Mr. Binga, banker, was arrested, convicted, and imprisoned and eventually became a janitor. Still, it was undeniable that a dazzling excitement emerged from this combination of Negro gambling syndicates, Negro entertainment, and the related desire to forge black politics in order to elude the crushing of the 2.30. Near the center of these trends was the famed pugilist Jack Johnson, a bass fiddler of note in his own right, who opened a popular club in Chicago as early as 1912.31. Despite the problems faced by Negro musicians in places like Chicago, it was undeniable that compared to Dixie, including New Orleans, 32 migration northward had a liberating impact. This liberation was enjoyed noticeably by the pimps, card sharks, pool hustlers, and drug dealers who came to populate Bronzeville and the clubs there. 33 musician Milt Hinton found it unsurprising that Chicago emerged as a pole star of the new music, particularly compared to New York City, since the Illinois town had 3 times as many blacks as the eastern city, meaning 3 times as many theaters and nightclubs as New York. 34. Chicago was an unpropitious site for the ascension of this music. Prior to the influx of Negroes during the First World War era, Chicago already was known as a place where mobsters had deep influence over politics and judges. Labor racketeering was detected there as early as the 1890s, and criminally inclined comrades virtually controlled nearby Cicero, Stone Park, Calumet, and Chicago Heights. 35. It took a while for black political power to bloom in Chicago, and in the interregnum a gang war erupted in the 1920s with Al Capone emerging triumphant. The firebombing of clubs was not uncommon, with musicians caught in the crossfire. Similar warfare was detonated in Harlem with a Negro-owned club falling victim, contributing to the rise in this Manhattan neighborhood of Capone's colleagues and imitators. This led to violent attacks on musicians, giving rise to a desire for protection which took the form of self-help, that is, carrying of weapons and banding together in unions, or allying with one gangster faction to foil another. This latter factor influenced certain musicians to tout the wares of their protectors, which could mean more references to controlled substances in their music and lyrics. 36 The Italian mobster was viewed as one of the most important impresarios of the new music, hiring musicians to entertain at his enterprises. 37 Indeed, Capone has been called the patron saint of the new music. It was in Chicago that the saxophone was popularized and rapidly became the paradigmatic instrument of jazz. 38 The blaring of these horns could hardly drown out the cacophony of gunshots, for in 1926-27 most notably, there was an unbelievable skein of violence and carnage. 39 Louis Armstrong arrived in Chicago during this tense moment, and mobsters helped him to get his first job in New York City after he arrived there from the Midwest in 1924.40. Armstrong was subjected to extortion by plug uglies early on. His life was threatened unless he forked over a sizable portion of the money he received from performing. Still, it was whispered that these threats were propelled by musical competitors defined as white who resented his popularity. 41. The ties Armstrong forged in Chicago shaped his career trajectory. Joe Glazer, who helped to shape his career as a manager and agent, was seen as a front for Capone via running one of the mobster's brothels. His venality was exposed when he was indicted for rape. In a sense, Armstrong chose one set of thugs to protect him against another, such was the sorry plight of musicians then. Glazer's mob connections meant that Armstrong was at times slated to appear in mob-tied joints, such as Ciro's in Philadelphia. These shark-infested waters also contributed to Armstrong accusing his then-spouse, the protean pianist, composer, and arranger Lil Hardin, who helped to shape his repertoire and early popularity, of running around with one of the Chicago pimps while I was at work. Thus, a rift developed between the trumpeter and the woman who masterminded his early career. 42. Andy Kirk, the bandleader, tubist, and saxophonist born in 1898, said that Glazer acted like a crook. The fact that he almost did hard time in prison based on credible accusations of raping teenage girls added credence to this perception. "Nobody likes a little nigger pussy better than Joe Glazer," was his profane response. By 1928, he had received a 10-year sentence for attacking a 14-year-old girl. Still, a grateful Satchmo argued that Glazer saved me from the gangsters. Besides music and boxing, the well-connected Glazer introduced the future movie mogul Jules Stein to mob mouthpiece Sidney Korshak. "Everyone knew that Stein worked for Al Capone in Chicago," remarked actor Robert Mitchum, indicating the reach of organized racketeering. 43 Like Kirk, bassist Milt Hinton was no fan of Glazer either. He was the guy we all disliked because he was a terror. I knew him, I knew his mother, he said of a man he dismissed as a mere pimp. 44. Glazer was born in 1897 and raised in Chicago, and admits to running a booking agency at 127 North Dearborn by the early 1920s as musicians began descending upon the town. 45. He also owned and operated the Sunset Cafe, which later became the Grand Terrace, both hotspots for the new music. He claims that he boosted Armstrong's career when he hired him for Carol Dickinson's band, where he played one St. trumpet. 46. Glazer, the son of a physician, intended on following in his father's footsteps before he discovered an aversion to the sight of blood. He then left medical school. Often accused of running a plantation, he also managed boxers, including such titans as Sugar Ray Robinson, Sonny Liston, and the man then known as Cassius Clay. He also dabbled in dog breeding and baseball. The wealth accrued allowed him to tool around town in a Rolls-Royce. 47. Prohibition's end, in other words, did not end opportunities for corrupt profiteering. It simply allowed exploiters to move their ill-gotten gains into other businesses or deepen their penetration of the music business. 48. The blustering Glazer, backed up by mobsters, had a grating voice and a low boiling point that terrified those forced to endure his unbridled wrath. 49. Profane curses and brutal imprecations were directed at those who displeased him, including clients responsible for his wealth, not to mention those seeking to hire his clients. 50. The tough voice and evil temperament terrified anyone confronted for the first time by his wrath. The Chicago Defender, a lodestar of the Negro press, reported in 1928 that Glazer was a firm member of the Al Capone Organization. 51. And was said to have administered an opium pad. The mob-connected lawyer Sidney Korshak was Glazer's attorney, helping to make sure he did not wind up behind bars. The comedian and actor Bob Hope, who was to become fabulously wealthy, was also a Glazer client. Still, Armstrong was a prized client, as suggested by Glazer's impecuniousness when he first met the trumpeter. Soon he was raking in tens of thousands of dollars per week, with Armstrong a major reason why. In return, Glazer gifted a Star of David with rubies on a gold chain that adorned Armstrong's neck for the rest of his life. The cynicism of this arrangement was exposed when Glazer purportedly said of those like Armstrong, "These shines are all alike. They're so lazy." But the artist had few options. In the early 1930s he was confronted by cutthroats who demanded money and offered to protect him for a fee, inducing Armstrong to flee to Europe. 52, where he spent a year nursing a lip worn by overwork. 53. This was a wise exit on his part, since these mobsters had demanded $6,000 and threatened to murder him if he did not comply. 54. Safely abroad, Armstrong then unburdened himself, telling a journalist about the anxiety he felt when these miscreants invaded his dressing room in Chicago. "I stood up to them," he said from the safety of Europe, though quickly he called for help. "Thereafter I had a bodyguard of 6 men, and one night the gangsters shot at me through the window of my motor car." That really was the start of the campaign, he said with anger, adding boldly, "I had the opportunity to defy them." 55. Glazer made no secret of his ties to Capone, apparently feeling that it could be intimidating. Shine was not the only disparaging term he heaped on his Negro clients. He added Schwartz's, a like insult. The critic Nat Hentoff once saw a painting of the antebellum South on the wall of his office, featuring happy darkies playing banjo and singing. 56. Glazer was asked once how he became involved in show business. "On account of the whorehouses," was his prompt reply, implying that enterprises tied to the performing arts. Digging into the bottom drawer of his desk, he extracted a photo of 2 old brownstones. The picture revealed 2 men standing by a used car lot with a large sign reading Joe Glazer's Used Car Symposium. One man was Glazer, the other was Roger Toohey, one of his salesmen, an apprenticeship before he became a leading racketeer and a supplier for Glazer's brothels. 57. Jimmy McPartland, a former spouse of the more celebrated Marion, a pianist, confirms that everybody worked for the mob in Chicago. "Al Capone used to come into one place where I was, he'd send one of his torpedoes over with a 50 or a 100. One night one of them shot a hole in Jim Lanigan's bass and then asked him how much a new one would cost, a maneuver that doubtlessly was attention-grabbing. 58. Earl Fata Hines, the pianist, born in 1903, knew well the racketeer-influenced Grand Terrace in Chicago where he often performed. They always had 4 or 5 men there floating near me and pistol play was recurrent. I was heading for the kitchen one night and this guy went pounding past and another guy came up behind me and told me to stand still and rested a pistol on my shoulder and aimed at the first guy and would have fired if the kitchen door hadn't swung shut in time. Some of the waiters even had pistols. Unabashedly, he confessed, racketeers owned me too, but fortunately, as the progressive movement gained momentum, Hines said he bought my way out of the Grand Terrace in 1940 after I finally learned about all the money I was making and wasn't seeing 59. Hines worked routinely from 10:30 in the evening until 4:30 in the morning, 7 nights per week. Despite the violent madness swirling all around, he and his bandmates were like 3 monkeys, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Otherwise you might be found dead in Jackson Park someplace. 60. The critic Stanley Dance commented about the pianist, there is scarcely anything he hates more than writing letters. 61. Unsurprisingly, and to the detriment of history, but perhaps a reflection of nervousness about committing innermost thoughts to paper for fear of where they might end up. Seeking to protect the value of this performer, Capone provided Hines with a bodyguard. Unlike other artists, Hines said he did not pack a pistol, though he had an astonishing 40 or 50 bodyguards alongside him. He may have needed everyone when he arrived in Valdosta, Georgia. Some hecklers in the crowd turned off the light and exploded a bomb under the bandstand. Sometimes when we came into a town, the driver of our chartered bus would tell us to move to the back of the bus to make it look all right and not get anyone riled up. The problem? Those soaked in the brine of Jim Crow never expected to see the Negroes dressed like we were, have the intelligence and self-assurance that we had. We were the first freedom riders, said a weary Hines later, speaking of his travails then. It was brutal in those days. As for mobsters, he said, I knew Al Capone like I'm talking to you. He used to come to the Grand Terrace 2 or 3 times a week and he would say, I don't like your handkerchief. And fix the handkerchief and there was a $50 bill in it. 62. Pittsburgh was no heaven, said Hines, speaking of his former city of residence, but when I got to Chicago, I thought it was the worst town in the world. I found some of the most dangerous people in the country on 35th Street when I started working there. I knew how to duck and dodge, but somebody was always getting hurt. Everybody carried a gun and you had to act as though you were at least a bit bad. 63. Hines was a stern critic of the evolving economic underpinning of the music business. A good part of the blame for the doldrums that has many top-rate musicians toting bags in railroad stations belongs with the handful of booking agents who are strangling jazz with their monopoly hold, he said. This was a hangover from the days when gangsters muscled in on the entertainment world and used nightclubs as a front for their rackets. I know because I indirectly worked for the mob. There's not a single big name of the show world. Duke Ellington, Cab Calloway, Louis Armstrong, who haven't at one time or another had contact with the syndicates, meaning mobsters. 64. The aforementioned pianist, composer, and bandleader Duke Ellington, born in 1899 in Washington, D.C., had a similar experience near the same time. While performing in Chicago, mobsters sought to extort him. They presented their demand to Sam Fleischnick, who was then the Washingtonians' road manager. All our boys carry guns, he replied, adding with gusto, if you want to shoot it out, we'll shoot it out. The suave Ellington considered fleeing when he heard of this contretemps, but then he telephoned the influential owner of a Manhattan club and this man arranged for the Ellington band to survive without overt molestation in Chicago. 65. But mimicking Armstrong, he forged an alliance with Irving Mills, born in Russia in 1894, who somehow became the publisher of some of the pianist's most famous compositions, including It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing, Sophisticated Lady, and Mood Indigo, which enriched this manipulator and his descendants. 66 Mills also was an agent for Cab Calloway. Mills succeeded Mogale after, said the band leader, the mob and Herman Stark intervened. 67 John Hammond, who worked for Mills, was moved to remark how tremendously Duke was being exploited by Mills. A consensus has emerged that Mills's lengthy and fabulously successful career was underwritten by his lion's share of Ellington's copyrighted tunes. 68 It was not just Ellington, however. Evidently, Fats Waller, on July 17, 1929, for a pittance, assigned all rights, title, and interest in such iconic tunes as Ain't Misbehavin' and, ironically, What Did I Do to Be So Black and Blue and other leading compositions to Mills. 69 Thus, by December 1944, Waller's widow was advised solemnly that she visit the Collector of Internal Revenue and advise him that you have received no income from your husband's estate. 70 The restrained Leonard Feather termed questionable the practice of Mills of putting his name on Ellington's compositions. I don't think he wrote a note of music in his life, he said of Mills. Mills, said Feather, even placed his name on a composition, Mighty Like the Blues, that the critic wrote. In response to Mills, Ellington formed Tempo Music, one of the first Negro-owned publishing companies, a move soon emulated by Jimmy Lunsford. W. C. Handy was among the very first Negro composers to become a publisher, said Feather, while adding accurately that it remained very difficult for anybody black to make much headway because of the tremendous amount of racism that was prevalent in the United States. 71 Ellington well knew that the modus operandi of these unscrupulous thugs included dropping in on targeted clubs, shutting the doors, and ordering the entire staff band, chorus girls, and singing and dancing waiters to put on a show, with failure to comply inviting brutal retaliation. Ellington probably knew of likewise situated night spots in his own town of Washington, while in Chicago he spoke directly of the unfortunate tuba player Mac Shaw. The police, gangsters, or somebody had caught Mac out in Chicago, beaten his face in and broken up all the bones. This cat would be blowing his tuba and blow out a loose bone. He had a whole lot of loose bones in his face and he'd just put them together again and continue blowing. Ellington was an habitué of the Cotton Club in Manhattan and knew that this enterprise was connected in turn to mobsters both in the Empire State and Philadelphia. Little brotherly love was exuded when gangsters in the latter town were seeking to induce a club owner there to allow Ellington to escape a gig there so that his band could perform in Manhattan. A few well-chosen words proved to be convincing, and Ellington and his band headed hurriedly northward. 72 Ellington, who was the subject of a 1931 kidnapping plot, came to carry a pistol, along with his entire band, he confided. 73 Sited at 142nd Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem, the Cotton Club generally barred Negroes from entering, even when they arrived alongside others not so designated. As was the case generally, the local police sternly warned that racially mixed couples should be barred. It had been owned by Bernard Levy, well known as a bootlegger and numbers banker 74 before the notorious racketeer Owney Madden seized control. 75 Madden was quite the character, according to Ellington drummer Sonny Greer. He was over Dutch Schultz, Al Capone, and all of them. Madden was a little, tiny guy. Talked like a girl with an accent that betrayed his British origins, but he also owned a casino in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and thus was familiar with the worst Jim Crow had to offer. Yet, said Greer, he loved Duke because him and Duke used to sit up and play grits and all that, coon-can all night long. He loved Duke and he loved me. Mercer Ellington, the bandleader's son, realized that Madden appreciated the profit generated by these artists, allowing for money laundering so that cash from his illicit enterprises could be sanitized. It was a way to turn over a good front. Barney Bigard, another bandmate, sensed a split between Madden and Capone, leaving Ellington to lean toward the former. This guy was Duke's bodyguard. He'd go get Duke from the theater with his machine gun between his legs, and they had bulletproof glass. You see, there were two factions. They had to protect their men from each other. 76 Like many mobsters, Madden had varied political ties, including to the still potent Tammany Hall in New York City. 77. Ellington was not the only musician who had to confront the malignant influence of organized crime. My Uncle Richard and Al Capone had a good business relationship, said vibraphonist Lionel Hampton. Capone called my uncle every day. Hampton, who became a key fundraiser for the Republican Party, saw the mobster as a kind of latter-day Medici, responsible for the rise of the new music. History has proved that Al Capone was the savior of the black musicians in those days. His nightclubs alone employed hundreds. 78 Hampton, born in 1908, received his first vibraphone from a wealthy uncle who had been the leading bootlegger on Chicago's South Side and also served as manager for songstress Bessie Smith. 79. Musician Mez Mezzrow, born in 1899, who learned to play the sax in Pontiac Reformatory, knew that Capone owned a piece of the Arrowhead, a favorite haunt of clubbers, as well as the whole town, including the suburbs. The club was sited in neighboring Indiana. As a result of this ownership tie, the music itself was downgraded, termed contemptuously nigger music and whorehouse music, with those plying their trade in this musical form looked down on. As for Burnham, Indiana, the site of these escapades, it was basically a Capone subsidiary, ensuring degradation. There never was a town sewed up as tight as Burnham, said Mezzrow of a town that was under the syndicate. The chief of police was our bartender and all the waiters were aldermen. 80 agreeing, trumpeter and bandleader Max Kaminsky argued that during the 1920s almost everyone in Chicago in those days was sooner or later, in one way or another, mostly another, involved with racketeers and gangsters. 81. Playing before often drunken audiences, replete with racists with pistols, Armstrong and other artists were vulnerable, as they focused on their performances and not necessarily the dangers that lurked. Then there was the basic issue: would one be paid after working? Danny Barker saluted Bert Hall, a trombonist, politician, and gambler who left Chicago for New York City and attracted adherents when he helped to introduce reforms into the Musicians' Union local that were welcomed by Negro members who had been victimized more than most by employers who refused to pay performers, serving further to explain Armstrong's tie-up with Glazer. Barker also recalled that Jelly Roll Morton was among the artists who was forever beefing about being cheated by the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, ASCAP, and the mangling of his copyright protection and how he was induced to sign his songs over to some publishers and they became wealthy but Jelly received no royalties as the composer. Then those like Morton were cheated further when a whole lot of black music wasn't played on radio stations, theaters, and Hollywood movies. This was done purposely through racism. In a metaphorical ending for the man who was said to have invented the new music, Barker recalled that an old underworld acquaintance of Jelly's, a dope fiend and a notorious thief, sneaked into the undertaking parlor during the night and with a chisel and a hammer, removed the 4-carat diamond from Jelly's front tooth. 82 and then departed. Being cheated was part of the job of being a Negro musician then. We were stranded all over the United States, said saxophonist Eddie Bearfield, born in 1909. Why? At times, the promoter would not pay them or sometimes the guys would run off with the money after the intermission and leave us. 83 One could not necessarily trust the band leader or his favored mates. Once he told a band he was with that he was departing for Cab Calloway's group, and a free-for-all on the bandstand ensued and everybody jumped on me but Roy Eldridge and one other. I was just throwing guys all over the bandstand. We fought all the way down to the hotel for 10 or 15 blocks, followed by fighting in the cars. Yet they didn't pay me anyway and I ended up with a black eye. 84. Clubs that featured performances of the new music had appeared in Manhattan in the 1920s. The Village Vanguard, which became the premier venue for star artists, started as an all-purpose entertainment joint in 1934 but quickly turned to jazz. It is likely that it is the oldest club where this music is played in the world, or outside of New Orleans, at least. By 1936, Nick Rongetti, a lawyer and aficionado of the music, opened an eponymous club, Nick's, at the corner of 7th Avenue and 10th Street, which highlighted so-called traditional jazz. By 1945, as the music reached a critical turning point, Eddie Condon opened a club carrying his surname, with gangster backing, indicating that this force remained resonant. 85. This traditional form of the music was exemplified by the appropriately named Paul Whiteman, who somehow gained the moniker King of Jazz. Like LaRocca, his being surrounded by African American musicians did not seem to impact him positively but instead seemed to engender the opposite reaction, as when he bet on the size of the penis of Negro musician Wilbur Daniels. Of course, this was during a time when these descendants of the enslaved were routinely and insultingly referred to as jigabos. 86. This was during a time, says pianist Dr. Billy Taylor, when white artists took most of the credit for jazz. 87. This was also during a time when the music was seen as a vector of degradation propelled by the degraded, particularly in the degradation of women defined as white. 88. What this hysterical reaction reflected was that African American artists were talented and, at times, had celebrity and income, making them attractive to some Euro-American women, a confluence of circumstances that at times had generated violence and lynching. The clubs where the music was performed were often the site of what was termed euphemistically as race mixing, seen as a foretaste of the collapse of the color line generally, meaning stiffer competition for resources, and sex. 89. This injurious influence had an impact on artists. At a time when much music degraded Negroes as prancing, dancing, and fighting, the eminent composer and violinist Will Marion Cook, born in 1869, was said to carry a weapon, but worse, he took his anti-New Deal propaganda to outspoken heights. 90. It was Cook who controversially demanded a boycott of Louis Armstrong given his management ties, since the Jews of Hollywood, the stage etc. exploit only the worst and basest of my race. Let's stop it now. This would have been bad enough if he had chosen to stop there, but, instead, he punctuated his inflamed remarks with Heil Hitler. He had studied music in Berlin. 91 and was an example of Negroes whose outlook had been so warped by the United States that they turned to outright fascism. As Prohibition was lurching to a close, coincidentally the Great Depression began to bite, inducing a further outflow of musicians from New Orleans. The mostly Euro-American musicians who came to characterize the music known as Dixieland also included musicians who reflected the dominant culture of Jim Crow, hampering the ability of interracial combos, further limiting opportunities for black musicians. 92. Danny Barker was among the artists forced to flee northward, in his case, to New York City. Pushing them out was the prospect of more money. Make more money. Being treated better than in Dixie, though some stayed there, meaning Louisiana, because their wives didn't want them to go. Yet, Barker continued, the Depression set and there was no work since this wave of misery hit the South earlier than it hit other parts of the country. After arriving in New York he found more suffering musicians, dying of grief, including those with great talent. They became alcoholics. They became dope addicts, bums on the street begging for nickels. They'd be downtown with their hands out, begging, taking pity. His spouse fed more musicians than the Salvation Army, to the point where Barker had to put iron bars by the doors to keep them from kicking down my kitchen door. As for New York, he said with bitter experience, it'll make a man out of you or kill you, all that goes with the music. 93. 1 o'clock jump. It was not just Chicago and Harlem and Paris that benefited from the mass flight from Dixie. Roy Wilkins, who was to become a leader of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, was residing in Kansas City during this era. This Midwestern metropolis on the Missouri-Kansas border was a hotbed of organized crime and Jim Crow, too. The difference with Dixie was the ability of many more to cast a vote, and that modicum of political power was hardly minor and certainly was perceived as such by those fleeing Arkansas and Mississippi for this town. Still, Wilkins recalled then that in those days, even good manners could be a crime for a black man, and apartheid was prevalent right down to the bootstraps in that neighborhoods, schools, churches, hospitals, theaters, and just about everything else were as thoroughly segregated as anything in Memphis. There was a large black ghetto, said Wilkins, that proved to be a hothouse for the flourishing of emerging musical trends. Most Negroes in town, he said, were jammed into the Central East Side, while on the North Side, there were Italians and Negroes who lived easily side by side, though this was in a sense illusory since there didn't seem to be any limit to what the white people would do to keep blacks from moving up, including violence. The Kansas City Star, the major mainstream newspaper, did not report on the bombings designed to keep Negroes from moving into apartheid neighborhoods and refused to print even a photograph of a Negro. This miasma of intimidation meant, he said, that almost all entertaining was done in the home, because the Jim Crow laws barred black people from most public watering holes, theaters, and the like. This presupposed that those willing to violate this brutal edict were sufficiently hardened to be unafraid of confrontation. Wilkins, a journalist for the Negro Press, was told by the authorities that he was a marked man because of his willingness to expose illegal activity, a salient factor that ultimately contributed to his departure for Manhattan. 1. Others were not as lucky in escaping and had to deal with the far-reaching political machine of Tom Pendergast, who was sufficiently powerful to propel one of his underlings, Harry S. Truman, into the White House. As in Chicago, there were Negro jazz raids, this time aided by the city's police chief, John Miles. At that point, KCMO had more murders per capita than Chicago, but the authorities seemed preoccupied with rousting Negro musicians and club owners. The pressure placed on both, which induced frazzled harriedness, may have played a role in the impromptu performances now known as jam sessions too. Brothels and gambling joints flourished under Pendergast's dominion, as he invested heavily in construction materials, liquor, taxicabs, hotels, and racetracks, all of which were facilitated by his political tentacles stretching from the suites to the streets. 3 Time magazine, then arbiter of middlebrow opinion, announced with wonder in 1934 that Pendergast's machine was responsible for nominating and electing a mere county judge, Harry S. Truman, to the U.S. Senate for as early as 1931. Truman gushed, "I am obligated to the big boss," speaking of Pendergast, who, he claimed curiously, was all man 5. Pendergast was ruthless, with a quick and at times violent temper, made more menacing by his coarse, gravelly voice. Thousands worked for him, including those who tended to his horses. He was a hopelessly addicted gambler on horses, and during the depths of the Great Depression he bet millions of dollars monthly, sometimes losing $100,000 in a single day, a loss facilitated by the immense profits he garnered from payoffs, kickbacks, bribes, and other bounties of graft. Because of his mismanagement, Kansas City had the greatest per capita deficit ever accumulated by a U.S. municipality. He routinely deployed thugs at electoral polls to guarantee results. His crew included plug uglies, ruffians, and ex-convicts who would beat senseless any who complained. He thus had a unique tie to the underworld, yet Senator Truman assailed his prosecutors from the floor of Congress. 6. This rationalization occurred, although threats, violence, and bombings accompanied Negro attempts to escape neighborhoods where they were consigned. Red light districts favorable to brothels were cited routinely in Negro neighborhoods too, and then grew exponentially during the Pendergast reign since his machine schemed a percentage of their profits. Pendergast and his comrade Johnny Lazia installed other forms of vice in Negro vicinities. Naturally, police were far more draconian in confronting Negro-operated vice, as opposed to other varieties. There was a harbinger of the post-1932 shift of the Negro vote nationally from the Republicans to the Democrats. In brief, this shift was evident as early as 1925 in Kansas City. Ellis Burton and Felix Payne, Negro gamblers and nightclub owners, were in the vanguard of this epochal transition. However, this didn't bar the 1929 kidnapping of Payne by his alleged business partners with the order to produce $20,000 cash. The unseemly Burton was accused of hiring a thug to assault an organizer for the predominantly Negro union, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Bandleader Benny Moten, according to instrumentalist Hot Lips page, was tied directly to Pendergast. 7 Pendergast formed an alliance with Felix Payne, local Negro power broker, who was co-owner of the Kansas City Giants, a Negro baseball team. He also initiated a Negro newspaper and, like Pendergast, was close to Moton. However, when Pendergast fell, so did this periodical, along with clubs that employed the likes of Moton. 8. But Moton and other Negro musicians did not have many choices. Not only did the local Philharmonic Orchestra refuse adamantly to hire these artists but also barred them from attending concerts. However, at Western University, the Tuskegee Institute of the Midwest, across the river in Kansas City, Kansas, Negro artists found a niche and were educated in the intricacies of music, and this trickled down to public elementary and high schools and into the wider community. As early as the 1920s, Negro elementary school teachers introduced into the curriculum of their schools the history of African Americans in music. 9. Even after being placed on probation in the aftermath of a criminal conviction, Pendergast violated the terms of this status by aiding Senator Truman's political campaigns. In fact, his nephew, Jimmy Pendergast, directed the successful attempt to win the Democratic nod for the future president. It was not just Truman who sought Pendergast's favors, according to officialdom. Despite being described as a political boss by the authorities, governors, judges, and the like were craving an audience and favors from him. His influence over the ready-mixed concrete market provided him with further reach in this boomtown. Vote fraud investigations and prosecutions dogged him. 11. But as powerful as Pendergast was, in some ways he played second fiddle and deferred to Johnny Lazia, the top mobster in Kansas City. Born in 1897, he was jailed in 1916 on charges of highway robbery, but then received an early release from a Pendergast-connected lieutenant governor. One of his early ventures was forcing stores to carry his soft drinks. He claimed to control 7,500 votes of fellow Italian Americans. 12. These voters, it was thought, were not necessarily progressive. As African Americans moved into neighborhoods favored by these relatively recent immigrants, they were said to have turned with fury on the newcomers, as homes of Negroes were dynamited. 13. Lazia was part of a wider influx from Sicily that arrived in the Midwest in the late 19th century. Many had arrived in New Orleans, then fled north for various reasons, one factor being the lynching of the 1890s, suggesting that the lack of a direct river tie between the two cities did not bar connection. Many worked in the packing houses and rail yards of the Midwest. Many fell under the influence of brother John Lazia and his burly bodyguard, Charles Carollo. They effectuated an entente with their Irish and Irish-American competitors, on the higher altar of whiteness. 14. In other words, by the beginning of the new century, many of the clubs in New Orleans were owned by Sicilian immigrants and tied to organized crime, but rampant bias drove many away to more favorable climes in Missouri and Illinois. 15. Pendergast was receiving tens of thousands of dollars regularly from dog races, a good deal of which was poured into his incessant gambling, particularly on horse racing. Testifying against him, New Orleans' Arthur Slavin, a nightclub owner in Kansas City with ties to the Cuban Gardens, spoke almost enviously about one of Lazia's clubs. It had a dance floor and dining room one side and a casino on the other side for gambling. Dice games, card games, and more. Local banks were among Lazia's boosters, he said. They were eager to handle his cashier's checks. At one point, Lazia had an accident crossing a bridge and the result was that his eyes were affected, causing furious blinking and twitching. His spouse, Marie Lazia, says her husband nearly lost his eye. He was ill for a long time too, leading to 3 operations. By 1929, he was not up at all, virtually recumbent. He had developed glaucoma. Cuban Gardens opened on September 15, 1929, but Lazia was not in the mood to enjoy the festivities. I had to wear a bandage on my right eye all through the year 1929, he told the court, and it made me nervous since my eye was inflamed. It was terrible, torture, terrible pain, he said, speaking in early 1934. Lazia's bodyguard Carollo, a felon but president of Northside Finance Company, was also an investor in Cuban Gardens. His alias was Charlie the Wop, and along with Lazia he too was indicted for violating laws on prohibition of alcohol. 16. In the courtroom, Lazia's jaws and teeth rhythmically chomped on a wad of gum while he kept blinking, his weak eyes barely glimpsed through his thick spectacles. Previously it had been observed that Lazia was frequently in and out of the office of Eugene C. Reppert, the local police chief. 17. It was Pendergast who appealed to White House honcho James Farley for assistance in settling the income tax charges faced by Lazia. 18. In early July 1934, shortly before dawn, Lazia, a power in the Democratic Party political machine, was struck with a hail of machine gun bullets. Before expiring, he said breathlessly, "If anything happens, call Pendergast, my best friend, and tell him I love him." Presumably, Lazia's attempt to elbow his way into the beer business contributed to his demise. Lazia and his fellow corrupt politicos had been receiving payoffs from increasingly restive owners of beer parlors and nightclub proprietors. The funeral procession for Lazia extended for several miles, an indication of the overwhelming majorities at the polls he helped to deliver to Pendergast. 19. At the zenith, there were about 250 clubs performing the new music in Kansas City. After Lazia's murder, scrutiny of these enterprises intensified, to their detriment. Musicians were not oblivious to or protected from this gunplay. After Lazia's death, Jesse Price and his bandmates were ordered into a large automobile by armed gangsters and driven to a lonely spot on Cliff Drive overlooking the city. There the mobsters impressed upon them the naked power wielded by nightclub operators, hammering home the utter seriousness of their anti-union policies, meaning, of course, that musicians better not complain about poor pay levels. 20. As so frequently happens among the U.S. right wing in their perpetual quest to dilute the potency of Negrophobia, a myth developed suggesting that Irish Americans too faced rampant bias, not unlike that which ensnared Negroes, up to and including signs stating, "No Irish need apply," as an attempt to dilute the poisonousness of white supremacy. This was an urban myth of victimization in that, as one analyst put it, the names of local politicians read like the roster of a unit in the Irish Republican Army. The Scotch-Irish Truman was among those favored, as suggested by his moniker, the senator from Pendergast. Appropriately, the outlaw Frank James, brother of the more renowned Jesse, ended his life as a bouncer and floor walker in the Pendergast-controlled Jefferson Hotel. The Pendergast machine was heavily larded with saloon-keepers and gamblers, the constituency often found when the new music was being exhibited. The machine routinely raided clubs whose owners did not pay tribute, meaning that Pendergast was making a great deal of money by the 1930s. The machine was close to the Catholic Church and parochial schools, providing Pendergast with ever more far-reaching tentacles. 21. Saxophonist Buddy Tate, who wound up in Kansas City, hailed from Sherman, Texas, a Jim Crow bastion. In 1926, at the age of 13, he began playing professionally. And by the age of 14, he was performing before segregated audiences, recalling that you had to kind of stick more to dance music when you played for the white crowd. Playing with the black crowd you could swing all night, raising by implication the matter of what impact segregation had on the music's evolution. His mother wanted him to be a physician, but his father died, and he wound up in Kansas City playing with Andy Kirk's band. As for Pendergast, he concluded, everybody dug him, since he let you make money. 22. I knew old Thomas personally, said musician Eddie Durham, born in 1906 in San Marcos, Texas, speaking of Pendergast. Thus Durham well knew why liquor stores stayed open 24 hours a day and how and why the machine would protect gangsters. Negroes worked for Johnny Lazia and vicariously thought they were big shots because they worked for this big gangster. Often they were armed, just like the leader of the musicians' union and Durham himself. Everybody in Benny Moten's band had guns. This was necessary for Moten since he would promote dances himself, foiling traditional promoters. He would rent the auditorium himself and the band served as the bouncers. The reed section all had automatics and the voice section all had revolvers. I had a .45. Once Durham went to church and was chagrined when his pistol fell out with a clang. .23. Everybody carried a gun, mused bandleader Count Basie, born in Red Bank, New Jersey, in 1904. Speaking of Kansas City, including machine guns, this also meant that bulletproof vests were de rigueur. In the ubiquitous clubs, patrons would shoot at each other, and if you played a song they didn't like, they'd shoot you too. .24. The pianist Mary Lou Williams, born in 1910, recalled that in Kansas City most of the night spots were run by politicians and hoodlums, and the town was wide open for drinking, gambling, and pretty much every form of vice. Bandleader Abbey Price carried a pistol, then accidentally destroyed several of his toes with this ill-placed weapon. .25. Williams, one of the few women to be found on the bandstand, also was aware of the casual corruption that routinely defrauded musicians. Joe Glazer, whose main client was Armstrong, also represented Missourians and was known to maintain double books, that is, as an agent he booked bands at a certain fee, then paid artists at a lower rate, pocketing the difference, plus his percentage of what was taken in at the door. Andy Kirk, bandleader, told her as much, stressing that a lot of these promoters stole from the black acts at that time. We were making enough, more than the average black anyway. They were skimming off the top, but we knew it. Yet how could they respond effectively given the class and racist biases encoded in society? Besides Andy, Williams continued, Glazer stole from Lewis and all the black acts he had, like Lionel Hampton. However, since there was reason to believe that Kirk too kept two sets of books, his victimization seemed less dire. Glazer also swindled Williams. .26. See, it's a gangster town, concluded guitarist Eddie Durham, speaking of Kansas City. I met Pretty Boy Floyd there and I saw Babyface Nelson, referring to two of the more bloodthirsty mobsters. These guys paid you double for anything you ever done in Kansas City. They never owed a musician a nickel, unlike other patrons. .27. Buster Smith, a saxophonist who served as a mentor for the better-known Charlie Bird Parker, 28, knew that in Kansas City big clubs were run by big gangsters and they were the musician's best friend, at least paying them after performing. But this patronage came at a high price, as musicians were subjected to a cesspool of gambling, live sex shows, and the like. Waitresses at times picked up their tips with their labia. The Chesterfield Club featured 4 categories of naked waitresses, 2 white, 2 black with pubic hair shaved to represent a heart, spade, diamond, and club. Said Durham, understatedly, the clubs were very risque. Bassist Gene Ramey, born in 1913, recalled that as late as 1934, nude women were working there every night, referring to certain clubs where the new music was played. There were teenaged boys sneaking peeks through unguarded windows, though he did not reflect upon the impact of social mores or gender conceptions more generally of such displays. However, he did say that as prohibition was coming to a close, the mob began to shift into narcotics sales, with even more impact on the wider community. .29, in this context, the escapades of U.B. Blake should be noted. His relations with women reflected the degradation of women that flowed from mob-controlled performance venues, as did the relations of others in this environment. Several of his lovers committed suicide as a direct result of their interactions with him, and others were beaten by their spouses, while Blake deplored same-sex coupling. According to an observer, he hated for show business men, even straight ones, to hug him or kiss him. 30. According to a biographer of Charlie Parker, Kansas City clubs featured men in dresses, performing oral sex on other men. Women had sex with other women. Some puffed cigars with their vaginas, others had sex with animals. 31. This gangster-dominated climate not only shaped patriarchy and degradation. Gene Ramey recalled an era when band leaders left the musicians they had hired stranded and then bolted with their wages or gambled these dollars away. Or, when the time came to pay musicians, they would receive the equivalent of 50 cents, rather than the $1.50 promised. But even a band leader like Basie could be cheated by a club owner, as evidenced by a time when he had patches in his pants and holes in his pockets, as he walked the streets, trying to be a dignified beggar. One time, Rami and his fellow musicians had been stranded and were all jammed into one room. But why did Kansas City, of all places, become a beacon for the new music? Gene Rami arrived there on August 18, 1932, via the hobo route, that is, hitching rides undetected on trains, many of which were headed to the center of stockyards. He also played semi-pro basketball, and the sport was developed if not invented in essence in nearby Lawrence, Kansas. It quickly became popular among Negro men who saw this college town as a place to know. Another diversion was the fact, said Rami, that marijuana grew wild along the highway headed to Omaha. 32. Basie may have been built by club owners, but the musician Buster Smith asserts that the band leader was not wholly innocent. He told the rotund pianist, "I don't think you done me fair about that 1 o'clock jump," the signature tune of his band, as Basie pleaded, "Don't sue me." This was a turnabout in what Smith had thought was a mutually fruitful relationship. "He loved gin and I did too," said Smith. "We were sipping on gin and I'm griping." Undeterred, Smith also mentored Kansas City's own Charlie Parker when the saxophonist turned up in New York City. "He hoboed it there," said Smith. "He came up and slept in the bed in the daytime and my wife and I slept in the bed at night." 33. It was not just Kansas City that presented a danger to life and limb. Playing before Euro-American audiences in southern states such as Texas was bound to engender friction too. Once in the 1930s, bandleader Woody Herman was on stage in Texas when he was handed a note demanding that he stop playing those nigger blues, a crudity that underscored how bluntly black artists were barred from profiting from their compositions. 34 In the 1930s, when the band of King Oliver arrived to play in Texas, one of the musicians recalled that everyone rushed to see the boys get out of the bus, but when the driver put the lights on they were struck dumb because we were colored. "We unpacked and went into the hall and started to play but no one came in, so the man giving the dance went out and asked why they didn't come in. They remarked that they didn't dance to colored music. We were then told to pack up and leave immediately and there were many cars which followed us out of town." 35 Presumably the musicians had not been in violation of a related social norm, that is, it was verboten to be driven by a man defined as white. 36. Juan Tizal, a Puerto Rican trombonist born in 1900 who played with Ellington, had similar difficult experiences in the Southwest, which cried out for the development of a countervailing force. Once in Dallas, he recalled, "We were getting ready to play and there were a lot of people there and people started looking at me, probably because he was of a lighter hue than his bandmates. Then he was asked rudely, 'What are you doing playing with those niggers?' At other times, he would be able to fetch food for the band from sites where darker-skinned musicians were banned. 'I'd get some food and take it to them,' he said. 'I used to do that all the time down south.' 37. Further north, bassist turned agent and manager John Levy was performing in Cicero, Illinois, in 1937 when 10 gangsters with their women arrived, and when he sought to depart one of these unsavory characters tapped him with a pistol and said no, he could not leave. Since Levy had become enmeshed in the numbers racket at the tender age of 18, he knew it would be unwise to disagree. 38 This illicit business was a kind of lottery that generated substantial profits and thereby attracted the ravenous attention of better connected mostly Italian-American mobsters. This mobster influence was particularly resonant near the Canadian border. Before Prohibition was repealed in 1933, gangsters accumulated great wealth by dint of organizing distilleries, manufacturing and selling lightning and corn whiskey. In Detroit, this was the province of the Purple Gang. However, in Paradise Valley, where Negroes were proliferating, powerful black challengers were also flourishing. Formidable barriers prevailed, however, as these entrepreneurs often were ensnared by loan sharks at best and denied capital altogether at worst. It was not unknown for sharks to charge interest rates of 50%. One of these challengers, Sonny Wilson, exhibited the potential of his socio-economic stratum when he established a school for the black poor so they could learn how to read and write. His friendships with boxer Joe Louis and Duke Ellington bolstered both to the advantage of their wider community. 39. Wilson's benevolence could not obscure the pervasive gangster influence that afflicted artists. Pianist Duke Anderson forgot to play at a gig for a gangster in Newark. Right then and there, he recalled, "I got the worst whippin' I ever got in my life. They broke my jaw and wrist. Eventually, I went back to playin', but from then on, I was scared stiff of anyone who looked like a gangster." 40. Anderson may have been scared stiff for quite a while, since for a 15-year period beginning in the late 1920s there was a sprawling neighborhood known as Newark's Barbary Coast, featuring what one scholar termed high-class pimps, prostitutes, gamblers, numbers bankers and hustlers. It was anchored by the Kinney Club at Arlington and Augusta Streets, Newark's version of New York's infamous Cotton Club and one of Newark's first black nightclubs, though 3/4 of the customers at the Kinney Club were whites, many of those being racketeers. One of the key figures of that dissolute era was Herman Lubinsky, a man despised by Negro musicians since his unscrupulousness rivaled, and perhaps exceeded, that of Glazer and Irving Mills, notorious for bilking Duke Ellington and others. "It spoils my whole day to mention Herman Lubinsky," was the considered comment of musician Al Henderson. "He was the worst thief in the world. He made millions on us black musicians and he wouldn't pay you nothin'. He was a wily, unethical shark," according to scholar Barbara Kukla, driven by a passionate desire to steal their songs and talents for a pittance. Some musicians contend Lubinsky got them drunk, later hooked on hard drugs, then had them sign a contract for a few bucks. Nate Brown argued with similar passion that Lubinsky put me out of business. He wanted me to sing the blues but said I didn't sound Negroid enough. Thus, one journalist is not far wrong in concluding that there is no doubt everybody hated Herman Lubinsky. Lubinsky capitalized on technology, as he was a prime mover in installing jukeboxes at local clubs and taverns, which meant huge profits for gangsters like himself who owned and controlled these devices. Thus, as Kukla put it, mobsters either owned the taverns or the owners were so in debt to them they had to take the jukeboxes whether they wanted to or not. 41. It was inevitable that at a certain juncture African Americans would seek to develop their own organized crime factions, and it was virtually inexorable that they would be crushed by their competitors, often employing the organs of the state. 42. Further south in the Garden State, Abe Manley, who also had a hand in the numbers racket and, reputedly, took his poker seriously, administered his far-flung business interests from his nightclub in Camden, across the river from Philadelphia, which was graced by an elegant piano that cost $8,000. In early April 1931, armed men invaded his club, followed by the bombing of the site, as other racketeers sought to oust him. A chastened Manley then moved to Harlem, where Negro political power was growing, as evidenced by the rise of Adam Clayton Powell to the U.S. Congress shortly thereafter, with his city council seat won by the black communist Ben Davis, Jr. Abe's spouse, Effa Manley, also was involved in his varied enterprises and in 1937 sponsored a concert in Newark featuring Chick Webb and Ella Fitzgerald. At this juncture, the Manleys had wealth of an estimated $1 million, quite unusual for a U.S. family generally and a Negro family particularly. 43. Just as Glazer invested in boxers, the Manleys invested in the Negro Baseball League. A fellow baseball owner, Gus Greenlee, was invested in the numbers, but like Manley he too was squeezed by Italian and Jewish racketeers, who shifted into numbers as the business of illicit alcohol dried up with the end of Prohibition. 44. Possibly the Manleys arrived in Harlem unaware of the disturbing case of Baron D. Wilkins. This Negro entrepreneur had come to Upper Manhattan in the early 1900s and by the 1920s was a powerful club owner and a collaborator with boxing champion and musician Jack Johnson, but, said musician Sam Whitting, Italians, meaning competitors and mobsters, got hold of Yellow Charleston, a petty Negro gambler with debts, and they told him, "Look, if you want to get dope drugs and all the dope you want, you've got to shoot old man Barron." And promptly, that is what the compromised Charleston, also known as William Miller, did. This crime took place right in front of his place, meaning Wilkins's club, that is, right there at 7th Avenue and 134th Street, and then the white gangsters had him for a while, meaning Charleston, until the Führer ebbed. 45. Unfortunately, travails were not the sole province of the Southwest and Northeast. Jabbo Smith, the trumpeter and rival of Louis Armstrong, born in Georgia in 1908, found it necessary to quit the band of Claude Hopkins because it was too dangerous not to do so. While we were playing, he recalled, the drivers were supposed to be resting up to drive us. But instead they were out lollygagging, messing around. We'd get through playing, get in the cars, and then we'd find out that the drivers were drunk. We'd be so scared riding on those mountain roads, we'd hang on to each other. We couldn't sleep during the ride, so we'd be real tired when we got to the jobs, with resultant impact on performances. 46. Thus, propelled by threats and intimidation, what might be considered a jazz diaspora kept moving westward, not only to Asia but making an intermediate stop in California before decamping to Honolulu or Shanghai. Elihu Black. McGee, an important figure on Los Angeles's culturally rich Central Avenue, arrived in the City of Angels from El Paso, Texas, in 1926. Rather quickly he came to own and operate the Flame, the Casablanca, the Congo Room, along with the Turf Barber Shop, where many patrons gathered not just for a trim but to share bonhomie. A dapper dresser and considered a very hip cat, he and his comrades controlled a good deal of the bookmaking business and numbers. Early on, records were sold by McGee and his colleagues, alongside other wares, for example, marijuana and heroin. Inevitably, musicians were touched by this business, at times as avid customers of the drugs that permeated their environment. 47. As the Second World War erupted and Japanese Americans were interned, the African American population of what was to become a major metropolis grew exponentially as Los Angeles became a major battleground politically and culturally. 48. Given such difficulties at home, African American musicians were fleeing abroad, as the diaspora extended westward and eastward alike. Edmund Thornton Jenkins was not a devotee of the new music, but he was a composer born in Charleston, South Carolina, in 1894, as lynching was becoming customary. Still, by 1921 this Negro musician was exiled in Europe, where he became involved with the W.E.B. Du Bois sponsored Pan-African Congress. 49. The growing list of those leaving included New Orleans Sidney Bechet. He arrived in Liverpool from New York City on June 4, 1919. By 1922 a police file on him in London described his complexion as swarthy, and the accusation was that he had committed an assault on a female, 50, a British subject, Ruby Gordon. Bechet had been employed by a club on Tottenham Court Road in London. This man of color, as he was described, was listed as 5'3" tall with a stout build and a valid American passport. 51. By 1926, he was playing in Moscow, and when asked subsequently where he would choose to settle down permanently to play his music, he replied instantly, Russia, because he was treated so well. Shortly thereafter, he was in Paris, where he was jailed because of a club shooting. He was not necessarily stunned by this turn of events, since, according to his biographer, the saxophonist regarded mayhem as one of the hazards of a musician's working life. For much of his life he was fascinated by gangsters and hoodlums, not unusual given the clubs he performed in back home. 52. The pianist Glover Compton, born in Kentucky in 1884, recalled the 1928 incident in Paris. Bechet and Mike McKendrick, banjoist, became embroiled in a fracas, leading to an exchange of gunshots, wounding the stunned Compton in the leg and two women in the shoulder and neck respectively. Neither duelist was hurt. Compton, a pivotal figure, wound up staying in Paris for almost 15 years, having fled gangster-run clubs in Chicago near 22nd and State Street that had a clientele that was overwhelmingly white. It was Compton who introduced Earl Hines around Chicago, and it was Hines who replaced Compton in Jimmy Noon's band when the Kentuckian departed for greener pastures in France. 53. Speaking of his European miseries, Bechet recalled of one of his victims, I didn't slap her hard, speaking of a woman he was accused of raping. They knew she was a whore, he claimed. He was deported, nonetheless. As for Paris, he carried a pistol but was jailed anyway. He wound up running a tailor shop in Harlem, though later he was lionized in Europe for his expert artistry and riveting performances. 54. Embracing Moscow like Bechet did was Darnell Howard, born in Chicago in 1895, who attended school alongside Capone's little brother, Itchy. By 1925, this clarinetist and violinist was in the Soviet Union with the singing syncopators, before heading further eastward to Shanghai. 55. Though Europe may have been more welcoming to these musicians than their homeland, it would be an error to assume that they were garlanded automatically with roses upon docking at local ports. It was in 1925 that a London periodical referred with contempt to the colored problem, that is, the recent attempt to introduce a nigger cabaret to London failed. At the Empire, a room was beautifully decorated by an American artist, with cotton fields in the distance and a nice cookhouse in which a real coal-black mammy was to make hot waffles which were to be served while Negroes danced and sang. A man interviewed was unequivocal: "I strongly object to colored artists being employed where food is served to white people," said one calloused observer. "So nervous am I about colored shows generally," he said, "that after Jack Johnson, the famed pugilist and bassist, had been engaged at a high salary for 4 weeks by one of my assistants, I wouldn't let him show." 56. Still, the contemporaneous warm reception accorded Paul Robeson in London indicated that there was no unanimous hostility to visiting Negro artists. 57. Nonetheless, there were objective constraints limiting the arrival of U.S. artists, ancestry set aside. A kind of protectionism in Britain sought to bar foreign musicians in favor of the homegrown variety. 58. By 1929, Margaret Bonfield, parliamentarian, was told that unemployment being created through the advent of talking pictures, that is, the decline in pit orchestras in theaters that had been accompanying silent movies, had already thrown out of employment some 400 musicians throughout the country, the number of which is increasing weekly and will probably affect thousands more. 59. By 1930, British musicians were complaining bitterly about foreign competition, including challenges to that traditional sinecure, military bands. 60. Still, there seemed to be less resistance in London to granting visas to the Euro-American bandleader Paul Whiteman and his orchestra. 61. African Americans long had toured Britain's variety circuit with minstrel shows, various revues, and ragtime bands. The date of the arrival of the new music called jazz in Britain is usually set in 1919 with the arrival of an original Dixieland jazz band composed of Euro-Americans. However, although Britain may have been more advanced than the United States on matters racial, the hostile propaganda about the new music crossed the Atlantic, leaving some in London to see this art form, propelled mostly by men of African descent, as threatening. 62. But the musicians kept heading eastward because conditions in the United States were often violently hostile. When asked why Britain was so welcoming to the new music despite the complications delivered, English-born trumpeter Ken Collier replied that in his nation we really lost most of our own folk culture and jazz has got an international appeal. That's why we took to it. Because we've got no strong folk tradition anymore, of our own, and jazz took the place of it. 63. He could have noted the unavoidable links between the United States and the former mother country. Keyboardist Roy Carew, born in 1883 in Michigan, had parents from Nova Scotia and grandparents from Britain, an inheritance that facilitated the crossing of musical borders. 64. Then there were those like cornetist Johnny DeDroit, born in New Orleans in 1892, who at one time garnered a then hefty $86 weekly salary but had difficulty grappling with Jim Crow since his spouse was of English and German descent and a blonde besides. He left New York because of difficulty in pursuing his golf game, since he would be inevitably grouped with a Chinaman, Indian, and nigger, and many of those he encountered wanted him to speak like a coon besides. Class conscious, he termed himself a dyed-in-the-wool Union man. He led his union for years, making his presence in the United States even more problematic. He could not forget that performer Cliff Curry sang "Save Your Confederate Money," the South will rise again. This was through the 1950s, which was hardly reassuring. By contrast, when he played China, We Owe a Lot to You, it brought down the house and became a feature of his performances. 65 Detroit's experience was hardly unusual, meaning that those like him were prime candidates for expatriation. Also spending considerable time in Europe was violinist Eddie South, born in 1902, who happened to speak fluent French. However, in touring the United States with the band of Paul Whiteman, recalls pianist Dr. Billy Taylor, it happened that because he was an African American, a curtain was placed in front of him, so that he'd be invisible to the studio audience. Increasingly, he began to spend more and more time in Europe. 66. Sam Wooding, bandleader, pianist, and arranger, born in Philadelphia in 1895, toured the Soviet Union and Germany in the 1920s. Asked if he followed events back home, the cautiously acerbic musician replied, "No, I was glad to forget it. We were happy to say we were out of it." Wooding was reportedly the first person to bring a jazz band to Russia and the first U.S. band of this type or U.S. band of any sort to record outside of the United States, namely, his Berlin sessions in 1925. Wooding also ventured to South America. 67. Pops Foster, the self-described New Orleans jazzman born in 1892, played aboard a ship to Belize in 1914. By the 1920s, he observed, a lot of guys would get jobs on boats from the West Coast, and when they got to China they'd jump the boat and get a job playing. Some then went south to Australia, which Foster termed the worst Jim Crow country in the world, and the musicians over there didn't want them to play. 68. Willie Foster, older brother of Pops Foster, was born in McCall, Louisiana in 1888. He had worked in carpentry and painting, but was better known as a violinist. He made 10 trips on a United Fruit Company vessel to South America. 69. He was not unique in venturing to Latin America. Jazzman, Lawrence Douglas Harris did well in Mexico playing with carnival bands. 70. In sum, musicians were fleeing in all directions from their home country, propelled by the new music and the skill to perform it in a way that enticed audiences. As noted, Armstrong fled to Europe and was playing there generally from 1932 to 1935. Fats Waller was in Europe for a good deal of the 1930s. Benny Carter was there from about 1935 to 1938 and Coleman Hawkins from 1934 to 1939. The first Norwegian club that specialized in the new music made sojourning in Europe all the more feasible. Serving to pave the way for successful performances was the rise of recorded music during this same era. Records of King Oliver, to cite one example, were released not only in the United States but also in Canada, Argentina, France, Britain, Germany, Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Sweden, Denmark, Italy, Netherlands, Australia, and Japan. Then there was the overarching factor of these mostly black artists receiving a more respectful reception abroad. Thus, in 1932, when the mid-level bandleader Rudy Vallee was drawing U.S. audiences of 2,800, Duke Ellington, arguably a more talented musician, was attracting 25% of this total. The now forgotten Ben Burney was drawing 2,000 when Armstrong was attracting 350.71. France was to be a favored outpost for fleeing musicians, Bechet's problems aside. Paris may have been neither utopia nor nirvana, but it may have seemed that way to those more accustomed to the peculiar folk ways of Dixie. As Bechet was being jailed, Jack Hilton, a Euro-American conductor, found himself in trouble with the French Association for the Protection of the Black Race. According to an observant Negro journalist, somehow he had forgotten that he was not in the southern part of the United States and let his race prejudice get the better of his good judgment. Hilton had met Nabib Gonglaya, a black artist who was performing alongside him. When Hilton was informed of this fact, he refused to go on stage, but, unlike in Dixie, it was he who was reproached severely. 72. The following year, the Negro press reported that even on the French Riviera, a Negro may enter, not only with equality but with a preference. All, save Americans, want to know him, it was said wondrously. 73. Teddy Weatherford, born in 1903, had been a bandmate of Armstrong in 1920s Chicago before abandoning North America for Asia, Shanghai, and then Calcutta. By 1926, he was performing in China and only returned to the United States once in coming decades. 74. Born in Bluefield, West Virginia, he wound up playing in Calcutta, Bombay, Ceylon, sites where he was joined at times by trumpeter Cricket Smith, born in 1881. 75. Buck Clayton, who, as we have seen, also made his way to China, said that Weatherford was a king over there and would play 4 clubs a night. Shanghai was their favored site. There could be found 2 or 3 gambling casinos inside the place with 2 or 3 dance floors. Madame Chiang Kai-shek used to come in there all the time, referring to the spouse of the man who led the forces defeated by the Chinese Communist Party in 1949. There was a sizable exile community, and Clayton was learning Russian since there were a lot of Russians and he was picking up the language pretty well. 76. An indication as to why so many musicians chose exile from their homeland, was indicated by Milt Hinton, who became a regular in pre-revolutionary Cuba. "What amazed me," he said, "is that until that time, I'd never stayed at a place that served black and white guests. And everyone was treated equally." 77. Benny Carter, composer and bandleader, thought similarly about Europe. In Harlem, he recalled, many white musicians used to come in and listen to the black musicians and not only listen but sit in with them. Quite often. But we couldn't go downtown and sit in with them, placing him and those like him at a disadvantage while privileging those not in this persecuted category, meaning, of course, that the latter would learn lessons to enhance their careers. Whereas Europe was different, he said, in that there was acceptance of you just on the basis of you as a human being. 78. The development of the phonograph and recorded music helped to create a market abroad for practitioners of the new music, allowing them to seek what often amounted to a sinecure overseas. The critic Leonard Feather argued that Ellington was appreciated more in Europe and Britain particularly than in the United States, notably during the 1930s, which incentivized the bandleader to spend a considerable amount of time abroad. 79. In the Ultimate Commentary, the grandson of Booker T. Washington, the horn man Booker Pittman, left the United States around 1931 for Europe and did not return home until the early 1960s. 80. Negro musicians were so prevalent in Europe that during the pre-1975 wars in the former Portuguese colonies in Africa, at one juncture political activists from there were able to reach their homelands without valid papers from European ports by simply dressing them up as Negro musicians, along with a European guide who did have a proper passport. Then, according to the radical intellectual and activist Samir Emin, at the Luxembourg frontier, which was supposed to be the one with the loosest controls, our musicians gave a good imitation of collective drunkenness, confirming the stereotype, and they flew from there to Africa. 81. War erupted in Asia and Europe in the 1930s, and these years were transformative for the new music, establishing patterns that continue to resonate, not unlike what had occurred previously in terms of the mass diffusion of phonographs and radios and the arrival of mass electrification, facilitating the popularity of the electric guitar. That is not all. In the midst of war, the major musicians' union engineered a strike over royalty payments, which bandleader Charlie Barnett termed one of the biggest nails in the coffin of the big band era, for it brought vocalists very much to the fore. Musical backgrounds were being recorded for them in foreign countries and a lot of records were even made with voices substituting for instruments. Before the strike was over, bands had received a lethal blow. 82. Simultaneously, the monopoly enjoyed by ASCAP in terms of music royalties and publishing was challenged increasingly by BMI, Broadcast Music Incorporated, and, said pianist Dr. Billy Taylor, this created important opportunities for many African American artists. Dr. Taylor added that since vocalists belonged to a different union, the musicians' strike opened doors for these songbirds. Moreover, a shellac shortage, due to Tokyo's forces seizing the Malay Peninsula, created opportunities for smaller record companies. 83. In addition, the eruption of war made exile abroad less attractive, increasing competition for work in the United States. All jazz is dead in Europe, it was announced tremulously in mid-1942. In Switzerland now there are only 2 Negro musicians, elsewhere on the continent Negroes were to be found in concentration camps. 84 Trumpeter Arthur Briggs, born in 1899, spent 4 years in a Nazi internment camp after starring in Paris. With family in Long Island and California, this Negro artist once played with Noble Sissel. At the camp, he formed a 6-piece orchestra, then another with 25 pieces that moved easily from swing to classical. He drew upon the talents of 2,000 internees to do so. He also formed a trio that sang Negro spirituals, which was bolstered by the fact that there were 50 colored boys in the camp, according to journalist Rudolph Dunbar. 85. In Manila one musician, Whitney Smith, wound up in a Japanese-administered internment camp, while another, Bob Faulkner, wound up broadcasting for a so-called Nazi radio station. 86 While pianist and arranger Sam Wooding, in contrast, said the Nazi Party didn't want any American music and especially the ragtime or jazz played by blacks. They didn't honor blacks at all. So, they refused, they barred the contract, they discredited the contract. 87. In Shanghai, the new music was in shambles, with artists fleeing in all directions. After the band of Butch Larkin dared to play God Bless America in Japanese-occupied Shanghai in early 1943, he was jailed. Many white musicians there were replaced by Filipinos, accelerating an ongoing trend regionally. Band leader James Albert Spears was found dead, an apparent suicide, and in the Philippines Bill Hegeman, described as a veteran colored leader and ace pianist, was, reportedly, doing okay teaching music and voice and has a large studio, while Ray Reynolds was now dancing nightly and doing well for himself. 88 A favoritism toward Negroes was part of Tokyo's wartime policy. 89. As opportunities abroad dried up because of the exigencies of war, this lucrative outlet for Negro musicians was blocked, generating more intense competition for remaining jobs. This was occurring as the number of jobs for Negro musicians in, for example, Jim Crow Chicago declined by about 30% because of the disappearance of Negro-owned clubs in the years leading up to 1940, a process driven by the ravages of the Great Depression, the decline of Negro-owned clubs as a result, the demise of swing music, and the perennial, continuing racism. 90. Consolidation within the industry was also a factor. The Club de Lisa in Chicago wasn't like any other club in the world, wrote analyst Dempsey Travis. You could buy anything you wanted within the de Lisa compound in the 5500 block on South State Street. The de Lisa brothers owned the hotel, the gambling operation, the liquor stores and dainty-looking girls who worked the bar stools inside the club. Thus Count Basie, Fletcher Henderson, and the other musicians who performed there were subjected to a kind of monopoly pricing power that could force down fees, as the club tended to drive competitors out of business, which was garnished by Jim Crow that placed these artists in a disadvantaged bargaining position. 91. The ripples of instability extended southward, too. Arriving on these shores were a number of talented Cuban musicians who contributed to the richness of the music. Mac Ito, the percussionist born Frank Grillo in 1908, had his first rehearsal in Harlem at 122nd Street and 7th Avenue, the headquarters of the Negro evangelist Father Divine. They charged us 50 cents an hour for the rehearsal, he recalled. Yet despite his base in Harlem, when his orchestra played in Miami, a Jim Crow haven, they were advertised as hailing from Cuba, and although his band was black and white, they evaded local apartheid because they were Cuban. We even have a bodyguard to take care of us, said the bemused dark-skinned artist, and they transported us to Miami Beach. I used to live in a white hotel. I never had a problem, we used to eat in Miami City sick in those white restaurants, as a matter of fact. His band included an African American, but the wily band leader sought to keep him from speaking with his betraying accent, and that made the difference, as they were treated very good. There was no problem because we were from Cuba and they consider the Cubans, are not black, meaning not descendants of enslaved mainland Africans, the perpetual antagonist of North American Republicans. Yet when the band played at the Savoy in Harlem, 95% of the audience was black and they were crazy about the music. After all, he said, we were playing for black and it was black music. You didn't have to make no explanation to a black person about rhythm because, they come from where the rhythm come from. Makaido was no stranger to the Savoy. I used to go practically every day, every night, to the Savoy because drummer Chick Webb was there and Ella Fitzgerald, vocalist too, and fellow Cuban Mario Bauza was in charge of rehearsing the orchestra. 92. Makaido had arrived on the mainland in 1938, while Bauza was already there, paving the way, having arrived more than a decade earlier. He was to marry the percussionist's sister. It was on the mainland that Bauza heard the new music, and, he recalled, I went back to Cuba and became a saxophone player. I came to New York to live in 1930 and I joined Noble Sissel's band. The trumpeter then joined Webb's band, Webb telling him that, if you can get the American Negro accent in your music you're going to be great, because you've got the other side of the coin, the finesse, the technique. He became Webb's musical director. Then it was on to Cab Calloway's band. 93. It was Bauza who was partially responsible for the discovery of Ella Fitzgerald. He also had short stints with the band of Don Redman and Fletcher Henderson. It was Bauza who was also partially responsible for the breakthrough that led Calloway to hire Dizzy Gillespie, where they made music together side by side. As World War was erupting, Bauza joined Makaido's band, but the influence he left on the music, as exemplified by Gillespie, was significant. 94. The overall environment provided fertile soil for yet another rise of a phenomenon not unknown to the new music, a vast bubble of tiny enterprises run by what one commentator termed dreamers, sharp operators, would-be tycoons, and ambitious fans, many more than willing to take advantage of a climate that facilitated rough exploitation of African American performers. For Lester Young, already familiar with Kansas City's unscrupulousness, this development made it harder for him to trust people, especially Euro-Americans he didn't know well, which had an ineluctable impact on his personality and ultimately his music. 95. Young also accompanied Count Basie, which illuminates what bandleader Charlie Barnett observed. He encountered the touring band of Basie in New York City in the 1930s. I never forgot the pitiful instruments some of his guys were playing when they first came into Roseland, a local night spot. They were held together by rubber bands and I just could not believe it, although instruments like that were not uncommon in other black bands across the country. This decrepitude influenced the music in that when they got new instruments, they had grown accustomed to a horn that is out of whack and it is hard to get used to one on which everything is good. 96. On the one hand, this was outrageous. On the other, this deficiency in instrumentation could force more creativity in making lovely sounds. Barnett had reason to know. A scion of wealth, the American Sugar Refining Company and the New York Central Railroad, he had relationships with various elites far surpassing those of his peers. Besides, he was married 11 times, providing him with entrees to even more relationships. To his credit, he was among the first Euro-American band leaders who hired musicians of a different ancestry, and he has been credited with helping catapult Lena Horne, the songstress, to stardom. 97. Trombonist Trummy Young saluted Barnett. He would fight, man, he enthused, speaking of battling Jim Crow, and so would Boyd Rayburn, bandleader born in 1913. This contrasted with Benny Goodman, born in 1909, who would not go too far for anybody. Not only us but nobody else. Given the conditions musicians faced, few eyebrows were raised when Duke Ellington, according to an interviewer, used to say that the only basis for racial prejudice is economic, and sideman Trummy Young replied, "Oh, he's true," both opinions placing them alongside the left and distant from those who saw this pestilence as an individualized psychological delusion. 98. Despite Young's rosy memories, Barnett confessed that his band had never played the Palladium in Southern California. because of their policy of showing no black or mixed bands. So mine became a lily white band in order that I might finally play the Palladium. 99. As the 1930s were lurching to a close, practitioners of the new music had survived the continuation of Jim Crow, and the rise of the phonograph and radio, related opportunities abroad, assisted by the general growth of unions driven by the ravages of the Great Depression, seemed to augur better days coming. The rise of fascism generated a counter-reaction anti-fascism which bid fair to open further opportunities for talented musicians. Alongside the ascension of unions was the growing strength of ASCAP, which, inter alia, collected royalties that became more important with the advent of radio and the phonograph. ASCAP in some ways represented the Janus-faced opportunity and oppression of Negroes in that it contained the potential to aid the growing raft of African American composers, though it found it difficult to do so while adhering to a Jim Crow diktat. Jelly Roll Morton, for example, did not earn any royalties until 1939, when ASCAP finally allowed him to become a member. He had applied 5 years earlier but had been rejected. But indicative of the continuing pull of white supremacy, he was placed in the lowest category of membership, where he received a mere $120 annually. Oscar Hammerstein III said that those in the top category, for example, Cole Porter and Irving Berlin, received an average of $15,000 annually. 100 Yet another indication of the inflamed conjuncture where racism encountered economics. 4 Hothouse. Overshadowing perhaps other factors impacting the music was the change in the music itself, that is, the arrival of the still fecund music known as bebop, a form that created rifts among musicians and audiences alike. It featured a fast tempo, complex chord progressions, syncopation, intricate melodies, and rapid changes. Still, this musical turn was not greeted with unanimous approval. When Dizzy Gillespie, born in 1917, and Charlie Parker played in Los Angeles in the early 1940s, they were treated like lepers, and even worse, communist lepers, according to critic Leonard Feather during a visit to the old Billy Berg's Club on Vine Street. Their music was either laughed at or violently attacked, and one radio station officially banned it. 2. Thus, in Los Angeles, within the ranks of the Negro newspapers, the left-leaning California Eagle was supportive of this turn in the music, while the less progressive Sentinel was not. 3 Tellingly, the latter has survived, and the former went out of business decades ago. The forces that helped to ignite the decline of big bands then facilitated the rise of smaller combos suitable for the new turn in the new music. As will be seen, attacks on dancing also facilitated the bebop turn toward listening. The desire to escape the heavy hand of white supremacy as it purloined the work of Negro musicians in turn facilitated the ascension of bebop, which was more difficult to copy by pale imitators, for example, the appropriately named Paul Whiteman. In any case, conditions had matured for a new musical paradigm to emerge in that, according to producer John Hammond, the recording industry was absolutely broke in the 1930s. Columbia Records, for example, was plunged into bankruptcy and there was no money for jazz at all, creating a wide opening for experimentation. 4. The Bard of Harlem, Langston Hughes, who had reason to know, says the evocative descriptor bebop stemmed from the 1943 rebellion in Harlem, symbolizing in onomatopoeia the sound made by police clubs on Negro heads. This assertion also underscores the revolt of this music, buoyed by contemporaneous events in Harlem. 5 The dislocation delivered in the early 1940s by war not only served to generate bebop but emboldened U.S. Negroes to become more steadfast in confronting white supremacy in its various permutations. During the previous decade, a hallmark was the control of musicians exhibited by mob figures. A counter-reaction was signaled in 1939 when the musician Shadow Wilson, born in 1919, was among those appearing in the Negro gangster musical Paradise in Harlem. 6. That is, what emerged was symbolized by how Negro Baseball League mogul William Augustus Gus Greenlee, an imperial force in Pittsburgh because of holdings in the numbers, boxing, and nightclubs, not to mention hijacking of beer trucks, came to play an increasing role in the music, including connecting Duke Ellington's muse, Billy Strayhorn, to the band leader and composer. Strayhorn, born in 1914, had similar ties, having played at a Pittsburgh club with whispered mob connections. He was also a Francophile, which facilitated the foreign ventures of Ellington's band. Ellington said that Strayhorn spoke French very well. He was politically aware, backing the New Deal and later becoming close to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was fond of alcoholic beverages, making him, unfortunately, typical. 7 According to pianist Cedar Walton, he was also victimized by homophobic attitudes because of his sexual orientation. 8 Though a focus on harder drugs understandably has marked most comment on the new music in the 1940s, alcohol continued to plague, and Strayhorn was not singular. Fats Waller, just before he passed away in 1943, was told by an associate, "Last night I came away from Philadelphia with a heavy heart. I had seen you in such terrible condition from drink that your performance suffered frightfully. You announced to your audience that you knew you were drunk, and your memory was so bad you had to be reminded that you had drawn money earlier in the evening. Your drinking is undermining your health, your artistry, and giving you a reputation which will interfere with your bookings and earning capacity." 9 weeks later, Waller was found dead on a train heading east from California, discovered, ironically, in Kansas City. 10 Strayhorn was not alone in his fondness for President Franklin D. Roosevelt. On the evening the president died in April 1945, Ben Webster, saxophonist born in Kansas City in 1909, single-handedly closed down West 52nd Street in Manhattan, where bebop ascended. "Get off the stand," he growled, "nobody's gonna play tonight. Roosevelt's dead." 11 In brief, the progressive atmosphere symbolized by FDR, reflected in his still remarkable perorations in 194,412, combined with the continuing dissoluteness of the conditions in which artists were forced to toil, created a symbiosis contributing to a new departure in a music that ever involved a search for creativity and truth. Neither Strayhorn nor Webster were atypical in terms of political predilections. There was much reason for discontent, including the simple point alleged by yet another writer, Claude McKay, who contended that even the most famous jazz bands such as Duke Ellington's, Claude Hopkins', Fats Waller's, Count Basie's, Lucky Millender's, Cab Calloway's, Jimmy Lunsford's, and Louis Armstrong's receive a remuneration on a lower scale than white jazz bands. 13 Then there were the other rich income streams that black artists often were denied. The payola game was hot and heavy, according to band leader Charlie Barnett. Either by direct payment for playing a tune on the air or by payment for a special arrangement of the tune. This had begun long before with vaudeville, he said, but with the advent of radio in particular, the money flew in all directions. 14 Except to some of the more creative bands devoid of the complexions and connections to guarantee otherwise. The rise of bebop also occurred as another new trend was emerging in the 1940s, the transition from dancing to the music to listening. This was hardly accidental, spurred in part by Jim Crow, which frowned upon heterosexual dancing across the color line, which was becoming normative north of the Mason-Dixon line and was inflaming sentiments nationally. The pianist Randy Weston observed that during the war the government put a 20% tax on dance halls, which had the effect of killing off a lot of great dance halls like the Savoy Ballroom in Harlem, the Brooklyn Palace and the Sonia Ballroom. They all closed down. 15 This inflicted significant impact on the music. As club owner and producer George Wine argued, dancing is a very big thing. It's a social music that accompanied it. When it ceased to be a social music, that's when it ceased to draw blacks, he asserted. 16 Also related to Jim Crow was the desire of Negro musicians to delve more deeply into the complexities of the music, driven in part by the imperative to flummox non-Negro copycats. Horn man Buddy DeFranco, born in Camden, New Jersey, in 1923, said that pianist Bud Powell really resented George cheering, "Up here." Bud would play some line or something and the next set, George would play that line. And he would get furious. Poor George may have been intimidated, but insufficiently to change. 17 There was so much thievery going on, cried drummer Chico Hamilton, referring to the pilfering of his musical ideas. "I got a friend of mine to be my manager," in response, he said, "but that backfired when he took a whole year of tax money of mine and never paid it, and when the government came out, they were going to take my house, yet another steep price being paid for being creative." 18. According to pianist Mary Lou Williams, her fellow keyboardist Thelonious Monk formed a band to challenge the practice of downtown musicians coming uptown and stealing the music. Said Monk, "We are going to get a band started. We're going to create something that they can't steal because they can't play it." Nonetheless, a Columbia University student during this time taped live performances of the brilliant pianist that were then released without obtaining his permission, a not infrequent occurrence. 19. The critic Ralph Gleason of San Francisco recalled that even in this supposed cosmopolitan town, the color line was drawn strictly, separating musicians of various ancestries, often forcing them to develop on separate tracks. Then again, said Gleason, he noticed that white musicians literally copied King Oliver's numbers and issued them as their own. This grand theft would not be as easy with bebop, which presupposed an exalted technical mastery of the instrument, difficult to emulate without much practice. 20. Thus, when Charlie Parker reputedly said that there were no bop roots in jazz, 21, he was announcing the birth of a pristine new form, far distant from the grimily exploitative practices of the recent past. Parker's comrade, Max Roach, complained that some of the music of George Gershwin, for example, Rhapsody in Blue, was lifted, the introduction is lifted, and the theme is lifted from U.B. Blake. The introduction to Memories of You is what this guy lifted for his Rhapsody in Blue and used that theme and made a symphony out of it. As for Benny Goodman's music, that's Fletcher Henderson's. 22. The critic Nat Hentoff wrote that New Orleans trumpeter Freddie Keppard rejected a 1916 invitation to make the first of all phonograph records for this new form called jazz because he was afraid that his music would then be easier to steal if it were ubiquitously available. Hence, the overwhelmingly Euro-American original Dixieland Jazz Band is today seen as the first group to record in this genre. 23. Tellingly, by 1941, as the bebop trend was being hatched, a visitor to New Orleans, Charles Rossi, found that the city, given credit as the birthplace of the new music today, boasts a quality of white jazz as good as you'd find anywhere. I say white because with one exception, I found no color jazz being played during my short stay. 24. Quick to capitalize were two men, Ralph Watkins, who was then jobless but was a one-time owner of Kelly's Stables on West 52nd Street in Manhattan and other clubs, and Morris Levy, a man of questionable ethics, which no doubt made him qualified to control a night spot. As partners, they took over the floundering Topsy's Chicken Coop on Broadway, in the heart of New York City. Their marketing included catering to younger patrons prone to adopt rebellious practices in music, distinguishing them from their elders willing to place orders for ice cream, dairy dishes, and milk drinks. At the newly christened Royal Roost there arose what was called the first soda fountain in nightclub history, which reportedly grossed far more profit nightly than the strong drink counterpart. It was here that bebop was honed, some say born. A basement strip joint up the street called the Clique was renamed Birdland and quickly became yet another birthplace for the latest trends in the music. Not coincidentally, the partners owned a music publishing company, allowing for added exploitation of beleaguered musicians. 25. Levy was not held in high regard by musician and businessman John Levy, no relation nor common ancestry, recounting that he began by running hat check and bathroom concessions at nightclubs and was part of the cabal that coerced artists into giving away their publishing rights. Yes, he administered Birdland, but it was really gangster-dominated. You could always see these guys sitting around. 26. Publishing is where it's at, said Morris Levy. All I want is to own 20,000 copyrights that pay $2 a quarter from record sales. That's $160,000 a year, that is, an incredible business. Eventually, the wealthy Morris Levy came to befriend the rising musician and entrepreneur Quincy Jones, who at times stayed with Levy during his Manhattan sojourns. 27. Morris Levy, who served as chairman emeritus of the United Jewish Appeal, according to U.S. authorities, came to be under the control of Vincent Gigante, a leading racketeer. Ultimately, it was said, Gigante developed a stranglehold on Maurice Levy's recording industry enterprise, in effect turning Levy into a source of ready cash for the Vito Genovese LCN La Cosa Nostra family and its leaders. In contrast, Levy described himself as an entrepreneur with a net worth of in excess of $1 million and under $1 billion, with holdings that included more than 90 companies employing 900 people. Reportedly, Levy's tie to Genovese began when he owned Birdland. Levy's brother was mistakenly killed at the club by mobsters who were attempting to murder Levy himself, who fled hurriedly to Israel for several years. 28. Of course, Levy's reputed involvement in the heroin trade proved to be quite useful in hooking musicians, inducing them to work for less. 29. Coincidentally, Basie borrowed substantial sums from Levy and ended up working many weeks at Birdland for peanuts. 30. Music pioneer Jerry Lieber called Levy the most mobbed-up guy in the music biz, hardly an exaggeration. Among his specialties was that he bootlegged 78s and shipped cutouts from the back doors of pressing plants. He shook down songwriters who were easy prey, forcing his name on song credits, a practice mastered by Irving Mills. His own wife was once rushed to a hospital after he beat her senseless in a telephone booth. 31. He looked and talked like a Hollywood thug, says critic Gene Santoro, which was unsurprising since most jazz clubs in New York dealt with the mafia. They had to. 32. Santoro may have had band leader Charlie Barnett in mind. We knew a lot of racket people, he said, like Charlie Lucky Luciano. When I came home one day, there was a guy who I'll call Joe in the apartment with a gunshot wound in his leg. He had just stuck up a factory payroll and there had been a shootout. He had the money with him and he said he'd give some if I needed it. I thanked him and declined the offer, just another day in the life of a musician familiar with racket people. 33. In short, this music, bebop, symbolized by the innovations of Kansas City's Charlie Parker, was propelled by various forces. Thus, it was in 1944 in San Francisco that the Musicians Union refused to allow the manager of a Sunday session of artists to hire white performers to play alongside a noted Negro trumpeter, Willie Gary Bunk Johnson, who then was compelled, said an observer, to hire a small colored combo. The compromised Johnson then felt obligated to make ends meet by doing longshoreman's work. 34. Facilitated by the anti-racist International Longshore and Warehousemen's Union, led by presumed communist Harry Bridges. 35. Bridges, said producer John Hammond, was a devotee of the new music. 36. And anti-racist to the point that he once called James Petrillo, leader of the morally compromised Musicians Union, and threatened to organize a competitor union if no speedy reform was forthcoming. 37. In sum, despite the best efforts of those like Bridges and Johnson, Negro musicians were being driven together by Jim Crow, meaning the most creative and competent artists were forced into a hothouse of innovation, leading to a new turn in the new music. Fortunately, it was not just Bridges and his powerful union that objected to Jim Crow in the music business. In 1942, Walter White of the NAACP issued a vigorous protest, reprimanding James Petrillo, the union boss, reproving the practice of Chicago and other places, requiring radio stations to sign contracts to use only white musicians. 38. Petrillo denied the allegation and replied unconvincingly that the situation is entirely satisfactory to the colored membership. 39. White would have been wise not to take the union boss's words too seriously, since it was well known that Petrillo was a comrade of Sidney Korshak, a key fixer for racketeers. Petrillo's rise to union leadership was littered with stories of clubs that were firebombed and stink-bombed for using musicians not represented by Petrillo. His first job was as a union muscle man, and with the backing of mobsters, this man, known, insensitively, as Little Caesar and the Mussolini of music, was able to lead the often fractious American Federation of Musicians local in Chicago for 4 decades and the entire union for another 18 years, with its 250,000 members. 40. The bias that led to Bridges' protest in San Francisco and White's objection to goings-on in Chicago were hardly sui generis. Lester Young discovered during this time that prestigious hotels in Midtown Manhattan were reluctant to hire black bands, for fear of upsetting racist customers, or at least that was the argument offered. 41 The club owner Max Gordon, who initiated the prominent Village Vanguard in Manhattan, not only had to deal with police officers hassling him about a liquor license, but, he said, in 1943 you had to think twice before bringing a black woman to the smart Upper East Side of Manhattan. 42. Walter White of the NAACP, who happened to be quite light-skinned, could have added chapter and verse. In early 1943, in the midst of complaining to Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, he reminded the portly Politico that there are a great many colored people who look white and thus could theoretically be barred from various clubs on spurious grounds. It is possible, he insisted, that Mrs. White and I, while patronizing the Savoy, as we have done on many occasions, could be thought by some policemen that a white man and colored woman were dancing, inducing harassment. Police thought that if the Savoy closed, it would keep white people from coming to Harlem, which he thought was a noxious policy goal. Some 500,000 people were patrons of the Savoy during 1942, he said, and it was the favorite dancing place of many defense workers. Yet these workers often were harassed by police who chose to follow each patron after they leave. If the Savoy were closed, the alternative would be for the colored patrons of the Savoy to dance in downtown places, which was also unacceptable. Those under 18 years of age were also being barred. 43. The age bar helped to generate vibrant youthful protest and consciousness, while the dancing bar contributed to a trend of the new music's shift from dancing to listening. Interestingly, the Savoy was owned by Moses and Charles Galeski, of Polish-Jewish ancestry, who changed their name to Gale. It had opened in 1926 and was fronted by Charlie Buchanan, Negro. 44. The bunching of Negro musicians uptown was hardly happenstance. Beating one slave can keep the entire plantation in line. 45. Nonetheless, this putrid prejudice was not merely a Gotham matter. In Los Angeles there was a similar attempt to ban mixed dancing, with white girl hostesses choosing to refuse to dance with Negro servicemen at a local canteen. 46. The crackdown facilitated the rise in listening, laying the groundwork for the new music known as bebop. However, there was gnawing sentiment hostile to White's ideas. An otherwise unidentified white woman told him bluntly that it was about time the cesspool for miscegenation between degenerate white prostitutes and Negroes was shut down. "I know that your race feels that sharp sense of sweet revenge," she proclaimed, "whenever you see a Negro breaking down the white blood race by having a Negro intermarry with a white woman." 47. The Savoy was instructed that if the management refused to admit white people, it could remain open. Thus, it was stated, Harlem would be akin to the Jewish quarters in Germany. Of late, some 75% of the dancers seemed to be boys and girls ranging from 12 to 16 years of age, an age range that fueled outrage. 48. Joining the fray was Local 802 of the American Federation of Musicians on behalf of its 21,000 members. 49. Across the continent in Los Angeles, a film studio objected to the presence of the youthful guitarist Barney Kessel, born in 1923, a white musician in an otherwise black cast, 50 as it was put by an observer. Dimly recognized at the time was that such barriers were hampering the development of these white musicians, isolating them not only from those with talent but those on the cusp of developing new musical forms that would prove to be dominant for some time to come. Billie Holiday asserted that once in Detroit she was told she was too light-skinned to play with Basie since somebody might think I was white if the light didn't hit me just right. So they got special dark grease paint and told me to put it on. 51. Apartheid barriers ironically helped to create a greenhouse of creativity among exceedingly talented Negro musicians. Drummer Roy Porter, born in Colorado in 1923, was in Los Angeles then and told of the man who ran the Say When, a popular club, a racist called Dutch. He'd hire you, man, make it clear what he thought of you, not much. Billie Holiday worked for Dutch once during this time. He treated her like she was a dog, no doubt hastening her precipitous decline and premature death. Porter, who described himself as a mixture of black, Mongolian, and English, was a regular visitor to Central Avenue in Los Angeles in the 1940s and noticed that the cops there tended to harass black musicians and the black pimps that had white whores or any black men with white women. Beyond this venue, there was a club named Diane's on 8th or 9th Street near Alvarado in the Westlake District, supposedly owned by mobster Bugsy Siegel and was operated by the Virginia Hill, routinely referred to as a gun mall. There he worked alongside Benny Carter. 52 The massive influx of African Americans during the war, joining a pre-existing progressive movement. 53 allowed some musicians to undermine the rancid bias foisted upon them. 54 Still, the fact remained that Negroes were barred from certain clubs, even if Negro musicians were performing there. 55 This was notably the case in Los Angeles, thought to be immune from such pestilences, as when during the war a Negro fan was denied entrance to a club where Benny Carter was performing, and Jimmy Lunsford abandoned a gig because of like-minded bias. 56 Carter felt that because he had neither a Glazer nor a Mills behind him, an exploiter with the heft to enhance a musician's popularity, his historical impact was lessened. By 1943, he found no blacks in the studio orchestras in Hollywood, other than Lee Young, drummer and singer born in 1914. By 1944, he sought to move to a neighborhood where restrictive covenants barred those of his ancestry. "We decided to fight, we won it," he said triumphantly. There were many blacks who didn't want desegregation of the Union locals, a battle he took on nonetheless, delivering mixed results. 57 Musician Buster Smith, whose alto style influenced Charlie Parker. 58 contends that Hollywood was not unusual in seeking to erect firm Jim Crow barriers. In Dixie, where this Texan frequently performed, 90% of the audiences were white, and there they did not play the new music, no, not too much of it. The only time we played much of that jazz was around the colored places. The question then becomes, to what extent did this bifurcated system and the fact that those like Smith played often before non-Negro audiences retard the music's evolution? Bassist Milt Hinton once told him of a gig and there was this little room underneath the bandstand. And they got locked in there. And they heard all these guys outside who were talking about setting fire to the building. 59 Smith, born in Texas in 1904, was not just a mentor to Parker, perhaps Kansas City's chief musical contributor, but he also endured experiences emblematic of what Negro artists endured. He confirms that he and others played differently among white audiences. "The only time we played much of that jazz," he said subsequently, "was around the colored places." Thus, in some of the western towns, way out in West Texas out there, some cowboys would come in there and they didn't want to let us quit playing. "You got to play till they say stop." Since they were packing pistols, their words were even more convincing. Another time in Oklahoma, part of the circuit traversed by Kansas City performers, yet another boisterous Euro-American, he looked like a big prize fighter when he pulled off his shirt, followed quickly by drunkenness, said, "I'm going to whoop every one of you when you come out, one by one." Then a fellow musician grabbed a music stand, built with steel, then folded it up and rolled that thing and batted that guy right in the back of the neck, batted him clean down the steps with that thing, right down into the street. Then we all got in the car and flew. Another time, in Palestine, Texas, a sheriff with two big pistols on wouldn't let nobody dance but himself. Besides, he didn't want nothing but Turkey in the Straw to be performed all the time. And we had to play it, if they wanted to escape unscathed. This dangerous farce went on for the whole night. On another occasion, cowboys came into the place and shot all the lights out, and then the stunned musicians one by one, 12 or 13 guys, slip-ped out, leaving the piano player last, at which point he suddenly stopped and ran and jumped in the waiting vehicle too, as they sped away. 60 These chilling confrontations unavoidably shaped the musicians. Early in his career in the 1940s, the trumpeter Miles Davis, born in 1926, was playing with the band of Billy Eckstine in Boston. All of a sudden, says his son, Gregory Davis, a white woman sitting at one of the front tables, yells out at him, "Sing it, Blackie. I love that old man River voice. Sing your song, Chocolate Drop." The insulted singer stopped singing and confronted the woman, and all the white folks went crazy. It was like a KKK convention, fists flew, and since the band had with them every kind of innovative street weapon available, switchblades, brass knuckles, picks, blackjacks, you name it, they gave as good as they got. 61. It was also Hinton who recalled that there were those who came and paid their money just to heckle the Negro bands, like some people like to tease an animal, and we had no recourse. 62. This was particularly grating for Hinton, a man of multiple talents, of whom, it was announced in 1954, that if a poll were to be taken among jazzmen of all styles to determine the most versatile musician, the winner would be this creative bassist. 63. There was a related problem. There was a whole lot of black music, said Danny Barker, the musician, that wasn't played on white jukeboxes, radio stations, and Hollywood movies. This was done purposely through racism prejudice. Thus, there were millions of jukeboxes around the country, and many did not spin black artists. There was also the companion unsavory practice of abasement of these often proud artists. You had to sing a river song, Barker said angrily, the Robert E. Lee or Swanee, or you didn't sing at all. That was the racist custom down south. Up north, too, some indignities were comparably harsher. All black show people having emergencies of a urological nature were often hitting the bushes on the highways and byways, because the segregation laws did not allow black backsides to sit on the same toilet as white backsides, leading to much trouble with many bands and troops getting into hassles about using toilets that had signs above saying blaringly, "For whites only." 64. Once in 1944, the Ellington Band had to appear on stage famished since they couldn't find a place that would serve them in St. Louis. 65. Presumably, and tauntingly ironic, there were toilets available for them to use. Marshall Royal, born in Oklahoma in 1912, best known for his horn virtuosity with Basie, lamented that some of the things that a black musician had to experience when I was out on the road, was pretty rough to stomach. You would have to get off a bus when you come into town, 3 o'clock in the morning, and go around and start knocking on people's doors trying to find a place to stay because you couldn't stay in a white hotel and there wasn't any black hotels in the towns. Like others so persecuted, he spoke longingly of exile. You had to go into another country to even be able to be treated like a man if you were in a black band, since jazz in every country except the United States is put on a pedestal. 66. The vicissitudes of travel were a constant complaint among black musicians. 67. It was in July 1942 that Cab Calloway and NAACP leader Walter White sought to improve the parlous travel options. Because of Jim Crow rulings, it was reported, train service is not available to colored bands south of the Mason and Dixon line. This was no minor matter since the average colored band spends at least 8 months of the year on the road. 68. Calloway had good reason to investigate transport options since he often had occasion to flee. Such was the case in Memphis when he and his band performed before a packed house, but, as one writer put it, he and his cohorts drew more feminine attention than white Southern male egos thought proper. A fight ensued, and Calloway and his band were ordered out of town. After this incident, black bands playing for Euro-American audiences were discouraged by City Hall from playing in public places. 69. By August 1942, bus travel was eliminated because of fuel rationing, leading to the opinion that the situation for colored bands is nothing short of desperate. Many did not have vehicles of any type and were hampered by Jim Crow train travel. Even white bands found the situation to be tough. 70. Assuredly, what one journal denoted as the race segregation problem hampered Negro bands, forcing them into layoffs, despite their apparent popularity. 71. Trombonist Trummy Young moaned that buses used to break down all the time, leaving passengers stranded and upset. Baritone saxophonist Harry Carney, born in Boston in 1912, would drive 12 hours and then go on stage and play, inexorably impacting his performances. You play a job and you're writing and you're tired, which was very dangerous. Hence, several guys got killed, like Chu Berry, the saxophonist, born in 1908 and perishing in 1941. It was after work and the driver trumpeter, Charlie Shavers, as he recalled, was tired. Travel difficulties influenced the music. Young said, "I left Jimmy Lunsford and his band because he did too many one-nighters, it would kill you almost, and being paid $10 nightly." He signed on with the affluent Charlie Barnett, who also happened to be Euro-American. "Barnett did pay, well," said Young. "He didn't have a lot of hit records or anything, but I made more money there than I ever made with Lunsford, perhaps $50 a week or more." Then there was the problem that the haggardness of excessive travel could cause horn men in particular to strain unnecessarily, meaning one blew too hard, that is, overblew, and destroyed their lips. 72. The unique Barnett contrasts with a fellow bandleader, of whom Leonard Feather said, "The first man I ever heard using the word nigger was Glenn Miller." 73. Even Hot Lips Page, trumpeter, known for his vigorous playing, used to complain about his lip getting sore, according to Buster Smith, giving his nickname renewed meaning. 74. Bassist Red Callender had a different problem. "When you play the bass with a big band," he said, "you maybe have to change shirts or undershirts a couple of times a night." So this is how Jimmy Blanton first contracted TB, combined with improper care. He continued, "You're wringing wet and you go hang out with somebody, all night, and then you get wiped out. This could be damaging for one like Blanton, who was very frail in any case." Trumpeter Herman Autry, born in the heart of darkness that was Alabama in 1904, averred that the spouse of Fats Waller once told him, "I wish I knew my husband as well as you do," a forced association forged by incessant travel. The rough treatment accorded the travelers often drove musicians closer together and compelled a solidarity and familiarity that could be translated into sterling performances. With the Claude Hopkins Band in Dixie, we had to go knock on doors and say, "Pardon me, madam, do you happen to have a room?" Exacerbating an already parlous experience was the hassle of seeking fair payment for work done. He once had to threaten to lower the boom on Hopkins after his fee was shorted. Instead, he just grabbed him and lifted him skyward. Unfortunately, the rise of bebop harmed his career. Yes, it did. It did, he insisted. It affected everybody when the music turned, as even your children say with a Bronx cheer, "Pop, that's old, they don't play that anymore," and you can't tell them that they're wrong. Fortunately, he was still appreciated in Europe, and, as so often happened, that helped him closer to home. Toronto, he insisted, reigned as the greatest jazz town in North America. The people there really go for jazz and they really enjoy it. But Autry, like others overtaken by the advent of bebop, was resentful, which even hurt when he was forced by the traditional bandleader Lester Lannon to audition, which this veteran found insulting. "I walked the hell out. I cursed him out before acceding, then storming out again yelling 'To hell with you.' 75. There were other signs of dissatisfaction among Negro artists, which primed the pump for an artistic breakthrough. Jelly Roll Morton, a putative inventor of the new music, died in 1941 as this new era of bebop was hatching. But a few years later an interview with him was published that captured the zeitgeist. He was bitter about his experience in New York City. He hadn't been successful there, and he blamed the gangs. He said the gangs ran the bands in New York. He had no connection with the gangs there, so he had never made any money or gained any prominence. This lack of connection also meant his tunes had been stolen from him and sold in Tin Pan Alley. Thus Grandpa's spells had become glad rag doll, meaning he had been cheated of a fortune, or so he thought. 76 Circumventing racketeers was a preoccupation of musicians. Ironically, wrote instrumentalist Rex Stewart, King Oliver spent a lot time playing in Capone's Chicago, avoiding New York City because of the influence of the Syndicate. 77. Danny Barker has asserted that Morton was forever beefing about and against ASCAP, since he signed his songs over to some publishers and they became wealthy, but Jelly received no royalties as the composer's 78th. Also effectively blocking African American musicians from opportunity was the white union. Art Farmer, trumpeter, recalled that during the war a lot of guys were in the army and big bands could still get jobs, which theoretically meant more jobs for those like himself. When bandleader Horace Henderson came to his high school to recruit, Farmer was ready. "I remember going to school hungry a lot of times," he recalled. So, then, in Arizona, we went over there to the headquarters of the Musicians Union in Phoenix, but they had no black members. We said we want to join the union and they said no. Then we wrote letters back to the headquarters of the union and to the president saying we want to join the union and they're telling us we can't join. He moved on to Los Angeles, then being transformed by a simultaneous internment of Japanese Americans and arrival of African Americans. There, he recounted, the black local was 767, the white local was 47, with the former sited on Central Avenue and 17th Street, the house next door was the house of the Young family. Lester's house. The saxophonist had relocated from Kansas City. Downstairs was where the offices were, upstairs was just for rehearsals. But like San Francisco to the north, Los Angeles, he said, was a very restrictive town as far as police were concerned. They really bothered us. They used to stop us, just for one joint you could get 90 days. But the Negro local of musicians proved helpful, further bonding these artists with spillover effects on the music. It was unheard of to be a musician and not to be a member of the union, said Farmer, speaking in 1995, like it is now. This earlier situation was due in no small part to the solidarity musicians desired in the face of Jim Crow, which in turn fostered fruitful musical exchanges. 79. Yet Barney Bigard, who had been thought to be otherwise, was said in late 1943 to be not a Negro and was now seeking to join Local 47, musicians of Mexican and Filipino ancestry who had attempted to join Local 767 were forced to join 47 instead, even though some preferred to belong to the Negro local. At this point, only two locals of the American Federation of Musicians in New York City and Detroit were said to admit Negroes to full membership. Of the 673 locals in the American Federation of Musicians, 631 were limited to those defined as white and a few dozen or so were limited to Negroes. 80. This attempt to bar other minorities from joining the Negroes was not just an attempt to forestall a colored alliance against white supremacy, it was also an indication of the ongoing attempt to isolate and persecute African Americans as a result of fighting against the slaveholders' republic and a Jim Crow regime and allying with U.S. antagonists in doing so. 81. By early 1944, it was reported that Bigard was rejected for membership in the White Union. 82. Yet by May 1945, it was reported that though Barney gained his rep with the Duke Ellington, his new orchestra consists of white musicians. 83. The rigidly enforced Jim Crow drove artists together and often shielded others from sharing effectively in the resultant musical bounty. Trummy Young resided in Harlem at 555 Edgecombe Avenue #9H, then turned the apartment over to Johnny Hodges, yet another masterly musician. His peer, Don Redman, was next door. Boxer Joe Louis was on the first floor, close by Erskine Hawkins, trumpeter. Unavoidably there was a sharing of ideas, musical and otherwise, with mutual benefit. 84. Jim Crow perversely and maniacally reinforced musical trends and norms among African Americans to the detriment of those denied access. Thus, the bassist George Red Callender, born in Virginia in 1916 but a longtime resident of Los Angeles, recalled when he was tasked to perform at a black and white revue in New York City, they needed a bass player, but he did not recognize that the descriptor of the sessions means just what it says. There was a black part of the show and a white part, we'd go on separately. The same band played for both parts, but the white part of the show would go on first and the black part would go on second. To his immense benefit, it was there, said Callender, When I first met Art Tatum, the pianist whose keyboard mastery was seen as almost mystical. Then he met Roy Eldridge, another giant. 85. Marshall Royal, clarinetist and saxophonist, was in Southern California in the early 1940s. Italian gangsters, the Risotto brothers, as he recalled, had enough influence with the police downtown that they could run an after-hour joint upstairs, and they always hired a piano player, luminaries like Fats Waller. Indeed, I used to go up there quite often with Fats Waller. It was in such venues, sights of misery and musical exhilaration combined, that new musical trends were developed. Blues singing, he declared, came from despair and things that were wrong in people's lives, where people were tearing their hearts out. The same thing holds with jazz music. New ideas come from jazz guys out of frustration and pride. A lot of the things that have come out of jazz are just out of frustration, to just try to do something that nobody else can do and be inventive in doing so. 86. Drummer Forrest's torn Chico Hamilton, that's an Apache name, he said, referring to his given moniker, who was in the military from 1941 to 1945, had chilling experiences then. I was at a lynching and didn't even know it, he said, referring elliptically to being down in Mississippi. 87. Similarly, the vocalist Jon Hendricks was with U.S. forces in Europe during the war. We had race riots all the way, constant fights with American white soldiers, not least because in England or Scotland or Wales there was a shortage of black women, and Hendricks and those like him were embraced across the heterosexual color line. To the Southern whites and the Northern American whites, that was something that we were not supposed to do. Hence, said Hendricks, they would just attack us in full force and with weapons. It caused some deaths and a lot of woundings. A lot of blood was shed over this, because this went on all the time. So we took to carrying guns in our waistbands, something not unknown to Negro musicians in the United States in any case. 88. Whether to join the military was not an easy choice to make for African Americans, that is, why make the ultimate sacrifice for a government and a nation that treated you so shabbily? The drummer Elvin Jones recalled that during the First World War his father received a draft notice. Furious, he walked from Vicksburg to Jackson. That's 60 miles, he estimated roughly, and went to the draft board, handed them the letter back and said, "I ain't going," and he walked back to Vicksburg. He didn't give a damn. He said, "I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going." That sort of sums it up for me. 89. By the time the United States entered the Second World War, such anger had not dissipated, particularly since an opponent Tokyo had assiduously cultivated African Americans over the years. 90. On the other hand, there was a sense that an anti-fascist war would also mean pushback against Nazism's close cousin, Jim Crow, and this was not far wrong. 91. The seeds for this later progressive flowering had been planted in the previous decade, with the rise of left-led unions and global anti-racist organizing, as exemplified by the case of the Scottsboro 9, Negroes arrested and on the fast track to execution until the intervention of communist-backed movements. 92. A prominent producer of the new music, John Hammond, organized a benefit for these defendants in the early 1930s, alongside Duke Ellington and Benny Carter, an event he termed a great success. Hammond's father, at the urging of black communist William Patterson, provided a large donation to the defendants' legal fund. The progressive Hammond began writing for Downbeat, but, typically, was forbidden to write of racism or malpractices skewering musicians. Still, he joined the board of the NAACP in 1935 and continued exposing what he termed the shocking exploitation of recording artists. He had a first-hand acquaintance with this since his own favorite hangout was a small club called the Black Cat, a mob-owned joint in Greenwich Village. 93. As a producer, Hammond was unusual in his stated concern for exploitation of Negro performers, though, indicative of the pervasiveness of abuse, even he has been accused of profiteering from the miseries of Billie Holiday. 94. The pervasiveness was so severe that Mayo Williams, one of the few Negro producers at Decca, a leading recording company, described by Danny Barker as in charge of the whole black artists department, was accused by the guitarist as yet one more executive who cheated him. 95 You never met the president of the company, he said, speaking of Decca. Didn't pay you no respect. You had to deal with Mayo Williams, who was a bandit. Thus, after Barker wrote a hit tune, he was told by fellow musician, James P. Johnson, to bring your Vaseline. I said, bring my Vaseline for what? The reply, because you're going to get screwed. 96. The cruel antics of Joe Glazer were still profiting in the 1940s. Trummy Young may have had him in mind when he argued that the relationship between black performers and their managers was not an honest one. The managers robbed them blind, and this happened with practically all the best ones. It was the unrefined Glazer who spoke condescendingly and despicably of my Schwarzers, a tellingly Yiddish term affixed to Negroes. 97 The musician John Levy, who migrated to the business side of the music in part because of disgust with Glazer, observed that this mob-influenced man would not lend a hand to those with aspirations like himself. There were no blacks in the agency business at that time, he complained, it just wasn't done. 98. Another exploiter who continued to thrive during the 1940s was Herman Lubinsky, once described as a human hemorrhoid and close personal friend of the devil, and described by another as a horror story, a wannabe big shot, a cigar-chomping cartoon character 5 feet 4, bald, myopic, with a Napoleonic complex and a heart of stone. Though he was a known cheat, his roster of clients included Errol Garner, Billy Eckstine, Dexter Gordon, Fats Navarro, Leo Parker, Miles Davis, Stan Getz, Milt Jackson, and Charlie Parker. Born in Connecticut in 1896, the ultimate commentary about him arose when his son and namesake ran away from home as a teenager. 99. Lubinsky launched Savoy Records in November 1942 and managed to circumvent the barriers in a way deemed to be legal by acquiring a batch of jazz master recordings from Eli Oberstein, an owner of several record companies, augmented by his own 1939 recordings, mostly made in Newark. Of course, he was not averse to recording acts under pseudonyms to avoid union and peer detection, and capitalized handsomely on the new music being developed by Charlie Parker, Dexter Gordon, and older hands like Coleman Hawkins and Ben Webster. 100. The vocalist Jimmy Scott, who left Lionel Hampton's band to toil in a drugstore in Cleveland, also worked with Lubinsky. He throws in your mind that he owns you with the contract he's got on you. Though, I had no legal contract, nor could Scott find any to challenge him. They knew him so well. Lawyers and everything knew him so well, they didn't want to be bothered. 101 drummer Roy Porter called him Herman the Vermin and added with sorrow, in his dealings with me I foolishly gave up the rights to my material. Lubinsky, he said, was also a source of the misery inflicted voluminously on Charlie Parker. 102 But as more African Americans became attorneys and accountants in coming years, this frightful situation began to change. James Trummy Young was well aware of being cheated. He heard many guitarists in the turpentine timber fields, and they'd make their own blues, which influenced his own musical ventures. So trained, he wrote music for a tune to which the fabled Johnny Mercer contributed lyrics, but my name wasn't on it, he carped. So I got so angry about it because all the guys knew it was my tune, and I missed all the royalties. Then there was Margie, a recording which, he said, sold in the millions, and all I got, he said acerbically, was the $33 for making it. 103 Buster Smith recalls a different kind of theft. He was performing with the renowned Blue Devils in St. Louis and was told, just put all your instruments and your music in a nearby bag. Naively, he complied. But then someone just went in the bag, he lamented, and stole the music, which, for all he knew, was then played by competitors. 104 His mentee, Charlie Parker, performed in Augusta, Georgia, in 1942 but was left unpaid when the sponsor of the event departed with all the funds. Something similar occurred in Martinsville, Virginia. 105 According to bassist Red Callender, it was Barney Bigard who wrote Mood Indigo, though it took 20 years before he got his name on it, since Irving Mills' name was on it. Though Negro artists received the significant share of exploitation, they were not alone. According to Callender, the guitarist Les Paul, born in 1915 as Lester Pauls Fuss, changed his name again to Paul Leslie in order to escape what he considered to be an unfavorable contract. Such experiences led Callender to start an eponymous publishing company, and then, with horn man Buddy Collette, a record company named Legend. But it became, he said, bogged down with the unsavory character we had handling business. Then he learned that musicians in particular have to be able to watch their own business, a lesson still being ingested. Thus, they started another label, RBG, standing for Red, Buddy, and Grover Mitchell, a bassy trombonist born in 1930 in Alabama. Then there was simply Red Records, his own creation. 106. What was happening in part was the favorable climate delivered by a bloody anti-fascist war that placed Jim Crow on the defensive. John Hammond, a music producer and NAACP leader, in May 1942 informed that group's national leader, Walter White, that the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliates have no Negroes working there except as porters, an absence that may have been sparked by the fact that the company's leaders hailed from the Deep South. One NBC boss volunteered the information that he was from Florida, that he had been reared by a Negro mammy, while acknowledging unctuously to establish his purported liberal credentials, some of his best friends are Jews. 107. Nonetheless, NBC had 500 staff musicians, said White, and no Negroes, which took some doing, said White, given the prominence of the Negro in the field of music and general recognition that the best dance bands were those made up wholly or in part by Negro musicians. 108. Thus, young Negro musicians were urged to apply to Leopold Stokowski's All-American Youth Orchestra. 109. Pianist Billy Taylor limbed the formidable barriers that were strewn in the path of those who might want to apply. At Howard University, the historically Negro school that he knew well, they were so much in the European tradition and they looked down on anything that came from the jazz tradition, but racial prejudice was such that even if you became as good a violinist as Eddie South, a virtuoso on the instrument, you were not going to get a job with the Chicago Symphony at that time. 110. Critic Nat Hentoff cited Howard's Sterling Brown for the proposition that at the Hilltop campus he was never allowed to teach jazz or blues as such, because in some of the black colleges, they didn't want jazz mentioned, because jazz had come out of those places, these brothels and gin mills. 111. This glaring omission was not Howard's alone. An expert in the new music, Marshall Stearns, was forced out of Indiana University in 1946 by what was described as an anti-Negro faction, though he was not part of this proscribed ancestral group. 112. Despite this encouragement, it was also in 1940, after war had erupted in Europe, that the prominent musician and composer William Grant Still, writing from Los Angeles, informed Walter White about one colored boy who struck me as being unusually intelligent and talented, who told me of the opposition he is encountering at home from parents who feel that the only work for colored people was menial and who are insisting that he relinquish his dreams of attending a musical conservatory in favor of going to work at once. Their viewpoint is that there are no opportunities for highly developed colored musicians. This boy, unless he has the strength to oppose his parents as well as the world at large, will end up becoming a menial when he might do great things. It made me heartsick. 113. Thus, the promise of anti-fascist war notwithstanding, Sidney Bechet announced disconsolately in 1941 that the trouble nowadays is that there are too many musicians. If there weren't too many, there would still be good jobs left for colored boys after the white boys got through imitating them and taking away all the best jobs. By 1943, one of the most skilled musicians of his generation was toiling ignominiously in a shipyard. 114. It was during this same conflicted era that his fellow jazzman from New Orleans, George Lewis, was working as a full-time stevedore. 115. In sum, as the 1940s unfolded, musicians faced an enervating climate of Jim Crow, labor exploitation, almost casual racism, and worse. The Pendergast machine of Kansas City by then had been weakened but left a spreading legacy, as symbolized by the presence in Manhattan of the prized export that was Charlie Parker. But Kansas City was not unique in the Midwest. Clark Terry recalled that in the 1940s, I heard that Peoria was even more lucrative, and if you could get lucky enough to pimp a prostitute, which a lot of cats were doing, then you could really make it, especially since prostitution was legal there. Emphasis in original. At one night spot, I got into a serious crap game, he said. Those shot in AAA with shiny black shoes with long pointed toes, were said to be shorn in hoe kickers. A woman friend of Terry's called me her tennis shoe pimp because I didn't beat her, he remarked. 116. Still, marijuana, morphine, and Benzedrine were readily available in Kansas City. Milton Morris, the owner of the Hey Hey Club, posted a sign on the bar advertising joints for 25 cents each. Despite these hurdles, the colored Local 637 of the Musicians Union worked both sides of the town's color line, playing more jobs than their non-colored counterparts, who belonged to Local 34, leaving them irritated. The Negro success allowed them to buy a two-story red brick building at 1823 Highland Avenue. However, this success did not prevent Parker from fleeing eastward to presumed greener pastures, this after an automobile accident, a peril of constant travel, caused the saxophonist to depart with intense pain that led to a heroin habit, fueled by the fact that Kansas City had a legion of pushers of this drug. Parker had clashed with gangsters who controlled St. Louis's popular and aptly named Plantation Club, which provided little incentive to stay in Missouri. Yet he made his way to 52 MD Street in Manhattan, already infested by the likes of the mob-connected Morris Levy and his club to be named Birdland. 117. Given his widespread popularity as the veritable avatar of bebop, musicians imitated Parker, leading Lorraine Gordon of the Village Vanguard to conclude that a lot of these men, speaking of musicians, had drug habits, though all were not parallel to that of Parker. For example, Louis Armstrong lived on pot. 118. The pianist Randy Weston, present at the creation of the new turn in the new music, argues that this heroin epidemic was being spread by organized crime. 119. And given the continuing, if not enhanced, role of those like Levy and Glazer, this supposition is understandable. Parker was emblematic of the music. He practiced at times for 15 hours per day and did that over a period of almost 4 years, although early on this innovative artist was reduced to menial labor, sweeping nightclubs and washing dishes. 120. Ironically, this labor may have had an upside, according to vocalist Jon Hendricks. Parker was a dishwasher at the Onyx Club when fabled pianist Art Tatum was playing there, and he heard Art playing. That inspired him. Art was the father of what later became known as bebop. I know because I was singing all those substitute chord structures when I was 14. 121. In a posthumous tribute to Tatum, fellow pianist George Shearing said, "Whenever I hear Tatum I feel like becoming a plumber or a carpenter instead, quite a feat if executed by one as blind as Shearing." 122. Despite his mastery, Tatum is an emblem of an exploitative industry. Given the hard times on which he fell, fellow pianist Hank Jones knew him well when he worked at the Three Deuces and was living in a Harlem hotel on 125th Street. "It was a terrible hotel," said Jones, "near 8th Avenue, but it was the only one that he could get at the time, and Jones used to take him down to work in a cab, soaking up the knowledge of piano wizardry all the while." 123. Parker was also emblematic in that he was victimized by Jim Crow in a way that could easily induce instability of various sorts. Bassist Gene Ramey recalls the saxophonist getting beat up by the cops in Jackson, Mississippi, where there was a curfew for blacks. Bandmates were smoking cigarettes on a front porch, and Bird wound up being assaulted. They had knots on their head big enough to hang a hat on. 124. In the summer of 1942, he was arrested for breaking a curfew in Jackson, a stricture that according to his biographer was only enforced on black citizens. Also during the war, Parker, Gillespie, and Oscar Pettiford were attacked in a New York City subway by a soldier who stripped the latter two naked. In Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Gillespie was hit in the head with a bottle after refusing to play a request from a Euro-American member of the audience. Parker, says Brian Priestley, was subject to the normal well-founded resentments of the minority members of an aggressively white society. As a result, Parker, and others similarly situated, had a grand disregard of law and courts, most probably stemming from the miscarriages of justice towards the Negro. So opines sculptor Julie MacDonald, a friend of his, in words that shed light on the fire and passion that drove his music and the companion difficulties that haunted him to his grave. 125. 5. We Speak African. The 1940s brought other transformative changes beyond the turn that was bebop. 1. The 45 RPM record was developed by RCA in 1949, followed quickly by the proliferation of a device that could play these discs, followed in turn by transistor radios. Along with the rise of television, these fueled the youth culture, which had been buoyed by the rise of bebop but, as matters evolved, shifted toward a musical form known as rock and roll and a predecessor and parent known as rhythm and blues. Both opened more doors for musicians, though it might have closed a few for those who were beboppers too. All of this was occurring as Jim Crow entered a death spiral. Clarinetist Buddy DeFranco was among the practitioners of the new music soured by this turn of events. At the beginning of rock and roll coming in, he said, most of the jazz clubs began to fold, meaning very little work for jazz players, very little. 3. Aiding this elongated process was the obvious sacrifice Negroes had made in defeating fascism, a close relative of racist segregation. This was not just soldiering, said Louis Armstrong. During the war, he said, I played so many army camps until I'd begun to feel like I was a LT. Lieutenant General. 4. This anti-fascist sacrifice was not without cost. The drummer Chico Hamilton, unlike Armstrong, was an actual enlisted soldier. I got court-martialed, he recalled later, and had to do some time. He also honed his musical skill in a military band, but this assignment was not as comfy as it sounded. For in Delaware, some place like that, I couldn't stay in the same hotel my band stayed in. Then right outside St. Louis, the crew stopped to get some gas and the dude poured the gas on the ground and he made me pay for it. Salt Lake City was no prize either. Their religion said the reason we were black was because we sinned. That was God's curse on us. 5. As matters proceeded, it did seem that seeking to dissolve the encrusted racism that permeated the United States, not least in a sector, music, where Negro influence was far-reaching, was akin to taking on the Almighty. Charlie Parker was one of the finest persons you could meet in your life, said percussionist Mac Ido, born in Cuba. He was complicated, he had problems, mental problems, or emotional problems, was his assessment of a man with whom he recorded. He respected us because we respected him, so you know, it was a complete understanding with this musician, a gentleman. 6. Bebop was not the only turn in the music in the 1940s. Another was the influence of Cuban artists, represented not only by Mac Ido's relationship to Parker but how the percussionist and others influenced a heightened racial consciousness, and even created openings for the descendants of enslaved Africans that manifested itself in unusual ways. When bandleader Charlie Barnett sought to check into a hotel with his prime singer, Lena Horne, he found that whenever I thought there might be trouble in getting her a room, he would dispatch a comrade to the desk, order our rooms, jabber to her in Spanish double talk and then say to the desk clerk, our Cuban singers would like a single room with Beth. This worked every time. 7. Interestingly, Horne faced such bias despite the fact that she knew the nearer white you looked, the better chance you had of having your beauty noticed by those who did the hiring. 8. Apparently, this privilege did not extend to hotels. The Cuban escape hatch notwithstanding, it was striking how the color line was policed, often on an ad hoc basis. Toby Butler, a drummer with the Darlings of Rhythm, described as an all-girl orchestra, was detained in Milledgeville, Georgia, after it was alleged that she was a white girl and her bandmates were not so endowed. 9. As the examples of Bauza and Mac Ido suggested, Cuban musicians were becoming more prominent in New York. Perhaps foremost among them was the trumpeter known as Fats Navarro, born in Key West in 1923. Growing up there, he was exposed to Cuban music via radio. Both of his parents were of Bahamian ancestry, though his grandfather came to the United States from Cuba in 1895 and registered as white according to the 1900 census. His mother's father was an uncle of trumpeter Charlie Shavers, an early idol of the young horn man. 10. Navarro left his hometown by 1941 and soon was playing in the band of Billy Eckstine, replacing Dizzy Gillespie. He joined Andy Kirk's band in 1943. He was the influence, said Navarro of bandmate Howard McGee, born in Tulsa in 1918. So influenced, he went on to star with Coleman Hawkins, while speaking highly of Hank Jones, Bud Powell, Max Roach, Kenny Clark, and Parker. Navarro performed with Illinois Jacquet and Lionel Hampton too. In some ways, Navarro became the paradigmatic symbol of the new music in the post-war era, along with Parker. This was not only because of his musical virtuosity but the impact of narcotics on his life and of racism upon him. 11. His warm and crackling tone, his clean notes and his startling technique ranked him with Dizzy Gillespie and Miles Davis. 12. Davis, who once had his own drug problem, called Navarro a real bad junkie. Pitiful 13. Ironically, it was Davis who replaced Navarro in Parker's band, since by July 1950 the Floridian was dead in Manhattan, marking an era in the new music. 14. One analyst nevertheless concludes that Navarro was the ideal trumpeter for Parker's quintet because of his high standard of dexterity plus his approach to melody, timbre, and articulation, all of which formed the mainstream of jazz trumpet. The two, Parker and Navarro, were said to be ideal partners in a modern jazz ensemble. 15. Though both redolent of the Grim Reaper narcotics that bedeviled the music and musicians alike, Navarro was among the most politically conscious of musicians. As he informed bassist, composer, and arranger Charles Mingus, "If they don't own us, they push us off the scene. Jazz is big business to the white man and you can't move without him. We are just work ants. He owns the magazines, agencies, record companies, and all the joints that sell jazz to the public. If you won't sell out and you try to fight, they won't hire you and they give a bad picture of you with that false publicity." 16. Also symbolizing the influence from abroad, which from its inception had marked the new music which, after all, was rooted in Africa, was the impact of Mario Bauza. Jelly Roll Morton spoke of the Spanish tinge of the new music's origins, unsurprising since New Orleans was once under Madrid's rule. 17. Louis Armstrong's 1930 recording of a Cuban song, El Manzanero, was suggestive in this regard. 18. Bauza was born in Havana in 1911 and by the 1930s was playing with Cab Calloway. He befriended Gillespie and performed alongside Parker. Bauza termed Navarro a mechanical Dizzy Gillespie, that is, a mechanical trumpet player and without a doubt the best. Nobody fooled with Fats. Bauza's interlocutor said that Navarro had more understanding of Afro-Cuban rhythms than most jazz trumpeters in the early days because he came from South Florida and was exposed to a melding of various African musical trends. Another trumpeter, Quincy Jones, concurred, and saw these Cuban maestros as being underestimated in assessments of their influence, because of their mastery of the Cuban tumbeo, that is, the basic rhythm played on the bass, at times replicated on the piano and often adopted on the mainland via the conga drum, a continuing staple in popular music. 19. When Art Blakey and Horace Silver adopted Afro-Cuban rhythms, Macito, Navarro, and Bauza could claim partial credit. But it was Bauza as much as Navarro who was responsible for this development. By 1926, he had arrived in Manhattan, where, he said, "I was overwhelmed by the Negro shows at the Lafayette Theater in Harlem, not to mention the jazz featuring black men and women doing their thing." But it was his militancy that made Bauza a symbol of a rising epoch. By late 1937, he and other musicians met at the El Torreta restaurant at 110th and 5th Avenue to develop a plan to get better representation from Local 802 of the American Federation of Musicians. "I didn't make my living playing Latin music," said Bauza, unlike some other attendees, but he played a vanguard role nonetheless. I attended the meeting, he said, and saw mostly white musicians and white band leaders. So he stood up and spoke forcefully, pointing out that he toiled in the black jazz world, while adding pointedly, "Why didn't you invite the Afro-Cubans and Afro-Puerto Ricans who you won't give a job to?" And even with the spreading popularity of Latin music, he was disappointed, noting that, "I never saw a black musician working in a Latin orchestra in Midtown." Thus, he said triumphantly, "I told them off and walked out of the meeting." He managed to exempt his Euro-Cuban peer Xavier Cugat, who, he claimed, was not a racist. He hired dark and mulatto musicians, 20. But it was not just Navarro and Bauza or Cugat who were adding resonance to bebop. "We didn't talk," said Dizzy Gillespie of his percussionist, Chano Pozo, "we just looked at each other." 21 Luciano Gonzalez, known professionally as Chano Pozo, was born in Havana in 1915. "I've always been interested in Latin music," said Gillespie. "When I formed my big band I told Mario Bauza I wanted a tom-tom player. He took me to Chano's furnished room on 111th Street Harlem, between Lenox and 7th. We hit it off well," said the trumpeter, even though he didn't speak English. "When Chano joined my band is when the Afro-Cuban innovation in jazz began. At first he clashed with my drummer, Kenny Clark. This changed when I sang him the melody and the beats. Thus," he continued, "all of my Afro-Cuban songs except Cubana B Cubana Bop written by George Russell were composed by Chano and me. It was Chano's idea and I always added something." On one occasion a reporter asked me how Chano and I communicated. Chano, standing behind me, answered him in broken English. "Dizzy no speaky Spanish, me no English, we speak African." Like many Africans born in Cuba, Pozo found it difficult to accept the indignities of Jim Crow. 22 Macito, the Cuban-born percussionist, recalled that after performing in North Carolina, Pozo returned to Manhattan, purportedly to get new drums. Chano had his drums but didn't want to play in the South. He didn't like the separate restrooms and everything else which separated the whites from the black people. He told Gillespie he would join him at a subsequent performance but shortly thereafter was murdered in Harlem, dead at 33, yet another victim, albeit indirectly, of Jim Crow. 23. Looking back, Gillespie continued to praise his bandmate, though he flashed across the musical sky like a doomed meteor. When Chano arrived, he really opened things up. "There are things that he played, that I'm just beginning to understand now." Although Pozo wasn't a writer, he was Stone Africa, that is, he helped to reconnect the music with its taproot. He knew rhythm from Africa. "He taught us all multi-rhythm, we learned from the master." Moreover, said Gillespie, a pioneer in his own right, "my roommate and my best friend in Cab Calloway's band musically besides Milt Hinton bassist, was a Cuban, Mario Bauza. He was like my father in the manner in which he was broadening my scope in music." 24. It was not just their musical ideas that allowed Cubans to influence their African American peers. It was their different experience on the island that they brought to the mainland, as suggested by Pozo's revulsion when confronted with Jim Crow and Bauza's challenge to recalcitrant union practices. It was also Macito naming his band Afro-Cubans, which has been called a brave statement of ethnic identity during a time when, as fellow percussionist Bobby Sanabria put it, many U.S. Negroes had been reluctant to claim African identity. 25 This was at a time when the vocalist, born Lee Brown, who sang with Lionel Hampton, adopted the name Bobs Gonzalez, a Latino identity. 26 Which also underscored that those whose surnames reflected possible descent from mainland enslaved Africans, that is, those who had fought the formation of a slaveholders' republic, were subjected to a special persecution. 27 Allowing more leeway for arriving Cubans. Still, as so often happens, the arrival of the Cubans, with their differing ideas about racism and identity, was a product of the times as much as these brave men were shaping the times. For, after a hiatus with the death of the deported Marcus Garvey in 1940, Black nationalism began to flourish, along with Islam, when Paul Robeson, a lodestar of the left and once a hero to musicians, came under withering assault, creating a vacuum that demanded to be filled. Coincidentally, these various strands of militancy were then entangled in a Gordian knot of heroin and other dangerous substances. Jackie McLean, who was in Harlem throughout the war, says, "I never knew of any drugs or anything like that the whole time I was coming up until the end of the Second World War, and then, the minute the Second World War was over, 1946, 47, the community was deluged with drugs, though the cofactor may have been Washington's entente with the right wing in Italy, seen as necessary to combat what was then one of the strongest communist parties in the capitalist world. In most black communities," says the artist, "there was an influx of hard drugs and the cost? It was cheap, man. It was like $1 for a capsule." 28 It was as if there were those so bewildered and outraged by the surge of progressive anti-fascism that they launched a counter-attack on multiple fronts. Unfortunately, it was even deeper than this. The U.S. anti-drug czar, Harry Anslinger, an inveterate liar and self-promoting blowhard and a xenophobic racist, was among those who thought even marijuana promoted sexual promiscuity and interracial sex. The new music early on was associated with both, which led to the 1930s harassment of Louis Armstrong, described as a victim of the first celebrated marijuana bust. Anslinger, like many, was both fascinated and repulsed by these artists, and this obsession only grew during his career. He established a fund for paid informants to infiltrate the world of these artists and set them up for arrest. They had much work to do since critic James Lincoln Collier asserted that as many as 75% of practitioners of the new music by the 1940s and 1950s used heroin. 29. As one scholar put it, the rise of Orthodox Islam in the post-war era paralleled the development of modern jazz. 30 It was not simply the Orthodox, however. Trombonist Curtis Fuller was a product of this developing trend. His father was in Mosque No. 1 of the Nation of Islam in Detroit, the seedbed of this important religious political group, though he was only one among many of a rising generation of musicians whose ideas varied from those of their predecessors. 31 Indeed, critic Richard Boyer associated the so-called bebop revolt with youthful musicians with a bent toward militancy and Islam alike, as symbolized by the drummer born in 1919 with the name Art Blakey and later called Abdullah ibn Boina, along with pianist Walter Bishop, Jr., who was also known as Ibrahim ibn Ismail, born in 1927. Many of these musicians studied Arabic, and some of them could write in the distinctive script and prose light unceasingly. According to Boyer. 32 In 1947 the multi-instrumentalist Yusef Lateef, born in 1920, was introduced to Islam in Chicago by the trumpeter Talib Daoud. "He gave me some literature," Lateef said, "that had been produced by the Ahmadiyya movement, an Islamic offshoot from British India." He was also influenced by Boina Blakey and saxophonist Saib Shihab. 33. Like many African Americans, musicians too often felt ambivalent at best about the faith that was Christianity. Characteristically, trombonist Slide Hampton, born in 1932, groused, "My dad and mother made us go to church every Sunday and Sunday school. I hated it. I hated it." It was a Baptist church that he found lacking ethically, since somebody doing something that was unfair to someone else always really just turned me off. Justice and principle and integrity was something always important to me, emphasizing, "Selfishness is a thing that I hate." 34 He found no remedies within the church, which was true for others who then turned to Islam. There may have been other benefits too. Musician Buddy DeFranco said that because of religious affinity, some dignitaries, from different nations would come to see Art Blakey, boosting his profile and possibly his earnings, though the clarinetist rather archly found this religious tie was like a reprieve from being a black guy. 35 It was not just that. The critic Mike Zwerin pointed out that on their police cards, black musicians could be designated as Muslim instead of colored, and this could persuade some owners of segregated hotels that they were visiting Arab dignitaries. 36 In brief, Other forces were at play were impelling African Americans to convert to Islam. This religious-cum-political trend filled the vacuum in the aftermath of the eviscerating of the left-wing and socialist trends represented by Paul Robeson. His comrades had shown considerable interest in the new twists in the new music. 37 In turn, pianist Billy Taylor admitted that one of my heroes was Paul Robeson. Thus, when he traveled to Haiti in 1949, he confessed, "I saw with my own eyes the kind of injustice that people of color suffer the world over, the kind of injustice to which Paul Robeson was passionately opposed." 38 Dexter Gordon was among the musicians who admired Robeson, of course, says his biographer. 39 Robeson had always been my hero, chimed in fellow musician Red Callender, adding, "I always loved the way he spoke about society." 40 Southern California musician Coney Woodman, born in 1917, observed that in the 1940s a lot of movie stars were communists. They wanted us to join the Communist Party. We never got around to it, he assured, though we played for Marcus Garvey. 41 We used to play for all the communist dances, was the opinion of Dizzy Gillespie. Benny Carter played for scale at several fundraisers for blacklisted Hollywood workers and later denounced the witch-hunting House Un-American Activities Committee. After Fats Waller died, a communist-affiliated youth group held a memorial. 42 Music producer George Wine speaks of the influence of Ethel and Frankie Newton, the latter a prominent musician who had become active members of the American Communist Party. It was precisely communist organizations, according to Wine, that provided a lot of work for jazz musicians in the late 1940s. The party often hired bands to play social engagements. I remember accompanying Frankie Newton to a function in Irving Plaza, and there he enjoyed his first encounter with Thelonious Monk. 43 Barney Josephson, born in 1902 and of Latvian ancestry, was in the orbit of the communists and founded a popular desegregated club in Greenwich Village that gained in prominence as anti-fascism roared. In a novel touch and a breakthrough then deemed radical, racially mixed couples could sit anywhere within the club. This was the atmosphere in which Billie Holiday flourished and in which her haunting anti-lynching ballad, Strange Fruit, took flight. Columbia Records was reluctant to release this creation in an atmosphere in which Frankie Newton discussed Marcus Garvey and the latest permutations of the Soviet 5-year plan. 44 Critic Nat Hentoff compared Newton to Robeson. Newton too had difficulty making a living because of his outspoken political stances and had to work as a janitor. This artist also painted, creating sterling images on canvas. 45 Pianist Art Hodes, born in the Ukraine in 1904, was also in this political orbit. Thus, he said, "Our phone was tapped for a long time, and, likewise, if you went on a train with blacks, you had problems, and thus I had all sorts of problems." He visited Camp Unity, the left-wing pastoral setting, and found, "I couldn't dance with a Negro in New York, but here I can do it." So it wasn't only dance. It was the free love or whatever it was. 46 In sum, it was revulsion at such episodes that led to a crackdown on dancing and the acceleration of mere listening. In the post-war era, Negro entrepreneur Sonny Wilson of Detroit allowed Robeson to speak at his night spot when he was banned elsewhere. This occurred in the face of serious threats of violence, which called for heightened security led by future Mayor Coleman Young, in a helmet. 1,800 amassed and hundreds more were turned away. 47 Though soon the great performer and activist would be sidelined altogether. 48 In 1949 Dizzy Gillespie was performing in Harlem and found that Robeson was in the audience. Dizzy was so impressed, said critic Nat Hentoff. Robeson told the trumpeter, "I would have gone backstage, but I didn't want to get you in trouble." 49 I always remember Paul Robeson, said Dizzy Gillespie, whom I loved. After Robeson was demonized, he was loath to visit the trumpeter backstage, but Gillespie instructed him bluntly, "You are me, man. I sincerely meant that." 50. Not only black artists leaned leftward. Bandleader Artie Shaw was among those who had nothing but contempt for hearings, held by the Un-American Activities Committee in Washington, designed to root out real and imagined communist influence. 51. but a kind of false dawn symbolized the rise of Josephson's club, cafe society, and the left-wing aroma it exuded, for the end of the war in 1945 featured a fierce counterattack against this trend. In some ways, it was a battle of Reds or Communists versus Racketeers 52, and though the former was to be weakened severely, the politics they espoused were not eradicated altogether, while the mobsters received an extended lease on life. As late as 1950, when the political climate had become more frigid, Lena Horne gushed that she was so in awe of him. Speaking of Robeson. 53 strikingly, Horne man Buddy Collette, born in 1921 in Los Angeles, used the exact word awe in speaking of Robeson. He also was a reader of the U.S. Communist press, on the premise that viewing some of the socialist views opened up the mind, since musically, there's more than one way to play a song. The same holds true for politics. 54 mandating openness toward diverse viewpoints. Roach also saluted Robeson and A. Philip Randolph Union leader as models, contended drummer Max Roach. 55 Roach went further, asserting that the exploitation of artists goes right back to Karl Marx when he talks about always keeping a reservoir of unemployed, that way you can control the employed. 56 Yet, as Reds declined, racketeers ascended further. As early as 1946, trombonist Britt Woodman, born in 1920, acknowledged that the Downbeat, a popular club in Los Angeles, was owned by a gangster called Mickey Cohen. Our payroll checks were signed by him, which was not unusual since during that time the mob owned practically all the clubs the musicians played in. 57 Buddy Collette also had dispiriting encounters with the thuggish Cohen. 58 This was not unique. Saxophonist Frank Foster, born in Ohio in 1928, has pointed out that northern Kentucky, right across the Ohio River from Cincinnati, are the towns of Covington and Newport, resembled Southern California at its worst. Newport was a wide-open town as far as gambling was concerned. They had after-hours clubs that went from 1 a.m. to 5 in the morning. I had to get my mother's permission to work a job in this club, the Sportsman Club, which featured gambling. We played for black folks. There were not mixed audiences in those days. You either played for all black audiences or all white audiences, though there was a smattering of whites in the former clubs. I made max $10 a job, meaning naked profiteering for some. Instead, by 1946 his mother wanted him to attend the Cincinnati Conservatory, which at the time was not admitting blacks, driving him back across the river into the arms of the mob. In any event, though his high school classes were not segregated, swimming classes were, betraying a fear of intimacy while clad in swimsuits. In downtown Cincinnati, black patrons could not go into certain clubs, though black musicians played there, while across the river there were sites where black bands couldn't even play, they only had white bands, white patrons. Similarly, the Cincinnati Reds baseball team played at a ballpark where Jim Crow reigned. 59 Meanwhile in Harlem, fellow saxophonist Jackie McLean was being influenced by Jimmy Briggs, whose business was the numbers, and said the bebopper, "My dad was controlling the numbers from 155th Street to 163 RD 60. But during the same time Uber producer Norman Granz organized the series Jazz at the Philharmonic, and forged a program to mobilize band leaders in a drive against racial discrimination that was to bear fruit. 61 Granz was a supporter of the left-wing presidential candidacy of former Vice President Henry Wallace, defeated in 1948 by former Pendergast machine functionary Harry S. Truman, yet another turning point politically. 62 It was Granz who cancelled a concert in New Orleans when the authorities demanded that Negroes sit upstairs and others below, a typical practice. 63 Pianist Hank Jones is among those who give credit to Granz for the post-war push toward desegregation. He insisted, said Jones, that the audience be integrated, even in the southern towns. For instance, if an audience was segregated, he would not take the concern. This is something a lot of the Afro-American band leaders, the Duke Ellingtons, the Cab Callaways and others, did not do. Perceptibly, he added, Norman of course was white, so he had a little more power to do things like that. 64. This grand initiative was timely in that it came in the midst of an incident in 1946 when Monogram Pictures, a studio soon to be defunct, substituted two musicians defined as white for two Negroes when Charlie Barnett's band was being filmed. That is, Negroes played on the soundtrack, they just did not appear on camera. 65 Across the continent in Manhattan, by 1947 there was only one Negro musician working in house bands for the powerful network of radio and nascent television stations. The left-leaning National Negro Congress, soon to be driven into extinction, sought reform. As things stood, the best Negro musicians generally get paid only as much as second-rate white units and were excluded from most choice locations. Besides, classical music was shown to be far more restrictive than the pop field in that not one Negro is employed by any major symphony orchestra. At that point, it was reported that there were 10,000 Negro musicians, 2,500 of them in New York. 66. Los Angeles, which had been the recipient of a tidal wave of arriving Negro immigrants in the 1940s, was also the scene of heightened racist tension, as a partial result. Howard Rumsey, who founded a club, the Lighthouse, in Orange County during this tumultuous decade, observed late in life that in the early days Negro musicians had a tough time navigating around local police officers, who sometimes tailed them through town. Many quit coming and didn't resume for several years. 67 This pattern also held due north in Los Angeles. Buddy Collette was headed to the west side with a Euro-American woman in tow, and the maitre d' at the club's door just about lost his teeth. Said Collette, "I really got frightened." 68 What Collette was experiencing was a supposed crackdown on crime that was actually a crackdown on Negroes, a repetitive pattern before and since. LA cops, frustrated at their inability to solve crimes, began raiding Central Avenue night spots in Black LA, strangling business. This was driven, said a reporter, by the alleged relationship between jazz and crime, meaning musicians, entertainers, customers, particularly in mixed parties, were arrested right and left. 69. In retrospect, the dual militancy of Robeson-influenced leftism and nationalist-influenced Islam combined to puncture the walls of Jim Crow that had handicapped so many. As drummer Roy Porter put it, "You see, with the black bebop jazz musicians, you weren't dealing with no ya boss niggers. We were a new breed, willing to confront the point that all the clubs were owned by whites with blacks fronting in some of them. 70. Ironically, the satrap of the Pendergast machine in Kansas City, President Harry S. Truman, spearheaded the offensive against Robeson, which altered the political calculus for musicians and black America alike. During the midst of war, Truman managed to travel in January 1945 to Pendergast's funeral, where he told a reporter that he owed his political promotion to the late political boss. 71 An unsettling signal at best. As one man from Kansas City was turning the ship of state sharply to the right, another, albeit from across the river, continued to innovate energetically in an objectively different direction. Saxophonist Jackie McLean, born in Harlem in 1931, recalls espying his fiery congressman, Adam Clayton Powell, and his similarly progressive spouse, the pianist Hazel Scott, enjoying and drawing energy from a Parker performance at the Royal Roost in Manhattan in 1948. 72 Pianist Duke Jordan, born in New York in 1922, is no doubt correct in asserting that Parker was bugged by the fact that being a Negro, he could go just so far and no farther, while many whites in post-war America longed for a return to the old values. As late as 1949, a disc jockey in Detroit could be fired from a white radio station for broadcasting a black record by the mild-mannered singer and keyboardist Nat King Cole. At that historic moment, the Jim Crow regime was straining against the leash of global public opinion, which had turned against Berlin's racism during the war and was unwilling to tolerate Washington's, yet it was not clear if the Euro-American majority and the elite that spoke for them would be willing to yield. As things evolved, the popularity of music and musicians may have been a factor in generating a solvent that would serve to erode the most obdurately obsidian bias. 73 A process associated in coming years with Congressman Powell. The pain and perception that Parker felt was poured into and out of his instrument. During this time, at Minton's in Harlem and other clubs where bebop was being developed, musicians had to play their hearts out, according to Miles Davis's son, who had reason to know. The audience had been known to come on stage, drag a musician off, and bodily throw him into the street, while imploring vigorously, "Don't come back till you learn how to play 74. This vigor was a reflection of the energy being directed against Jim Crow. Unsurprisingly, when the visiting blind pianist George Shearing traveled across the United States in 1949, he was sufficiently perceptive to note a startling level of racism 75, though more perceptivity might have detected a rising tide against this pestilence. This was a promising trend that was to manifest more dramatically in the following decade, but in the short term 1949 Nisui Erdogan, a founder of what became Atlantic Records, which was to record John Coltrane and other notables, told co-founder Ahmet Erdogan that the demand for Dixieland Records is very high right now. "We are setting up distributions in key centers all over the country." He then added revealingly, "We want a distributor who gives full coverage to white locations especially, and who handles no other Dixie line preferably." In short, contrary to Granz, he was willing to capitulate to Jim Crow rather than combat it. 76 Atlantic had to contend with an unforgiving environment. In a cash business where distributors had to make their own deals with local trucking companies and shippers, no independent record company could say without equivocation that it was free of mob influence, meaning rightward tugs. 77 Just before the words between the Erdogan brothers were penned, a reporter was noting that companies like his were troubled, indies losing out in wax race, since the Big Four controls industry. 300 indies may soon be holding collective bag. 78 Those labels that were lucky would be bought or subjected to merger. Even during the waxing of anti-fascism, there were disturbing signs that it would take more exertion to eradicate the horror that was Jim Crow. In the febrile atmosphere that arose, for example, Prestige Records, formed by Bob Weinstock in 1949, a company that Miles Davis equated with a shark, was indicative of the changed balance of forces between progress and reaction, capital and labor. Known to take decided advantage of musicians who were desperate for money, particularly those who had to have cash because of heroin addiction, Prestige signed them to adhesion contracts that compelled them to record a sizable number of performances in exchange for a tiny advance against future royalty payments, which often did not materialize in any case. Because of such unscrupulousness, according to critic Frank Kofsky, Weinstock was able to accumulate innumerable priceless performances by Davis, Sonny Rollins, Thelonious Monk, John Coltrane, Charlie Parker, Eric Dolphy, and other masters of the art. Jackie McLean said provocatively that if you can imagine being under the Nazi regime and not knowing it, you can imagine being under the heel of Prestige. For his part, Weinstock invested handsomely in Florida real estate. 79 In reflecting on the assessment that Prestige was known as the Junkies label and the Plantation, McLean agreed that some independent record companies and club owners knowingly take advantage of musicians who were strung out on dope. "It was terrible," he said. "We were helpless. These exploitative labels compelled artists to pay for recording sessions, but then all the music went into their publishing company, so they made a killing there. The recording contract you signed said that you paid for everything eventually: sandwiches, cabs, Rudy Van Gelder engineer, studio time, the pressing of the records, the design, everything. You got no royalties until that nut expenses was met." 80. Heroin, said critic Nat Hentoff, reduced the genius pianist Bud Powell to begging, "Can I have $1, was his wounded appeal. 81. At any rate, this was a continuation of a related trend, for as cornetist Rex Stewart, born in 1907, observed, record executives often thought a musician played with more native abandon when he was full of alcohol, thus at recording sessions there was always plenty of whiskey or gin present. 82 Band leader Harry James was among the major imbibers, said Artie Shaw. He used to drink 5 martinis at lunch, a rate that killed Bix Beiderbecke, a fellow musician. Coleman Hawkins was among those who preferred brandy. 83 Ben Webster, Coleman Hawkins, and Lester Young, said one analyst, each drank themselves to death in a protracted long, slow-moving suicide. The latter, in particular, suffered a whole lot of Jim Crow, and this doubtlessly contributed to his alcoholism. Hawkins's father committed suicide. He walked into the water one day. 84. The pressure of racism was intense, often inducing such radical reactions. J. Johnson, an extraordinary trombonist, born in 1924, observed that racism was rampant when he grew up in Indianapolis. We were a self-contained community, yet the veritable walls surrounding his vicinity were not sufficiently impermeable to exclude noxious external influences, alcohol abuse in the first case. Fred Beckett was his biggest influence on his instrument, but, said Johnson, he had a bout with alcoholism, a terrible, terrible bout with alcoholism. It was a tragedy because he was such a talent. It hurt most of us to see him go down, passing away at the age of 29.85. When I first came to New York, said Billy Taylor, speaking of the immediate pre-war years, whiskey was freely available. It was the drug of choice, and you could get a drink in the daytime if you had 15 cents. At night the prices went up to a quarter for a scotch. A double was 35 cents, a price range supplemented by the point that musicians could often get drinks at even cheaper rates or for free. 86. Alcohol flowed easily at performance sites. But that was not all. Pianist Jimmy Rowles, born in 1918 in Spokane, found it necessary to wear a mask because of cigarette smoke, while adding, "I don't give a damn whether they think I look funny," indicative of an unhealthy climate that could drive a musician to drink, or worse. 87 Revealingly, there were said to be caged birds in Birdland, which did not survive long because of the smoky atmosphere. 88 Trumpeter Joe Wilder noted irritably that smoke used to drive me crazy while playing in clubs, a situation worsened since about 65% of the fellows I worked with did smoke. 89 Pianist Barry Harris, born in 1929 in Detroit, confesses, "I was a cigarette smoker, albeit for defensive reasons. The only reason I smoked cigarettes," he said, "is that it was my protection against the marijuana and the cocaine and the heroin. You had to do something, you know, so I would smoke cigarettes." Other musicians thought that if you consumed hard drugs you could play like Bert Charlie Parker or something. Harris was subjected to stress too, but was able to overcome it. When vocalist Sheila Jordan came to hear him play in Hamtramck or Polish Town close by Detroit, he found that every eye in that joint was looking at us, notably the melanin-deficient vocalist, and when the gig was over, good thing there was a streetcar going by, 'cause we made it to that streetcar, but they were coming after us. 90. Besides smoke, there were loud sounds with the musicians in close proximity to same. For Buddy DeFranco this meant tinnitus, which can deliver hearing loss. "It is a hiss," he said. "It's always there. Although sometimes the hiss is louder than the band I'm working with." He blamed drummer Art Blakey, since for many years I'd stand and play in front of the drummer. Then the constant fingering of his horn contributed to trigger finger. "I'd wake up," he said, "and it would be locked and I'd have to pull it out. I got an injection of cortisone and was also fighting the battle now with this jaw and my eyes, and I have double vision. I've spoken to a lot of doctors." 91. Gambling was also an occupational hazard of musicians, worsened when Las Vegas expanded in the post-war era, a place where this practice was legalized. "Gambling was the only addiction I dealt with," said Clark Terry. "The thrill of winning was so powerful." 92 By 1948, pianist Mary Lou Williams's self-described gambling addiction was feeding excessive drinking, a dangerous habit fed by the venues in which she performed her art. She began supervising gambling out of her own home, with what one writer described as 4 tables going. All the hustlers in town came. The game lasted almost 2 days, with one intimate complaining that she was fooling around with these dope fiends. "Dope fiends will rob you." She responded that nervousness was at the root of this overweening problem. 93. The nervousness may have been shaped by the overriding patriarchy that reigned in the business. 94 Horne man von Freeman, born in 1923, was among those who felt that a woman has to be twice as good as a man to get any kind of recognition, because this is a man's thing. They had to be great, 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 great before the guys would accept them. 95. As Clara Bryant put it, I never let them forget I was a female, since it was assumed that when you play the trumpet, you had to be a man. That was my main purpose for doing that. Because when I was in college, said this artist born in Texas in 1927, we played some of these places. They'd say, "Ah, that ain't nothing but a bunch of lesies," meaning lesbians. I didn't want to hear that, she said, so that's why I dressed to impress. I even played a place that used to be up on Vermont, in Los Angeles, her residence, that is, a lesbian place. I'd see the women in the booths kissing on each other. Being a woman meant that, a fortiori, she was even more subject to being rooked by unscrupulous club owners. For example, there was the club run by Curtis Mosby. He was a little crooked. He owed a lot of people money and ultimately, was jailed. 96. Billie Holiday, born in 1915, endured wrenching experiences while performing. Artie Shaw recalled a time when she was derided as a nigger wench, and she was really hissing at the insult, which had the makings of a riot, even a lynching. This was at the end of Billie's Southern tour, he said. Another time, she was told to take a freight elevator in a hotel, a purposeful insult. Another time, we painted a little dot on her head with this lipstick. One red dot between the eyebrows. We called her the Princess Maharani so and so. She checked into the hotel, with little difficulty as a result, though she felt it was kowtowing. 97. When actually it was a tactic to evade the often violent obloquy routinely heaped upon presumed descendants of mainland enslaved Africans. Besides rank insult, women musicians had to contend with rank bias. Pianist Billy Taylor recalled Norma Shepherd, a very attractive woman who at one time was the best jazz pianist in town, speaking of Washington, D.C. But because she was a woman, she didn't get the kind of attention that Mary Lou Williams and some of the luckier women had got. 98. There was a related issue, said Clara Bryant. Many times the guys have to turn off from me because they are afraid that their wives and girlfriends will get the wrong idea. I've called guys that I've worked with and their ladies would answer the phone and get upset because I was a woman. This complicated the opportunity to land jobs. Moreover, post-war black musicians were getting the white women to go for them, she asserted, and the powers that be didn't like any of that stuff. They had to break it up. Before long they were harassing folks around Central Avenue on a regular basis. It was a conspiracy to destroy what we had, she declared. 99. It was not just gender mixing that was subjected to sanction. Clarinetist Buddy DeFranco played alongside trumpeter Clark Terry, and recalled, "I was the only white guy and it got to be ridiculous, leading to phone calls that were nasty, or somebody in the audience might say, 'How come you are playing with him?' I got a lot of static for being the only white guy in the band." This Italian American was once playing with Kenny Drew, Blakey, and Eugene Wright, 3 black guys and myself, he said, and the owner came to me and said, "I see you have colored men in your group. They can stay downstairs in the cellar, we have a place for them." It was a real personal effrontery to me, he claimed later. On another occasion, playing with Drew, a white lady wouldn't let him alone and she kept hugging him, while chanting, "I always wanted a black man," perhaps accidentally jeopardizing his life expectancy. On yet another occasion, this time in Chicago, he allowed singer Harry Belafonte to stay in his room, and then about 5 or 6 guys came after me. And 2 of them pinned me against the wall, and I figured, well, this is the end of my career, and one of the guys said to the other guys, in Italian, "Leave him alone, he's Italian." So they walked away. And as I walked away he kicked me in the pants. 100. En route to Kentucky by train in 1946, Terry and his bandmates knew that normally this meant that all colored passengers had to get up from their regular seats and relocate to the back of the train in the Jim Crow car. Even at a Chinese restaurant in Portland, he found dismayingly that coloreds faced impermeable barriers. His future wife, Pauline, didn't want to travel with him because she wasn't too comfortable among white people. She'd told me how when she was a little girl, some white men dragged her cousin out of their house, strung him up a tree, and hanged him right in front of the whole family. Again, the travel that was a constant of a musician's life was a source of constant stress. Cats would go home only to hear gossip about their wife's new lover or, even worse, catch the clap from their wife, actually walk in on their old lady with some sleazeball 101. Vultures like Weinstock took full advantage of the situation presented to them. Art Farmer said that between narcotics and the prejudice thing, they fed each other in that racism might have led to the narcotics in some cases, just feeling like the avenues are blocked anyway, so we might as well get high 102. And it was not just Weinstock who was preying on musicians. Morris Levy of Birdland was well connected to various branches of organized crime and his club was thought to be a center of operations for these miscreants, their presence serving to aid the dissemination of drugs to musicians and patrons alike, facilitating the heightened exploitation of the former. A good deal of Levy's vast fortune was made by assigning himself royalties of artists who recorded for the many labels in which he had an interest, notably Roulette, which in completing of a circle devoid of virtue had been a front for heroin trafficking. 103 You were pressured, said Artie Shaw. There was a lot of pressure by publishers, meaning you rarely saw royalties. 104 Percy Heath, born in 1923 and a member of a renowned musical family, recalled that Morris Levy and his brother, Irving, and some other, hooked up, connected Jewish owners of clubs were influential in the business. All those clubs in New York at that time, he said, were run by the so-called mob and Morris Levy was connected, otherwise they wouldn't be in business. In contrast, Thelonious Monk couldn't get a cabaret card allowing him to play in Gotham because he had been busted, while Levy, a gangster, meanwhile was raking in cash, sort of a double standard there. Musicians were restricted from appearing in nightclubs and the owners were all gangster-involved type people. 105. This racketeer influence hardly dissipated in the immediate post-war years. Indeed, Levy could argue that those like himself revived a dying music scene. By November 1946, Downbeat, the Bible of the new music, was fretting that there were worrisome days along the street, speaking of 52nd in Manhattan. Biz is sad. 106 weeks later, it was announced tremblingly that there were 4 spots left on this thoroughfare, as jazz supposedly blows final breath on 52nd Street. 107 But soon, Birdland took flight and just as mobsters had fought Klansmen in 1920s St. Louis who wanted to exclude Negro artists altogether, the likes of Levy helped to move bebop from uptown to midtown, better facilitating exploitation. Thus, by August 1949, the turnabout was complete, jazz booming again in Gotham, it was announced. 108. Vocalist Jon Hendricks, born in 1917, began his career as a drummer, but once he heard Roy Haynes he pawned his drums and became a singer. 109 He once observed about his hometown that in Toledo it was the Nico Valley Sick Mob. In Detroit it was the Purple Gang. I worked at the Chateau La France for the Nico Valley Mob. I would have to spend my time in the back by the kitchen door. I would watch this big pack of touring cars drive up. These 4 men would get out with the big overcoats and the big Borsalino hats. They would come in, take off their overcoats, take these big shotguns out from under their overcoats and stack them in a barrel by the door. At times, they would rub my head since it was considered good luck in those days to rub a nigger's head. That was degrading and it was awful. I would feel so mad. Adding insult to injury, then they would put this wad of money in my hand in presumed charity. 110. Even if racketeers were not visibly part of the political economy of the business, their methods and tactics continued to be felt. J.J. Johnson came to maturity in Indianapolis, and in a conversation with fellow musician and Indianan David Baker was reminded by him of an incident in St. Louis when you were with Benny Carter where you were actually physically attacked by someone. The tactful Johnson replied, "My exposure to violence in any shape, form, or fashion was more exposure to psychological violence than physical violence, which was similarly damaging." 111 Unfortunately, the violence inflicted on Bud Powell was physical. Jackie McLean noted that the keyboardist declined mentally after Philadelphia police officers started beating Bud over the head and knocked him unconscious, and he ended up in the psychiatric ward. 112 Substance abuse or self-medication was his next stop. The threat of murder loomed ominously over the heads of Negro performers, often compelling assent to edicts that otherwise might have been ignored. Lena Horne began to dread mealtimes, deathly worried that a racist upset with her success might seize the opportunity to poison her. 113 Drummer Max Roach recalled, "I've had fights, heavy ones because I was with white women on 52nd Street. I broke my thumb. I had to fight my way out of the situation. The three motherfuckers broke both my thumbs. They suckered me into a rumble." This was about 49. 114. This violence or threat thereof helped to keep in line artists who were generating enormous profits for others. "What is the reason," asked percussionist Roach with asperity, "that Duke Ellington didn't have as much money in his estate as Irving Berlin? The conditions we have to play under are just an extension of the conditions black people have to live under." 115. According to Billy Taylor, these record labels were so busy cheating and addicting artists that they had no marketing plan, adding, "Many things that they could have done in terms of promotion and merchandising were not done because that wasn't the way they did business at Prestige or Blue Note or The Roost or any of those labels." In sum, the much-touted decline in the music was partially a self-inflicted wound imposed by ham-fisted exploiters. This critique brought the pianist and composer into sharp conflict with music executives. He said, "The idea of being able to control my own destiny was the one that got me in a lot of trouble throughout my entire career, because I was not averse to speaking to the guys that owned the clubs and other people in ways that they were not accustomed to being spoken to, about sensitive matters, such as working conditions and fees." Taylor, who read all the black newspapers and attended university, then went on in coming decades to spearhead struggles for musicians' self-determination. 116. Taylor, who emerged from a family of dentists and preachers, headed north to Harlem in the 1940s and soon encountered the difficult conditions then endured by other musicians. One of his first stops was Minton's, an incubator for bebop. "This," he said, "was a place where a lot of pimps and hustlers and people who live the fast life partied. They hung around the bar in the daytime, where they at times encountered Henry Minton, a former delegate to the Musicians' Union. But since there were many places where you couldn't enter because of Jim Crow, options were limited. One was Sherman Billingsley's club in Midtown Manhattan. They didn't want African American people there," said Taylor of this posh night spot. "Even Harlem had barriers. At a southern border of this neighborhood," he said, "not only could black people not own businesses on 125th Street, none of them owned any business east. 117. In short, the post-war upsurge of musician militancy marked by various forms of nationalism combining with a declining allegiance to the socialism represented by Robeson was met, quite typically, with a vociferous counterattack, which in turn compelled a number of artists to continue the historic trend of seeking work overseas. John Levy, described by Hentoff as the first black manager of any kind of substance, reputedly said there were black contracts and white contracts. The kind of royalties you got and the kind of publicity you got from the company would depend a lot on your color, as opposed to your talent and creativity. This kind of corruption was pervasive. Thus, even the estimable Leonard Feather, viewed as being aligned with the Angels, was scorned as embodying conflicts of interests, according to Lauren Schoenberg in conversation with Nat Hentoff, since he was a composer and an A&R guy, that is, label executive, and a record reviewer. Musicians must have reacted a certain way, saying, "Man, You better record this guy's tune, because we know that he's writing reviews in this magazine. Hentoff concurred, the conflict of interest stuff, I thought was tawdry. Hentoff had reason to question Feather in that he questioned himself. He became introspective after his daughter told him bluntly, "How can you write about people's careers when you can't tell one chord from another?" That hit me hard, the critic conceded. I was brooding about it. I had power. That's what led to my brooding about it. 118 His daughter may have known of the caustic words of flutist and saxophonist Yusef Lateef, who complained bitterly that the critic might not even recognize the form of the music. Perhaps they really didn't know what they were listening to, for if you misidentify a form, this discredits the person, meaning there's a danger of being a poor critic. Citing philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, he offered the dictum that a critic is one who has no occupation of his own. 119. J. Johnson was like a number of musicians in seeing critics as strange birds. I've had problems with what I've read, he concedes. The unfairness he perceived led to his making a fateful choice. I got out of jazz, and took a job at Sperry Gyroscope for economic reasons, simply to have an income and be a responsible husband, and, he confessed, I was glad that I did. 120. Thus, it became easier for Prestige Records to ensnare musicians in light of the intractable difficulties endured by many of them. It became easier also, for just as wartime helped to suppress the safety valve that was expatriation, by 1948 Louis Armstrong was reportedly asking, "Why won't you let us bring our music to Britain?" A kind of musical protectionism still reigned, and Armstrong, who was able to escape to Western Europe in the 1930s, was portrayed as disconsolate about this trend. 121 Dizzy Gillespie was allowed to visit weeks earlier, but the Ministry of Labour forbade his playing. An editorialist wailed that old stagers among us will remember the tremendous fillip given in British dance music by Duke Ellington and his orchestra in 1935. They came over here and they put us right. 122 This obstruction in reaching London was notably significant, for it was there, said Louis Armstrong, that he received the name Satchmo, an important affixation more important than the name itself suggested. 123. Still, musicians continued to depart the United States for more favorable climes. R.D. Shaw suggested why. Trumpeter Roy Eldridge, according to the band leader, was the highest paid member of his group, yet he was kept from entering the front door of the club where he was slated to perform. He came in very salty, said Shaw later, very angry, and his playing was angry, an indicator of how prevailing conditions impacted the music. Afterward, someone knocks at my dressing room door and in comes Roy and he's got a knife. He said, "Any reason I shouldn't use this on you?" A startled Shaw was able to convince him otherwise. "He looked at me," said Shaw, "and started to cry. I put my arms around him and said, 'For Christ's sake, get out of this country. You don't belong here. Go to Paris.'" 124. But even those who concluded that simply migrating to Manhattan was the preferred option had problems doing so. For as Billy Taylor pointed out, often you had to wait 6 months to get a union card allowing you to play after arriving, precisely to curb out OT-town competition. 125. Musicians were being squeezed. Often blocked from exiling, or even moving to Manhattan, they continued to face high hurdles in Dixie, a region that Louis Armstrong, with a dash of sarcasm, referred to in 1946 as Germany, a reference to Berlin's recent unfortunate history. 126. This intensely racialized atmosphere ineluctably influenced the music and may have played a role in the movement across the Atlantic, where at least it was easier to choose accompanists without Jim Crow impediments. A historian of the music, William Russell, was told by a musician that "I can't, and have no desire to, listen to anything but the best, and no, or very few, white men can meet this standard. It's pretty impossible for a group of white musicians who have never experienced any of what we have to approach his compositions and arrangements." 127 Performing alongside Bunk Johnson, it was reported, has spoiled me for wanting to play with any other trumpet players, especially white musicians, and the more I play, one single fact keeps recurring, and that is, that I don't want to play with white musicians, at all anymore, especially drummers. 128. This racial preference expressed in 1940s San Francisco was eased by the fact that the musicians' union refused to allow the manager of the Sunday session to hire white members to play with Bunk Johnson, so they're using a small colored combo. 129. In other words, this racial preference was in part a surrender to an enforced reality, which, as noted, drove the most competent musicians to play together and mutually reinforce innovation. The drummer formerly known as Kenny Clark, who chose exile, averred that when I started out, black people had their own publishing companies, their own dance halls, and they did their own booking, but the Jewish people bought them out. By the late 30s it was all over. That's why Teddy Hill, bandleader and manager at Minton's in Harlem, quit playing music. Accuracy of detail aside, his acerbic recollection was a reflection of a long history of exploitation that did not seem to cease despite the clamor of anti-fascism. In any case, as the historian Mike Hennessy put it, certainly it has been my experience that when they are aware that their comments are to be published, more black musicians soft-pedal their antagonism to discrimination. 130. Since those defined as white American, frequently irrespective of ideology, tend to get upset when this touchy matter is broached. Clark was disgusted with the growing practice of record companies paying artists with narcotics, creating a relationship of dependency. Promoters responded by threatening to boycott, but he refused to yield, leaving few options beyond exile. 131. Yet some of these same objectors were similarly vocal in denouncing the exploitation that was the common lot of Negro musicians. An epitome of bebop, pianist Thelonious Monk, born in 1917 in North Carolina, recalled a time when he worked all over town, speaking of New York City. Non-union jobs, $20 a week, 7 nights a week, and then the man might fire you anytime and you never got your money. I've been on millions of those kinds of jobs, he said. The union hardly objected, and the same held true when unprincipled record companies employed non-union Negro musicians to create so-called race records. 132. Horn man Buddy Collette spoke of a time, maybe 1948, when he recorded for a label run by a man who wouldn't pay anybody. 133. It was not just labels. Saxophonist Benny Golson, born in 1929, once performed alongside Art Blakey and was informed that he would be paid after the next album. Then after that album was finished, Golson inquired about payment, and Art looked at him like he had two heads and replied curtly, "Not this record date." Disgusted, Golson spoke ill of such shuck and jive slipperiness, a bait and switch. Promise and temperas, that is, the artistry of a three-card Monte dealer. 134. Suffused with disgust, a stream and then a flood of musicians migrated to Europe in the post-war years. European exodus gains momentum was the summer 1948 headline in Downbeat. 135. This chosen exile allowed musicians to be living symbols abroad of the iniquities of the United States, at a time when Washington was determined to corral allies for Cold War goals, creating ever more pressure for a retreat from the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow. This lengthening list included bassist Percy Heath, who fled Philadelphia. It was like institutional segregation there, he maintained for Paris in 1949. Europeans were very receptive. They were more or less color blind, where in America, it was some kind of race music, he was said to perform, a degenerate, degradation of the population, degrading of morals besides. This degradation, he contended, was reflected in common parlance, "Don't give me all that jazz," which meant it was insincere. This elevated art form was only allowed in unsavory places, like in brothels and smoky nightclubs, a degradation that stemmed from the music's evolution from slave hollers in the field. 136. Trombonist Slide Hampton, born in 1932, wound up in Paris too, where, ironically, he was exposed to Brazilian music, which did not leave his art unaffected. "I started listening when I was living in Paris," he said later, because a lot of Brazilian people came to Paris. He migrated for the usual reasons, for example, the guys that were making the most money in most cases were paying the least. Lionel Hampton was in the first place, he was the most popular band out there. Paid the least. Thus, it was on to France where he encountered drummer Kenny Clarke, also known as Liaquat Ali Salam, born in Pittsburgh in 1914. So taken was the percussionist with his new homeland that if you said something about France, Kenny would really jump on you, because he lived in France for a long time and without a green card, or proper immigration credentials. They loved him so much there, which was not atypical, since in every major city in Europe, there is a subsidy from the government of that country to record Jazz 137. Salam was exiled in 1948 to Paris after he was cheated by a booker. The booker, taking umbrage at the drummer's discontent, told him threateningly, "You'll never work in New York again," not leaving him with many alternatives beyond exile. It is claimed that he was making a mere 50 cents a night while accompanying Roy Eldridge during these lean days. "It finally made me realize," he said, "that I didn't belong in the States." The drummer, says his biographer, was extremely bitter about the exploitation of black musicians by white people and detested the rampant racism in the United States, to the point where he tried to persuade others, including Charlie Parker, to follow him abroad. "Over here you will be treated like an artist," he insisted. 138 It was not just Clarke in France, according to Nat Hentoff, who found contentment abroad. Ben Webster, for example, was lionized in Denmark. 139. But one past venue was now being closed. Commies spell doom to Shanghai entertainment, it was said in December 1949, 140 weeks after the triumph of the Chinese Revolution. Months later, war on the Korean peninsula erupted, heightening the anti-communist wave while hastening the further persecution of Robeson and his comrades. Yet the simultaneously heightened global engagement opened the door for further external pressure upon the nation to reduce its hateful Jim Crow policies. These checkered trends would continue in the coming decade. 6. Lullaby of Birdland. As the 1950s dawned, the former Cotton Club dancer and co-worker with Lena Horne, Howard Johnson, was a communist on the lam, underground, evading detention. Then, at a club in Cincinnati, he bumped into Duke Ellington, whom he knew from halcyon days in Harlem. The elegant bandleader played along with Johnson's now furtive identity. He even offered to allow the fugitive from injustice to stay in his suite, as Johnson recalled, an unsurprising trend given prevailing ideologies among musicians. 1. Just as there was a dual trend in the immediate post-war era of a United States pressure to retreat on Jim Crow, as it heightened anti-communist interventions abroad, not least against nations such as Korea and Vietnam, not defined as white, there was also the continuation of the battering of those perceived as close to Paul Robeson and the U.S. Communist Party, which, in some ways, was at odds with the retreat from apartheid. Those like Johnson, ergo, were bruised, which had the not incidental collateral impact of dulling the ideological edge among African Americans, to the detriment of this besieged community. Also besieged was the music itself, for the form known as bebop continued to be subjected to unremitting fire. It was no more than a narcotic, charged one exasperated critic in 1949. Today large segments of the working class are being duped by the bourgeoisie into the decadence and violence of bebop. This musical form started as a revolt, an individual revolt by certain musicians against yet within the confines of bourgeois institutions. As such, it could only end like the cults of existentialism, surrealism, and non-objective art, in fleeing from reality. The writer, James Elmer Hutchinson, was well aware of the external strains pressing on musicians. Not until 1945 with Count Basie did the first Negro band play in a Broadway theater or hotel. Moreover, the musician of bebop is forced to live an abnormal life. His late hours, the strain of his conditions of work, tend to drive him to special forms of adjustment. Cultism, alcohol, or narcotics can mask the musician's awareness of his hopelessly exploited condition for a time. Despite this apparent sympathy for the musician, there was decidedly less for the music. "It is undanceable," Hutchinson cried, and consequently, as a formalistic form of music, interferes with the satisfaction of the social needs of the dancers. Thus the audience is forced into the position of passive, uncreative sitter in the static, non-functional concert hall, not to mention that the music is not listenable either. And the lyrics are largely antisocial, anti-labor, anti-Negro and sex escapist. Despite these alleged flaws, the music is big business now. Thelonious Monk, Charlie Parker, J.C. Hurd, Tad Dameron, Lenny Tristano, all contributed to the formulation of the stillborn Little Bebop. This musical form was just another example of the fundamental problem of bourgeois art, viz. The separation of form and content, the attempt to take historically developed form and separate it from its historic function, meaning bebop was certainly not progressive or people's music. To another left-wing writer was more sympathetic. 3. But this aforementioned broadside was a troubling sign that there were those opposed to evolution of the music, seeing it as a frozen form and, instead, were bent on forcing it into an impermeable and crustacean shell. Conceptual obstacles aside, accomplished artists continued to produce wealth, largely appropriated by others. Indeed, there was a post-war boom that involved more income streams, including the proliferation of jukeboxes. Union boss Petrillo claimed that this device was partly responsible for 60% of his unions being out of work, though his own mob ties made it difficult for him to alter what he perceived. He called jukeboxes scab number 144. In the early post-war era, there were 7,000 of these contraptions sighted in Chicago alone, a bonanza that unleashed intense rivalries with an overlay of organized crime muscle. As one racketeer put it, the jukebox racket is now the #1 racket in the city of Chicago, and there will be a large number of gang killings as well as other trouble. The rivalry was vertical, from manufacture of the devices to where they would be sighted to what music would be included, or not included, on them. That it was a cash business only increased the allure, since this facilitated money laundering, mixing funds from a wholly illicit enterprise such as prostitution and mixing it for purposes of bank deposits with jukebox cash. By 1945, the national take from jukeboxes was estimated to be $23 million weekly, providing opportunity for bribing police and state liquor inspectors, politicians, and ward heelers who might be disposed to crack down on illicit businesses. Pressure was also placed on small business tavern and restaurant owners to discontinue service with one controller of jukeboxes in favor of another. Unions were tied in insofar as mechanics had to service these machines. There were not only songs but sondies too, a precursor of music videos, which often featured practitioners of the new music. "The picture," said an analyst, "is sordid and dirty, but it all rested on the disadvantaging of artists." Even before this post-war profit explosion, these lucrative devices were estimated to deliver almost $5 million in gross income annually. Getting in on the ground floor was James Roosevelt, son of a president, particularly in producing sondies. By the 1940s there were 600,000 jukeboxes, and what were called movie jukes attained 25% of the reach of the former. The younger Roosevelt purportedly controlled a manufacturing plant at 4100 West Fullerton in Chicago that resembled an automobile production line, with a daily output of 50 jukes selling at the factory for $695 each and to the customer for $1,000 each. An old crony of Al Capone, Eddie Vogel, was involved in this grimy business on Chicago's north side and in the northwest suburbs, as the gainful business was segmented neatly. Inexorably, what followed were blackjack and lead pipe attacks on competitors. John Pisano, another competitor, was found slain. Arson could also befall the uncooperative .6. It was not just Roosevelt who was attracted to this gold rush. Homer Capehart, a U.S. senator from neighboring Indiana, was involved, but, his power notwithstanding, he was described as having lost to the Capone gang in a battle for control. 7 By 1950, said one heated report, the battle for control has resulted in murders, sluggings and stench bombings. 8. This was in the midst of what was described as a very thorough absorption of even the smallest operators into the hoodlum-controlled jukebox business. 9. Few were the bistros and night spots capable of avoiding the poisonous snare of racketeering. Jazz Limited, at 164 East Grand in Chicago, was among the few that stayed clean, according to an observant journalist. They have barred the way to known mobsters, dames, cigarette vending machines, yet another gangster industry, jukeboxes, and a well-known kinky brand of whiskey. When the club opened in the early post-war era, Bill and Ruth Reinhardt were visited by a party of 6 who dropped in, shepherded by a top gangster with a cold stare and a taste for hot jazz. Thus, unlike many other liquor licenses here, they are not mere stand-ins for hoodlum big shots who secretly control the action, the emerging norm. Strikingly, this supposedly mob-free club pursued a policy that mandated that women without escorts are not permitted, and even women with escorts are not allowed to sit at the bar. The waitresses wear skirts, not flimsy or tight-fitting harem outfits. 10. The latter notwithstanding, the Reinhardts' ability to diverge from past patterns was due in substantial measure to the continuing impetus provided by wartime anti-fascism. Before the Reinhardts, there was a not inaccurate stereotype of money-grubbing loop boozemongers, allied with flesh peddlers. There was a veritable wall separating North Side and South Side musical ventures, which allowed Negro performers to entertain Euro-Americans, although Negro customers themselves were restricted. Or there were sites like Shapery where it was policy to seat the two groups separately. As the Reinhardts were opening their club, the Loop endured a Jim Crow that was redolent of Birmingham, Alabama. 11 Music promoter Joe Siegel said later that the Jazz Center in the early post-war era was at 63rd and Cottage, and there'd be 15, 20 clubs within a radius of 5 or 6 blocks, 12, but as time passed, this too changed. As one writer put it, the image of the jazzman as a sporty character who played only in honky-tonks or speakeasies operated by gunmen who thought nothing of murdering a business rival 13 began to dissipate, not least because of the altered post-war political calculus. The proliferation of television sets as a household appliance may have driven more adults into the comfort of their homes, thereby intensifying cutthroat competition among night spots and those seeking to place jukeboxes in these venues. According to Virgil Peterson of Chicago, who studied this phenomenon, lucrative Wurlitzer distributorships had been placed in the hands of leading racketeers, for example, Meyer Lansky, the diminutive mobster who may have been influenced to deepen involvement in Las Vegas and Havana when jukeboxes came under assault. He was not singular, the odious gangster Abner Longy Zwillman was also so involved. Zwillman and Lansky were both Jewish American. Raymond Patriarca of Rhode Island was Italian American, but he too was enmeshed in a munificent enterprise whose reach extended eastward to London and westward to Hong Kong. These men were not just involved in siting these devices but also were involved in their manufacture, and, again, there was a Nevada connection in that these same sinister forces were similarly involved with slot machines. In 1951, Lansky told Congress that he had been involved with jukeboxes for about 4 years. Near that same time, in 1948, Sugar Joe Peskin, one of the largest jukebox operators in Chicago, and long close to Capone, moved to Los Angeles, within hailing distance of Las Vegas, where he entered the jukebox distribution business. By June 1949, the City of Angels was on the verge of a bloody jukebox war, an indicator of the profits involved. Again, there was a kind of vertical integration involved in that in Chicago, as in other cities, the bartenders' union, which had a say in what was played on jukeboxes, was also controlled by mobsters. The few Negroes who were able to break into this mob-controlled business were constrained. Ollie Herbert, one of these few, had ostensible ownership of a jukebox enterprise that was actually gangster-controlled and supervised. In June 1951, Theodore Rowe, known as the Negro Policy King of Chicago, was kidnapped by remnants of the Capone gang, then killed, as he was seen as straying beyond his limited lane, by, for example, managing recording artists, seen as the province of the traditional mob since the new music arose in the late 19th century. As of 1954, said Peterson, the Capone gang was still powerful, had long maintained close relations with politicians at every level of government, notably through the person of fixer lawyer Sidney Korshak XIV, who gained unimaginable leverage because of his purported successful blackmailing of Congress's chief crime fighter, Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee. 15 Korshak dug his claws into the music business via his exceedingly close ties to Armstrong's manager, Joe Glazer. The barrister handled Glazer's personal and business operations and would serve as executor of his estate made plump by exploitation of Negroes. 16. Chicago club owner Frank Holzfeind was bold enough to tell Glazer directly that a comrade hit the ceiling and told me in no uncertain terms that I was 10 different kinds of a damn fool to mess around with a guy like you. Boldly, he continued, I am ready to pick up the marbles and not play with you any longer. Given Glazer's expertise in administering the first-class runaround 17, but since mobster Charles Cherry Nose Joe had his claws embedded in hotel and restaurant workers' unions, Holzfeind, rather than bold, might have been described as foolhardy. 18 Comrades of Cherry Nose were simultaneously profiting handsomely as disc bootleggers, who were waxing fat on stolen goods. 19 Which was little more than looting of Ellington, Holiday, and other stars. 20 As the example of Roe indicates, during the post-war era, U.S. Negroes continued their course of seeking entrance into the gainful quarters of the business side of the music, where they confronted organized crime. In Los Angeles, Red Callender, bassist, was present at the opening in January 1951 of an enterprise of John Dolphin, who he described as a tall, heavy-set, light-skinned black man, dapper in a loud kind of way with a cigar in his mouth all the time. 21 The entrepreneurial Dolphin recorded pianist Errol Garner, born in 1923, and hired Callender as an executive. Other Angelinos, for example, Buddy Collette and Charles Mingus, also worked alongside Dolphin. The crooner Floyd Dixon recalled that Dolphin purported to give him $30,000, but there was a $50 bill on top and a $20 bill on the bottom, and in between there were only $1 bills, making for a grand total of $125. Dolphin could counter by asserting that he was only responding to the dominant culture. At the same time, the neighborhoods where those like Dolphin were compelled to function were heavily policed, making arrest and detention more likely. By 1950, for example, the Newton Division, which included Central Avenue, a citadel of bebop, consisted of 4.8 square miles and 101,000 Negroes, monitored by 32 police officers per square mile. In contrast, there were 443 officers assigned to 239 square miles of Hollywood, Wilshire, Foothill, etc., fewer than 2 officers per square mile. Soon Dolphin was leading a march of Negroes against what was termed a police campaign of terror and intimidation. Not long after, Dolphin was shot and killed at his shop by a frustrated singer, though the frustrating environment into which Negroes were jammed can be seen as a causative factor in the unfolding of this tragedy. 22. Dolphin's entrepreneurial verve challenged the sway of mobsters like Mickey Cohen. The region stretching from southern Nevada to southern California was among the most corrupt nationally. To cite one example among many, the chief of police in Burbank in 1950 bought a pricey 56-foot-long yacht with cash. Stars like the comedians Red Skelton and Jimmy Durante were both close to Cohen, just as Frank Sinatra was close to Sam Giancana, Mo Dalitz, Meyer Lansky, and other leading racketeers. Their racial and ethnic chauvinism did not create a favorable climate for either Negro entrepreneurs or artists. This was so even when a similarly illicit figure like Santo Traficante controlled a booking agency that favored Nat King Cole and Ella Fitzgerald. 23. Nonetheless, the post-war era witnessed the propulsion of the anti-Jim Crow movement, inspiring the likes of Dolphin, but it collided brusquely with the status quo in the music industry, which involved hegemony by the unscrupulous, racketeers not least. This contradictory pattern is espied in the 1950 victory won by pianist Hazel Scott in prevailing in a lawsuit against a Mount Pasco, Washington, eatery that refused to serve her on racist grounds. 24 This contradictory pattern is also seen in an Oakland occurrence of mid-1950 when, with Ella Fitzgerald performing, an observer noticed that for the first time, a color line has been drawn at a dance since 1946, 25 as Jim Crow erupted where it was thought to have dissipated. Then, there was the presumably progressive merger of once segregated musicians locals in Los Angeles in 1953. Yet mergers like this one often meant that Negroes surrendered an independent base to the whites, placing desegregation itself in bad odor among African Americans. 26 Which may explain why in late 1952 Benny Carter was defeated for the presidency of Local 767 of the American Federation of Musicians on a platform of merger with the larger Local 67.27. Complicating matters further was the reality that the war had left many U.S. competitors prostrate, creating a post-war boom in North America that energized capitalists generally. During this era, said Dizzy Gillespie, the clubs made money and they all became millionaires, Morris Levy not least. While we musicians weren't making any large sums of money, he concluded with a touch of sarcasm, noting, Morris Levy was very nice to me. 28. The post-war era also witnessed a contradictory skein of events for the music. According to Richard Cook, there were hardly any records by recognizable jazz artists that made the Billboard album or single charts in the period covering 1955-1960, which saw the birth of another youthful music, denoted as rock and roll, preceded by yet another blues-inflected form denoted as rhythm and blues, then soul. Admittedly, this trifurcation reflects the Jim Crow that has yet to be extinguished. Interestingly, Berry Gordy, a founder of Motown in Detroit, which capitalized upon the rise of these newer musical forms, began as an aficionado of the music of Ellington and Armstrong and, says one chronicler, stocked his store with jazz records, but by 1955, he was bankrupt, a traumatic event for him, and switched course. 29. Yet despite this constant hand-wringing about Negroes deserting a music that sprung from their community, most of the record buyers of the music known as jazz came from Negro neighborhoods. Joe Fields of Prestige Records said, "What we sold in Boston was nothing compared to Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit," suggesting that any decline in music sales may have been driven by inept marketing plans. Yet, longtime music executive and journalist Dom Cerulli argued that Cleveland, presumably a sibling of the Midwestern bastions noted above, was a dead town for jazz. 30. As for the venues where the music was played, Levy's Birdland was viewed as a mafia front, and virtually every club was prey to a rampant corruption that included graft and payoffs. Even Max Gordon, whose honesty was unquestioned, and who presided over the Village Vanguard in Manhattan, was said to pay a monthly protection fee to the avatars of corruption. 31 Art DeLugoff of the nearby Village Gate had to deal with local gangsters and crooked cops, creating conditions favorable to enhanced exploitation of musicians. 32 We don't work in temples or in a protected environment, like the European classical form or like ballet dancers, groused singer Abbey Lincoln, born in 1930. And once the spouse of drummer Max Roach, this is by hook or by crook. Actually, in clubs dominated by crooks, hooks were embedded figuratively into the flesh wallets of artists. The reverberations also ensnared those Negroes who simply wanted a slice of the lush profit generated by illicit enterprise. The case of Tampa provided chapter and verse in this regard. Bolito was the name affixed to what was called the numbers elsewhere, and the operators, as the Latin name suggests, were mostly of Cuban and Italian ancestry, while many of the low-level runners and bettors were African American. But Charlie Williams decided to break this mold. He was also president of the Negro Elks Lodge in neighboring St. Petersburg and second in command in the state organization. A former railway porter, he amassed a sheaf of arrests for Bolita and bookmaking stretching back to the 1930s. The post-war era, propelled by lingering anti-fascism, promised to buoy him further, but on February 19, 1953, his luck ran out. More precisely, a man approached him and fired 2 shots into his chest. He fell dead on the street. 33. Investigated by Congress and confronted by up-and-coming Negro challengers, mobsters flexed their muscles increasingly in an arena where they had wielded influence for decades. Clark Terry witnessed an example in his hometown, St. Louis, where Benny Carter was leading a band at the appropriately named Club Plantation. Surely, the proliferation of clubs nationally carrying the name Plantation is worthy of prolonged consideration. Somebody insulted this lady, the singer and trombonist J.J. Johnson took up for her, which ignited a tempest. Gangsters proceeded methodically and pistol-whipped J.J. in a manner that extended deep into history. But then Carter came up and grabbed this cat and pulled his pistol out and said, "Now pistol whip me," 34, a challenge that ended the beating abruptly but also sent a signal about a new dawn descending. Carter, according to bassist and manager John Levy, was one of the strongest physically persons that I know. He and Ben Webster were very strong and showed it at times, as the ruffled St. Louis mobster could have attested. 35 Saxophonist Jimmy Heath, born in 1926, could have used Carter's muscle when in 1952 he performed alongside Symphony Sid's All-Stars, then objected to being shortchanged. Then Symphony Sid brought some Al Capone types with these big hats on, gangsters, in some, delivering credible threats. 36. Another indicator of the direction of prevailing winds was sensed by musician Joe Wilder, born in 1922. It was in the early 1950s, he recalled, when they asked me to play Silk Stockings. That was the first time they had ever had a black musician play a key chair with a Broadway show, go on the road with a show. But also indicative was his arrival with the troupe in Boston when a man at the Schubert Theater he was in the violin section objected to his presence on racist grounds. 37. John Levy also benefited from the changing political environment. His surname, he said, was bequeathed by French Jews in Plaquemines Parish in Louisiana. My godfather, who was a French Creole, was very light-skinned. He passed for white, but his godson, Levy, had to stay behind that sign meant for the Negro section on public transit and he would go up front, then he'd come back and make a joke out of it, but I realized there was a difference, that me being black, I couldn't go past that sign. I felt very hurt about the whole thing. It gave you a feeling of rejection. In movie houses too we had to sit way up top. Born in 1912, he was in Chicago during the fabled racist pogrom in 1919, they were grabbing people off the street and doing them bodily harm. He became involved in numbers running and got arrested but righted himself via his musicianship, accompanying violinist Stuff Smith, though by 1944 he was working as a doorman in Manhattan, garnering a hefty $400 weekly. The latter job was arduous, involving long hours, but he abandoned performing because Billie Holiday, whom he was accompanying, wouldn't pay me on time. I'm very violent about money, about somebody not paying me, he said with evident pain. I lose it completely. To be a person that's pretty even-tempered and pretty calm, I've had some outbursts about money that really is scary. So, soon, with the altered political climate, he was the rare musician who switched to the business side and did quite well for himself. Still, he had to confront scoundrels like Morris Levy, who insisted that the famed tune Lullaby of Birdland, which, said John Levy, had the chord structure of Love Me or Leave Me, be recorded with Morris Levy's publishing company. 38 Teddy Reig is not far wrong in declaring that Morris Levy could easily have become a strong-arm enforcer for the mob and was seldom above using physical force, a habit that could readily convince a wavering musician to bend to his will. 39. Certainly, viperish businessmen were reluctant to diverge from the example of Morris Levy. Assuredly, Herman Lubinsky would have agreed. From his perch in Newark, he had attained a crude kind of vertical integration, involving recording musicians and selling and repairing radios where their music was heard. It wasn't hard to persuade Herman to record white musicians, said fellow producer Teddy Reig, since he was always looking for white hopes and found one in Alan Eager, a saxophonist born in 1927. He had the Lester Young stance with the saxophone horn askew and his tone was reminiscent of Prez Young. To Herman, if you could do all that and you were white, You couldn't lose. The musicians' union did little to discourage this bias, he said. Union boss James Petrillo held Chicago like a guerrilla, but that was the white action. He didn't care what the blacks did or what was done to them, for that matter. New York was mob-controlled. Everything depended on what you knew, and you could get around any rule, as well-connected owners held the scales down for years and the union would hand out plums. If a guy was out of work, they'd give him picket duty for $6 a night. But if the club paid off, they never had to worry about pickets. Naturally, Miles Davis was among the legions who hated Herman with a passion. Perhaps Davis would have had even more intense feelings if he had known of the machinations in Lubinsky's radio store. 80% of his business in the radio store was black, said Rigg. A customer would come in with the radio to repair and Herman would tell him that he needed a new tube. Then he'd take the radio into the next room, shine up the old tube, give it back and charge $6. Thus, Lubinsky's headquarters for his various enterprises at 58 Market Street in Newark was termed Devil's Island. Herman Lubinsky, Warden. 40. As the seesaw juxtaposing Reds versus Racketeers tipped in favor of the latter, untoward consequences ensued for African Americans generally and musicians from this group particularly. On the one hand, the post-war era witnessed an expansion of Nevada as a seedbed for the malignant forces that had propelled the new music in the first instance: gambling, prostitution, organized criminality. On the other hand, as Nevada boomed, more jobs for musicians arose. Revealingly, 1950 was the first year, according to historian Michael J. Ibarra, that the state made more from gambling than from mining. A decade later, gambling was almost 2.5 times bigger than mining. One Negro leader in Nevada argued that during the war and immediate post-war period, left-leaning unions were most helpful to his community. But as rackets rose, Reds declined. Suggestive of how far to the right the nation had swung and how Nevada aided this process is the point that Senator Pat McCarran of the state assailed not only Roosevelt but Truman and Eisenhower as well. All were deemed to be insufficiently reactionary. Nevada was also a linchpin of the emerging post-war anti-communist consensus. Not coincidentally, the state's major power broker, Senator McCarran, lent his name to potent anti-communist legislation. He, too, was tied to mobsters, 41 having aided Mo Dalitz, preeminent in this regard. 42. As McCarran's presence suggests, Nevada was an anti-communist battleground that did not provide a favorable environment for Negro artists. Senator Joseph McCarthy himself accused a prominent Las Vegas publisher of being a communist, and he responded by charging that the Wisconsinite was a closeted homosexual. The accuser, Hank Greenspun, did have Brooklyn roots and did work in the law office of Vito Marcantonio, a lawyer and politico who was close to the U.S. Communist Party. 43. Milos Nezbik arrived in Nevada from socialist Yugoslavia in 1954, and Senator McCarran introduced a bill to grant him permanent residence status. His 3 brothers were already present there and were all U.S. nationals. Yet the ever-vigilant officials of the state's Gaming Control Board were fixated on the possible former communist connections of the applicant for a casino license, compelling him to argue, "I am a Serbian, white. I am not now and never have been a member of the Communist Party." 44. By 1950, mob influence in Nevada exploded. A primary reason was gambling, which soon became a multi-billion-dollar business. Intriguingly, a leading figure was a woman, Dorothy McCready, a convicted white slaver who had controlled brothels in Honolulu, suggestive of the noxious climate that musicians had to confront. 45. She was just one of many figures of questionable propriety who were employing musicians in this state of sin. 46. Moreover, one Negro argues that Nevada was less segregated before the 1930s construction of what became the Hoover Dam, when it was sparsely populated and the indigenous formed a larger share of the population. 47. I also worked in Chinese gambling houses in San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and in Mexico, said Clarence Ray, a man of African descent who was of part indigenous Creek ancestry, his grandfather never a slave. he said was born in Barbados. This was the late 1920s before construction of the dam and when a different set of racial dynamics prevailed in that it was common for the Chinese to employ blacks more than anybody else. They hired a lot of blacks because they usually set up their operations in black neighborhoods they couldn't get legally licensed in white neighborhoods. Ray, a professional gambler, first visited the state in 1922 and by 1931 was running a gambling house, the first gaming license issued to blacks in Las Vegas, he said. He witnessed the upsurge from a pre-war time when there were 180 Negroes in Clark County, Las Vegas, to a time when there were thousands. 48 Then, said a concurring Reverend Prentice Walker, a U.S. Negro, there was no such thing as Jim Crow, as we know it, in the 40s. 49. But then came the post-war turnabout that propelled organized crime. When I was growing up in the state in the 1950s, said Nevadan Ruth Sweet, they always said that the Las Vegas Strip was owned by the Mafia of 50. The post-war rise of Nevada was an earth-shaking development quite literally. Lee Henry Lisby witnessed atomic testing above ground that wrecked some buildings, and he felt the underground variety, they're used to shake. This teamster and driver servicing construction sites was kept quite busy given the boom even when he became a hotel porter, but irrespective of employment, he was barred from certain casinos because of Jim Crow. 51. True to its historic pattern, organized crime was not a vector of equal opportunity but, instead, a hotbed of ethnic chauvinism, generally Italian American or Jewish American, sometimes both working in concert. The mob figure known as Mr. Las Vegas, Mo Dalitz, was Jewish American 52 and he cooperated at the highest level with Italian Americans, such as Nicola Savella, a retread from the bad old days in Kansas City. Thus, when scorned African Americans sought to do for self and in the 1950s opened the Moulin Rouge, a Negro-controlled hotel casino, they were crushed by their non-Negro competitors, who simply wielded more influence politically. A study concludes that these bosses welcomed if not contributed to its failure. This Negro initiative may have been undermined by those threatened by its popularity. 53 Sited on Las Vegas's west side, the Moulin Rouge was also where Benny Carter once toiled. 54 The Moulin Rouge was the first casino to not bar patrons on racist grounds. 55 Musician Frank Foster was familiar with both Jim Crow and Nevada. Foster was not a natural for the gin joints where musicians were often forced to perform. I have always been repelled by the smell and taste of any kind of liquor, said this man who dodged being drafted for the war in Korea but wound up in nearby Japan, soon to be a major stop for touring artists. By 1953, he was in the Basie Band playing before segregated audiences in Dixie. On one side of the ropes were the whites and the other side were the blacks. The latter allowed to sit in the balcony and the whites were on the floor dancing. Bandmates became angry and annoyed at Basie for accepting this setup but, he said resignedly, we might have had to disband if we didn't accept some of these engagements. Soon they were in Las Vegas and still frustrated since the band had to stay in a section of a town called the Dust Bowl, tantamount to Las Vegas's Harlem. We couldn't stay on the Strip. Working conditions were Dixie-like too. We played 2.5 hours straight through, then took half an hour intermission and then came back after that and played the final hour, making about $160 a week with only $40 more when he left the band in 1964. Yet whenever we went to Europe salaries were doubled, encouraging dreams of Paris to $300 weekly. Foster, an arranger, was making from $35 to $50 an arrangement for Basie and wrote between 100 and maybe 120 of these intricate productions. He was working 50 weeks a year with a 2-week vacation without pay, touring constantly to unpleasant sites such as Las Vegas. 56 The Moulin Rouge and Foster's journey west too were symptoms of the false dawn delivered after the war. It was thought widely that revulsion at the genocidal nature of fascism would lead to questioning its close cousin in Dixie, and that, combined with the blood sacrifice of Negro soldiers, would create favorable conditions for an agonized retreat of Jim Crow. The onslaught against Jim Crow was supposed to be in motion as a result of a May 1954 U.S. Supreme Court decision invalidating the once sacrosanct separate but equal principle. Yet the Moulin Rouge closed in November 1955. The site was shuttered, though on the final night of operation, there was standing room only for the Les Brown Show, said singer and activist William Bob Bailey. Pits were making money, but the place started getting a lot of pressure from the other hotels because we were taking customers, because of their influence with top-flight Negro artists, and as the entertainers go, so go the girls, so go the high rollers. Nevertheless, the Moulin Rouge was crushed by a pincers spearheaded by mobsters, competitors, and banks, the latter being important since they had a lot of short-term notes, and I'm given to understand, said Bailey, that they put pressure on the purveyors to call some of those short-term notes, that is, big hotel owners, said Bailey's questioner, put pressure on their financiers. 57. The opponents of this casino apparently preferred the 1940s when Louis Armstrong was forced to reside in below-par boarding houses on the west side when visiting Las Vegas, then known widely as the Mississippi of the West. 58 Black musicians couldn't even stay at the hotels they were working in, said musician Roy Porter. 59 Abby Lincoln was not alone in saying disgustedly that she hated Las Vegas. If you're creative, you're like in the manger. 60. The Mississippi of the West bore the earmarks of its Dixie inspiration. William Bob Bailey said of the Silver State that lighter-skinned Negro entertainers were treated better than their darker peers except for vocalist Billy Daniels, who for intent and purposes is white, a conflict driven by a pugilistic proclivity. He got in fights with one of the bosses or customers periodically. The same held true for bandleader and singer Billy Eckstine. He got in a fight with a customer and it was fantastic. 61. Mobsters discovered Nevada early on, with Al Capone arriving in Reno in 1930-62, where he was able to capitalize on an early gambling boom, as Prohibition's end was drying up a lucrative income stream. 63 His fellow racketeer, Frank Costello, invested in the state by 1949. 64 Fortunately, Bill Fong was able to open the New China Club in 1952, and his enterprise was less prone to observe the strictures of Jim Crow, since he did not carry the mark of North American enslavement. This also meant that when leading Trinidadian intellectuals, C.L.R. James and Eric Williams, arrived in the state for quickie divorces, they were not barred altogether from recreation. 65 Also known as Buhong Fong, the Nevada authorities seemed pleased that Fong's Reno Club had the advantages of being contemplated for colored personnel at Stead Air Base. 66. Dalitz and his comrades had influence particularly because of their access to ready cash via jukeboxes, restaurants, and the like, which was critically important when the business cycle hit bust. Las Vegas became a money laundering capital, a crucial global function. 67. James McMillan was a moderate Negro leader in Las Vegas, speaking warmly of the butcher Dalitz as a gentleman. They golfed at the same country club. He was also philo-Semitic, but asserted that the Jews who owned the hotels and things could have helped us end the segregation years before, but that didn't happen. Later he attained notoriety for associating with the Nation of Islam, generally scorned by Jewish Americans. I went to Louis Farrakhan's first meeting in Las Vegas, he said later, and sat on the stage with him. Some of my Jewish friends didn't like that. Too bad. 68. The Negro leader who carried the name Woodrow Wilson was present at the creation of the boom. From the time that blacks moved to Las Vegas in the early 1940s, I mean the masses, it was a confrontation, it was a battle all the way up and down the line, he said. 69 Early on, Nevadan Negroes developed close ties with musicians, not least because Jim Crow often compelled the former to house the latter because of hotel restrictions. James Gay of Arkansas arrived in the Sagebrush State in 1946 and quickly found himself present at nuclear explosion sites. It is unclear if this influenced his decision to become an embalmer. This self-described friend of Lyndon Baines Johnson acknowledged that Lionel Hampton is a very dear friend of mine, Duke Ellington too. He talked with the vibraphonist and mentioned that there was no black promotional group in town, a booking agency, and post-1954, as Jim Crow barriers came under assault, initiatives in this lucrative field were launched, albeit with difficulty. 70. Cora Williams was similarly situated. This Negro woman's roots were in Los Angeles, but she arrived in Las Vegas in 1952. She too was friendly with performers. "I've met Frank Sinatra, Tony Curtis, and Sammy Davis, Jr. I've seen lots of stars by being here so long." She also recalled a time when African Americans could not be hired, even as parking lot attendants. There were no black dealers in casinos, except in West Las Vegas 71. "Louis Armstrong used to come in and blow all the time," said William Bob Bailey, speaking of the Moulin Rouge. "It was the only hotel the musicians could get together and jam. There was no place that they could jam on the strip where the black musicians could sit in." Again illustrating how Jim Crow harmed the ability of artists to sharpen their musical skills. Bailey, a singer of note I'd been with Count Basie for 3 years, also takes credit for terming Las Vegas the Mississippi of the West. He admits to having the ability to sing in 5 languages, 72, a handy skill since describing the odiousness of Southern Nevada strained the capaciousness of the English language. Perhaps it was the familiarity of the Moulin Rouge that induced Armstrong to unburden himself there in August 1955, a few months before this place's unfortunate demise. Scribbling on their impressive-looking stationery, he reminisced that when I was a teenager hanging with gamblers, pimps, people of all walks of life, they all loved the way I played my horn. This built his confidence and even affected his diminishing desire for a companionate relationship, since I have my horn to keep me warm. As ever, reassuring his correspondent, the slimily sleazy Glazer, he recounted how Black Benny of Chicago instructed him before his departure from Chicago that no matter where you may be, always have a white man, who like you, who will put his hand on your shoulder and say, "This is my nigger." 73. Perhaps the insidiously pernicious nature of Las Vegas, a city overrun by mobsters, may have led him to recall this unctuously malevolent advice. Then again, given the Jim Crow milieu into which Armstrong was born, he may not have perceived viable alternatives, particularly since the post-war climate meant his income was increasing. By August 1956, Glazer was informing him gleefully that the engagement in which the trumpeter was joined by Ella Fitzgerald at the Hollywood Bowl was an overwhelming success, whereby all records were broken there and they drew $32,000 net. 74. Still 75. To destroy the attempt by a growing circle of Negro entrepreneurs to horn in on casinos, other tactics were deployed beyond political influence lubricated by a stream of cash, the specter of mob muscle, and the like. Beginning in 1950, Sarah Ann Knight was a casino owner in Hawthorne, Nevada, after moving there in 1942. She too knew performers, Nat King Cole, for example. At first, this Negro-owned enterprise was doing well since the competition barred Negroes altogether. But then, to undercut her, the competition, she said, built a little small room at the back of their casinos and, insultingly, named it Behind the 8 Ball. This was for Negroes and it really hurt our business because the blacks wanted to go in this place, and were not sufficiently politicized to confront the insult. We had a bar, a dice table, a 21 table, a poker table, slot machines, jukebox, and a restaurant, but the competition often had all of that plus live music performed by adept musicians. As so often happened, a defeat for Negroes, even an entrepreneur, was a defeat for others facing bias. For, as her business was nosediving, all women dealers were dismissed in the midst of a massive counterattack buoyed by anti-communism. Some of the men got together, she said, through politics and had this resolution passed as they were afraid that the women were going to take over. The white women and the black women formed this little organization to do something about it, though it took a while for them to overcome. 76. Their ideological flexibility, if not opportunism, also meant that mobsters like Benjamin Bugsy Siegel from nearby Los Angeles, were able to develop an entente with yet another religious minority that had influence, the Church of Latter-day Saints, headquartered in nearby Utah. 77. Since opium was legal in the state until 1909, leaving the region festooned with opium dens, this meant that racketeers were averse to halting the flood of hard drugs that materialized post-war, a phenomenon that had done so much to destabilize musicians. 78 Given the interlocking directorates linking drug barons and music moguls, it was inexorable that artists would be impacted. In 1952, the lanky saxophonist Dexter Gordon was arrested, convicted, and imprisoned for 2 years for possession of heroin. 79 Soon he was to flee for exile in Denmark, further denuding his homeland of talent and creativity, a kind of replay of the Great Migration, which involved a similar process of absconding from Dixie to points northward. 80 Ultimately, Copenhagen was to attract, as well, skilled artists, for example, Thad Jones, Ernie Wilkins, Saib Shihab, Kenny Drew, and Horace Parlan. There, it was reliably reported, Gordon was to attain a feeling of confidence and security that he had never felt in the United States. Gordon's Los Angeles was en route to leading the nation in narcotics arrests by 1954, surpassing the uncrowned champion, New York City, by 50%, though it reputedly had about 1/10 as many drug users. His biographer quotes one official as declaiming scorpion-like, "I set out to destroy that crowd," speaking of practitioners of the new music, and damn near did. I ran Charlie Yardbird Parker out of town. 81 Reportedly, one federal official with jurisdiction over narcotics, Harry Anslinger, told the U.S. Congress that he wanted to imprison for violations of drug laws musicians, and I don't mean good musicians. I mean jazz musicians. 82 Arguably, this was the opening shot in what became a war on drugs, which was to eventuate in a war on Negroes that was to fuel what came to be known as the prison industrial complex and led Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York in 1973 to compare drug addicts to an invading army in how they supposedly effectively destroyed whole neighborhoods en route to destruction of our society as a whole. The ineluctable result, he suggested, if they were not squashed. 83 Intriguingly, this baneful practice of mass incarceration accelerated if not began with the targeting of Negro artists. Arranger and composer Johnny Mondell, born in 1925 in New York City, has declared that hard drugs as a proliferating phenomenon lasted for a decade, concluding in 1955, though this is hard to square with the Dionysian 1960s. 84 Saxophonist Lou Donaldson recalled that when I came on the scene, the junkies had everything and the recording studios had the junkies. If you weren't strung out, you couldn't get a record date. I didn't get high, so I was kind of an outsider at first. 85. The plague of heroin was also invoked when Gordon's fellow saxophonist Wardell Gray was found dead in Las Vegas in a field, miles from the Strip. His neck was broken, and he appeared to have been beaten over the head with a club or some other weapon. The official story was that he was shooting heroin with dancer Teddy Hale, which somehow led to an accident involving multiple fractures. 86 Murder was suspected, said the British-based melody maker. 87 The talk before, said singer Richard Boone, was that he'd burned the people in power who supply the heroin. He'd done something wrong, not enough to kill somebody, but from their point of view they figured that they'd snuff him out. Vernon Alley, who had employed Gray in his San Francisco band, also suspected foul play. 88 Drummer Roy Porter said that some people found it gangster-related, speaking of the death. 89. Alternatively, it was thought that the stress of the business drove the unfortunate Gray into suicide. Thus, saxophonist Joe Maney, born in 1930, was thought to have died playing Russian roulette, though, again, others dissented. But not Clark Terry, he blew his brains out, said the trumpeter. Terry also believed that vibraphonist and vocalist Gary McFarland, born in 1933, also died playing the same game but with a lethal drink in his case, though here, others suspected foul play, an overdose of his methadone. 90. The same accusation of murder was made when bass saxophonist Adrian Rolani perished. Born in 1903 in New York City, it was asserted in the April 27, 1956, edition of the New York Times that he suffered a compound ankle fracture in a fall, then died. Philip Silman of Flushing, New York, was not as certain. The police, suspecting foul play, said they found nothing at odds with Explanation of a mysterious accident. But Silman put more credence in the story that he was run over by a car on the coral surface of the parking lot of the nightclub he'd just visited. He'd gone to the club to discuss a business deal for buying in or purchase. It seems the local people did not want his competition. There was also the complexity of Adrian's business with the same bootleggers he dealt with when he had the California Ramblers back in Westchester, New York, during those frenetic Prohibition days, 91. On the other hand, saxophonist Stan Getz, born in 1927 in Philadelphia, was on the other end of felonious accusation, when he was accused of seeking to rob a drugstore in 1953 to obtain funds for the purchase of hard drugs. 92 An observer blamed the difficult working conditions under which he labored, which drove him to despair. 93. The dope menace keeps growing, it was announced ominously in late 1950, menacing the dance band industry. Heroin principally was at issue with Davis and Blakey being the most recent arrestees. 94 Nevada, which brought together gangsters of various ethnicities and religious backgrounds, also represented a geographical confluence in that these men hailed from sites as diverse as Los Angeles, Kansas City, and Cleveland. This unity hampered the ability of their opponents to drive a wedge between and among them. It seemed as if the profusion of hard drugs was lubricating the path for a renaissance for the substance that had bedeviled musicians for decades, alcohol. Jewish jazz musicians were always good drinkers, said Johnny Mondell 95, though he easily could have dropped the ethno-religious modifier. I was into cognac, said percussionist Max Roach. Papa Joe, speaking of a fellow drummer, was also a cognac man. He would take a little bottle but was often outdone by the imbibing Roach, who really was into the bottle. Then I would sleep. 96. Everybody was a prostitute and a dope addict and a dope pusher in Honolulu when I got there, cavilled Abby Lincoln. Worse, people would send you the alcohol. I mean, it was like free. The drummer, who was the uncle to the saxophone player, they were both heroin junkies, but did not seem to turn down alcohol. The bass player, who was the band leader, was a cocaine junkie. It was disgusting and they admired street life. Pimps and whores abounded, and I was lonely, making her susceptible to temptation, too. Plus, her primary accompanist, the pianist, was an alcoholic. The Grand Guignol scene was capped when Euro-Americans came and they took the place and busted everybody. Two young guys from Kentucky, they came and they hung with everybody, did everything everybody was doing, and then they started to bust everybody and they beat them and they sent them to jail. This scandal occurred in 52 and 53. 97. The rise of Las Vegas was symptomatic of the continuing ascension of organized crime with its manifest malignancy, of which controlled substances were a part. Lou Donaldson, the sweet-sounding sax man, was well aware of corruption, having grown up in Budin, North Carolina, which was doubly segregated, as he recalled, and contained an aluminum plant with the bauxite arriving from racist South Africa. Born in 1926, in the post-war era he was playing frequently in Harlem, at a time when Malcolm X used to stick his head in the door, but he didn't come in there, given his newly found religiosity. The big gangsters, notably Bumpy Johnson, were not as shy. All those people, they used to come in, and another guy named Red Dillon, who was a dangerous man. Donaldson was not above procuring used suits from boosters or those who illicitly obtained this finery in the first place. Surrounded on the bandstand by such characters, Donaldson did not feel intimidated, since, he said, I was a good boxer, and in case somebody bothered me, I'd knock them out. But I didn't have nothing to worry about because all those guys were junkies. You know what I mean, he asked rhetorically. They couldn't fight. Still, some in this unfortunate category he admired. Charlie Parker was a brilliant guy, he said. We talked about politics and he was a smart guy. Though he worked 24 hours a day to get money for the next hit. As for pianist Bud Powell, he was bad with the money. Because he'd get the money and by the time you got ready to get your pay, he's gone. Donaldson did not think highly of Art Blakey either, a con man, he said. Miles Davis wasn't reliable with money. I wouldn't want nobody to see me hit him upside the head with a baseball bat, he added menacingly. His recollections could be trusted, said Donaldson, since I could be called an historian. I met everybody and I was out every night. Junkies attracted unpalatable characters effortlessly. There was a woman around there named Hilda and she worked. I guess she worked for the mob. She had the inside on all the clubs. So anytime I wanted a job, I just called her. I got it right away. The Blue Coronet in Brooklyn was a favored haunt and a tough club with fights now and then. Most of the guys that owned the clubs, the ghetto clubs, were like hustlers, that is, numbers writers, dope sellers, and included within this rogues gallery was Don King of Cleveland, who became a wealthy boxing promoter. 98. The quotidian corruption that Donaldson espied had various permutations and may have been fueled in part by the often idiosyncratic nature of musicians. By 1951, the agent for pianist Errol Garner was moaning that her client was paying debts, paying debts, paying debts. He had sent her $600 of his pay from the Black Hawk in San Francisco, but $50 goes to a lawyer here against his car debt and $75 to another creditor, another $75 to another, $200 on back salary to me. $200 to tax money, and soon what seemed like a hefty amount had shrunk to nothingness. 99. The manager, producer, and business partner of the pianist Martha Glazer found her client to be a spendthrift. By mid-1952, he had been behaving like a dream, she said, but he's still spending more than he should, but considerably less than he has been. He just doesn't understand what the word budget means. 100. Such spending may have made him more vulnerable to signing draconian contracts. At the same time, the dapper Errol Garner with the slicked back hair, then so popular among Negro performers before the steady ascension of the anti-Jim Crow movement, was being squeezed in a way that could be disorienting. In Atlantic City, New Jersey's version of Las Vegas, his agent carped that his only offense was that he was booked on the failure to register as once having been convicted on a narcotics violation, and though his one and only past violation occurred 9 years ago in Los Angeles, she said in 1952. Anyways, countered Martha Glazer, apparently unrelated to Armstrong's manager of the same name, it was unclear as to whether Errol was guilty as charged of use of marijuana. How much longer that violation of 9 years ago will continue to haunt him, I don't know. But it all added up to a lot of unfortunate press, which, not coincidentally, reduced his bargaining leverage to his financial detriment and to the advantage of those who hired him. Then, there was the often distasteful environment in which he and others similarly situated were compelled to operate. As Errol put it, she said, there isn't an entertainer in the business who doesn't attract a lot of unsavory characters, and if you're around when the chips are flying from these characters, you get hurt. The result was Garner's bruised reputation, which left the pianist confounded since he was so shocked that anything he does or doesn't do rates headlines. 101. Thus club owners were working his fanny off, speaking of Garner, 40 to 45 minutes on every hour, with 15-minute breaks. They're pretty cheap kids running the club. There was a possible racist edge as well in that the youthful entrepreneurs took a terrible bath with Charlie Barnett, to whom they paid $2,500 a week for 2 weeks, so they're making it up on Errol. Unfortunately, both here and in San Francisco will be playing opposite Louis Armstrong. 102. Shortly thereafter, the hammer was dropped on the stylish keyboardist. Errol has been erased from membership from Local 802 for failure to pay various fees, which would circumscribe severely his continuing ability to work. 103. Glazer thought that her client was compounding the matter, acting out of his mind. It's beyond me. I have warned him repeatedly about his debt, taxes, etc., but he continues overspending. It has been my headache, but ultimately, it will be his. He is at the Bellevue Hotel San Francisco living in high style with a friend. 104. Garner may not have realized that his manager may have been part of his problem in that she, in a toxic combination of what might have been class resentment and white supremacy, could be terribly condescending toward him. "I hate to destroy a child of my own making," she said of her adult client, but if he continued on his perceived wayward path, she felt bound to do so. 105 But Garner did not have many options. Record producer George Avakian said that the man who ran the Olympia in Paris was a notoriously tough gangster type Bruno Coquatrix who sought to compel the pianist to play these concerts without getting paid. 106. There was also implicit competition from the likes of fellow pianist Dave Brubeck, who was surging to prominence alongside Garner but had the advantage of not being of African ancestry, providing him with more options. By 1950, the Californian was considering signing with a major label, though he was wary since a detriment could be the corporation is already committed to push these established groups first. George Shearing, Red Norvo. Lionel Hampton, Louis Armstrong. Thus, "I absolutely will not sign a 3-year contract with ABC, but I will sign for 1 year with the intention of renewing the contract after each year that has been satisfactory for both parties." 107 It was understandable why Brubeck compared himself to a fellow keyboardist, Shearing. The club owner and producer George Wine admitted that he paid the blind pianist, born in 1919 in London, multiples over what he ordinarily agreed to, adding, "I mean I'd never paid more than $900, $1,000, even weekly. I thought I could lose my shirt." 108 Wine may have been engaging in entrepreneurial bluster. Hampton Hawes, a pianist comparable to Shearing in talent, if not star power, said, "In 1956 I was playing the Embers in New York making $1,500 a week." 109 It was also in 1956 that saxophonist Julian Cannonball Adderley toiled at the Blue Note Club at 3 North Clark Street in Chicago for 2 weeks 32 hours weekly with a 5-day week and Sunday matinee for $1,250 per week. 110 Yet Artie Shaw claims that at the age of 16 I was making the equivalent of $1,750, close to $2,000 a week, which, if true, is either an example of deflation in musicians' wages or piercing racial bias or, perhaps, both. 111. As mentioned, William Bob Bailey of Nevada was also an activist, an equivalent of Frankie Newton or Howard Johnson. This leader of the NAACP affiliate in Reno was accused of being a leader of the Communist Party branch, a charge brought by Alice Smith, once a member of the Progressive Independent Party, tied to the doomed presidential candidacy of Henry Wallace, who was supported by Norman Granz. By the time of the accusation, Bailey was also a mini-mogul, serving as owner-operator of the Harlem Rooming House and Club Room and partner in the China Mint Club. 112. Due west in Los Angeles a similar process unfolded. Drummer William Douglas was a leader of the Negro Local of the Musicians Union and was part of the contradictory process that led to a consolidation with its white counterpart, a presumed shift to the left, accompanied by an anti-communist purge, an actual shift to the right. "People started playing dirty politics," he said. "They started to name many of us as being influenced or communist-inspired. He knocked on the door of the NAACP and they were scared to touch us. To this day," he said much later, "I am not a member of the NAACP. I resigned my membership." 113 Just as in Hollywood, the witch hunters targeted musicians, too, "Music Men Named in Red Hunt" was a typical headline. 114 Music is combating communism, cried critic Leonard Feather. 115 Moreover, it remains unclear if the amalgamation of the once segregated locals was a step forward, because the Negroes, according to one scholar, tended to sign away assets, eroding a base from which white supremacy could be fought, while consenting to being digested by unions where white supremacy was hardly absent. 116 Sounding unalarmed, Downbeat announced that assets were turned over to the former white local, seen as a sign of progress, since by 1953 New York and Los Angeles were the only cities with one union across racial lines. 117. Unsurprisingly, given such adverse conditions, Negro musicians, in particular, continued their exodus, though the snatching of the passport of Robeson showed that any veering from the status quo could disrupt this escape plan. Cab Calloway's band was performing in Montevideo by 1951.118. No more white bands for me, says Little Jazz, referring to the sobriquet of Roy Eldridge, who contended that it was much different overseas. You don't even think in those terms over there, he said, while hinting that a dispute with Benny Goodman was driving him abroad. 119 Leonard Feather agreed. Outside of the United States, he said, the best place in the world to look for good jazz is Sweden, referring to the recent return of Stan Getz and Charlie Parker. France has the most fanatical jazz fans, as suggested by the fact that innumerable newspapers and magazines have departments devoted to jazz. 120. According to Lou Donaldson, there were other reasons to flee the United States. The best trumpet player around New York during those times was named Idris Suleiman. He could play better than any of those guys, he recollected. But he knew he wasn't going to get no gigs because all the promoters and all the club owners were Jewish, so he just packed up and went overseas, at a time when the formation of the State of Israel and the conflict with Palestinians, Egyptians, and others in the Islamic world was sharpening. Suleiman was not alone. Saxman Sahib Shihab fled for similar reasons, he said. 121. As ever, Paris retained a hold on fleeing musicians. By 1952, a Negro journalist reported that at any time of day in this city, one can hear New Orleans jazz on the radio. The love of jazz in Paris is a fact. 122. It was reported happily. This attraction was not just limited to men, for example, Kenny Clarke and Miles Davis. According to the informed journalist Rudolph Dunbar, colored women in Europe are at a premium and are given the most lavish attention. In these circumstances, he said in 1950, when they have tasted the allure of freedom and democracy, it is difficult for them to keep their heads in the right place. Very few of them do, but most of them don't. 123. The lure of exile continued to draw artists abroad, where their very existence was a continuing rebuke to Washington as it sought to portray itself as a paragon of human rights virtue, contributing to the momentum for retreat from the excesses of Jim Crow. 124. By 1953, a journalist was asking rhetorically, have you been hearing wondrous tales about living conditions for American musicians in Europe and especially for Negro musicians in France? 125. But it was not just the City of Light that drew artists. Saxophonist Don Byas, born in Oklahoma in 1912, and a stalwart with Hampton, Gillespie, Basie, and Ellington, moved to Europe in 1946. 126. Settled in Amsterdam in 1955, and lived there until he died in 1972. 127. And musicians were not just going abroad to earn income. By 1955, Lionel Hampton had contributed to building a hospital in Israel, a precursor to his deepening ties with conservative Republicans. 128. Still, there were hurdles to be surmounted abroad too. In 1956, George Avakian of Columbia Records reminded his top performer, Louis Armstrong via his manager, Glazer of the British Union's action in threatening to cancel the rest of Louis's tour if he records for an American company. This was all wrong, he said, and perhaps even quite illegal. After all, our contracts are approved worldwide by the American Federation of Musicians. Yet despite this bold admonition about this démarche being illegal, with a whimper he concluded, I am not going to protest. 129. Armstrong should not have felt he was targeted. Britisher span US jazzmen, was the 1950 headline trumpeting the exclusion of luminaries like Sidney Bechet and Coleman Hawkins. 130. Moreover, exile abroad did not guarantee work. The critic Eric Hobsbawm estimates that in 1953 there were 19,114 pianists playing the music in the United States alone, not counting amateurs. 131. Even if one posits inflation in his calculation, only a tiny percentage of this number could bank on being hired in Paris. Some musicians did seek domestic alternatives. But at times it seemed that it might be easier to get employment in historically protectionist London, rather than New York, the city that had always attracted musicians magnetically. Unions in New York City and Los Angeles, said Johnny Mondell, engaged in geographic protectionism, they didn't want anybody coming in. They wanted to make it as hard as they could for anybody to come in from other towns. And when you came, you couldn't work at your professions for 6 months, and they used to send goons around to enforce their diktat. I'm not kidding, he said to the unconvinced, they sent people around to check at your house. They were really rigid, which freaked me. He was particularly familiar with the City of Angels, since the West Coast jazz that took off in popularity in the early 1950s was seen as effeminate, a softer version of the hardcore bebop then rising. Hollywood did not take very kindly to jazz in those days, he said, referencing the old guard, especially Dmitry Tiomkin, born in 1894 in Ukraine. I was one of those interlopers, said Mondale, and they didn't care to know about people like Hank Mancini and me in the late 1950s. Mancini was a multiple Oscar winner and nominee. That Mondale, who was Jewish American, felt this discrimination speaks volumes of what befell Negroes of similar caliber. Thus, he said, stellar musicians were playing in strip joints in 1950s Los Angeles. Yes, he said, a lot of that work was there, but you had really be able to speak on the instrument, and even that was no guarantee of employment. After the ascendancy of Mancini, for a while they were trying to put jazz scores to everything, and it was quite laughable, though it did combine with anti-racist pressure to open the door for those like Quincy Jones and Oliver Nelson. 132. Then there were those who sought to organize at home against the evils that trailed musicians. This included fighting against what critic Nat Hentoff termed as the classical color line in symphony orchestras. 133. This suggested that there was a further reason for why the union operated like most unions of skilled workers in the United States, that is, as a kind of white job trust, locking in benefits for Euro-Americans, especially men of this group, to the exclusion of others. By 1955, of nearly 250,000 members of the American Federation of Musicians, about 72,000 earned the major part of their livelihood from music, with more members of the union holding regular jobs in symphony orchestras than other settings, providing them with leverage to protect the status quo. 134. That is, the domination of symphony orchestra musicians in the union, artists mostly defined as white, perpetuated the status quo, which included their racial domination of the union. This held true despite the admonition of Artie Shaw that no classical player worth his salt can play jazz. Itzhak Perlman tried to fool around with it, speaking of the violinist and conductor, but doesn't come close. 135. A problem was enhanced competition for a constricted supply of jobs, with racism placing Negro artists at a distinct disadvantage. By 1952, union boss James Petrillo declared that out of 9,000 U.S. theaters, only 38 employed musicians, quite a decline from past decades, and as Mondale suggested, the major movie studios hardly filled the breach by employing 389 men earning an average of $7,000 annually. 136. By 1954, RKO was described as the first major studio to drop its staff orchestra, meaning that for the first time in almost 25 years a major Hollywood studio, though soon to be defunct, was without one. This was occurring as records were described as now a $200 million a year industry, which was hardly compensatory. 137. By 1955, the NAACP was declaiming sadly that Negro TV, radio jobs for musicians were almost nil. 138. Foremost among these fighters for equity was the horn man, composer, and arranger Gigi Grice, born in Florida in 1925, who railed against the common practice of royalties routinely stolen from musicians by record companies and other crooks. It was common practice then for original tunes to be illegally purloined by the publishing company of a record executive, who then would not report record sales and retain the composers as well as the publisher's royalty. There was the related practice of affixing a stranger's name, often an executive's, as co-composer on original tunes, draining musicians' accounts further. William Kunstler, who was to attain fame as a militant attorney, assisted in forming Mellotone Music with fellow musician Benny Golson as a partner. Bruce Wright, who went on to become a New York judge, also aided him. Following suit were other musicians, for example, Horace Silver, Lucky Thompson, Quincy Jones and Thad Jones. It did not take long for Grice to be seen as a threat to the class and race-skewed status quo. Soon, according to one study, Grice began to look over his shoulder for enemies out to hurt him and his family, which understandably left him clearly terrified and terribly upset. An accompanist said Grice became nervous and paranoid, compelling him to abandon him. Grice was forced out of the business by those with underworld connections, say his biographers, as he and his family were harassed, threatened, and intimidated. Like other musicians who leaned toward self-determination, he came to adhere to Islam, assuming the name of Bashir Quzim. 139 As of 1955, he was spending more time in France while his partner, Art Farmer, who had been working as a janitor in New York City, was soon to be expatriated permanently to Vienna. 140. These were difficult times. Saxophonist Benny Golson, born in 1929, played alongside Grice and recalled that the record company would record them and automatically take the publishing. "Didn't even ask," he said remorsefully. "This caused Grice to become a rebel and I joined him," said Golson. "He didn't trust very many people. It got so bad he and I split up. One day I was at his house. I just happened to see two people, checking on the address. They didn't see me but I saw them and they were from the record company. Grice, understandably, got afraid. He said maybe the mafia's involved in this." Golson may have left Grice as an accompanist but not in spirit. "When he was part of the Jazztet we had a manager, she had taken $50,000 of my money and she was